Too late to protect yourself? M-Next Bike from Moderna, here for the senior class. Visit mnextbike.com to find a vaccine near you. That's mnexspike.com. Moderna, official sponsor of Yankees Radio.
You know what they say about judging a book by its cover? Everyone with an addiction has a story to tell. Don't know? Don't judge. Addiction is a treatable medical condition. What helps people seek treatment is support. What does not help is shame and stigma. We can all make a difference. Learn how at oasis.ny.gov. The New York State Office of Addiction Services and Supports. Every step of the way.
Be part of it isn't just a slogan. 2026 season tickets are on sale now, and this is your chance to join the tradition and legacy of the New York Yankees. Purchase a plan and enjoy the best seat locations, significant savings, and flexible payment options. Plans start at just 9 games. Log on to Yankees.com, call 212-YANKEES, or email seasontickets@Yankees.com. For 2026 Yankees season tickets, email seasontickets@Yankees.com today.
This is Giancarlo Stanton of the New York Yankees, and you're listening to the flagship station for Yankees baseball, The Fan, WFAN, and WFAN FM, New York.
And that guy, Giancarlo Stanton, our player of the game, presented by Collars & Co., makers of the dress collar polo. Visit collarsandco.com. 5 RBI night. Stanton always comes through when it matters. And now it's looking like a primer for another Stanton Big G style October. 5 RBIs tonight, 2 separate 2-run home runs in the first 3 innings alone. 8 RBIs across his last 2 nights. Giancarlo Stanton, our player of the game, presented by Collars & Co. And this iconic moment in the Yankees history, sponsored by your Tri-State Cadillac dealer. Visit your Tri-State Cadillac dealer today. Mariano Rivera pitching over 1,000 games in his career. On September 26, 2013, 12 years ago today, 2 outs in the 9th inning, Mariano on the mound, Derek Jeter, Andy Pettitte. They came out of the dugout, made a pitching change. Took Mo out of the game. That was the final game of his illustrious career. The tears, what a moment that was. September 26, 2013, Mariano exited after hugs from Jeter and Pettitte on the mound right here at Yankee Stadium. This iconic moment in Yankees history, sponsored by your Tri-State Cadillac dealer. Our next game time brought to you by Nielsen Dodge. For the best selection of Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, and Ram, visit nielsendodge.com and save today. The Nielsen way. Next game is tomorrow afternoon. Quick turnaround. 1:05 first pitch on the air at 12:25 with our pregame coverage. Cam Schlittler's final start of the regular season. The Yankees tie with Toronto 92-68 apiece with 2 games to go in the regular season. Until then, for our producer, engineer of the booth, Matt Shortis, to your producer, Paulie Rosenberg, and for Susan Waldman and Dave Sims, Emmanuel Berbari saying so long from Yankee Stadium. Once again, the final score, Yankees 8, Orioles 4 on WFAN, Yankees Radio. Have a good one.
This has been the Yankees postgame show, powered by Verizon. For a limited time, get their best price ever. Drop into your local Verizon store today to learn more. Also brought to you by Wendy's, the official hamburger of the New York Yankees. ServPro, cleanup, restoration, construction, like it never even happened. Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center. Peerless Boilers. Visit peerlessboilers.com for a dealer near you. London menswear brand Charles Tirrett. They make it easy for men to dress well. Borgata Casino. Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa in Atlantic City. Veg ER for Pets. Official emergency veterinarian group of Yankees Radio. And by General Plumbing Supply. Trust the real experts. This is WFAN Yankees Radio.
Odyssey Sports broadcast has been brought to you by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico.
Kick off the new season in a Mercedes-Benz from Mercedes-Benz of Edison. Upgrade to a new GLC, GLE, or GLS, or take advantage of their loaner-to-owner program. Buy or lease a 2025 X-Loaner and enjoy a like-new Mercedes-Benz. Now at Mercedes-Benz of Edison.
Town Fair Tires, New England's largest volume discount tire dealer with over 100 locations. So we sell Michelin tires for the guaranteed lowest price. Like Michelin tires with all-season capabilities and maximum performance. Plus, Town Fair will give you more free services for a life on your Michelin tires for longer tread life and reliable traction in both wet and dry conditions. For the guaranteed lowest price on Michelin tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Here we go.
This week, it's a must-see matchup as Lamar and the Ravens visit Mahomes and the Chiefs.
Oh, my goodness.
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com.
Catch all the play-by-play with Susan Waldman and Dave Sims. The home of Yankees radio. The Fan. On the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Anthony Gallo.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. The Fan. WFAN.
Oh, that's right. It's been a while, and of course, it could not be more miserable for the Mets. Honestly, outside of the Yankees, there's not a lot to be excited about in New York sports right now. And we will get to the Yankees. We'll get to Jaxson Dart if you're excited about that. But we have to start with the embarrassment, the blemish on New York, the disgusting display that these New York Mets have put forward, whether it's the manager or the star players or the young players, top to bottom, the GM. This has become the biggest disappointment and is leading towards the biggest failure, the most disgusting, vile, disappointing season in Mets history. Whatever way you want to describe it, whatever negative adjective you want to describe this season as, this is where we are. Yes, you could tell me the season's not over. You could tell me they still got 2 more to play. But if they do not make the playoffs, this is going to be the worst season in Mets history. 1962, 07, 08, 2022, whatever it is. The most, what was it, the early 90s, the worst team money could buy? Well, we've got a new one. We've got a new one. $320+ million, you can't get competent pitchers. $320+ million, you can't make simple plays. $320 million, and you can't make fundamental, sound plays. Yeah, the mental mistakes, the poor execution in big spots, whether it's the pitchers or the hitters, the fielding, the managing of the roster. It has been a disgrace, and everyone's to blame. Every single guy. You know what? The only guy I can't blame on the roster, Edwin Diaz. You want to, I guess Nolan McLean. Everyone else has a role to play in what has become a disappointment. And I'm sorry if I'm normally the guy who's positive. I'm telling you, I'm your sports therapist. I'm the glass half full kind of guy. No. Reality is here. And this team does not control their own destiny. They don't even know who's pitching on Sunday. We don't know who's pitching after the 4th inning today. Or tomorrow. Sorry, it's still 11 o'clock. Another disgrace. The first baseman can't field the ball. The third baseman that comes in for the other third baseman who got hurt in Mauricio doesn't know how to pay attention. Gregory Soto can't execute a pitch. The manager's pulling one of the few effective, yes, young, but effective starters you have. They can't get a big hit. Outside, I thought after that big win on Tuesday in Chicago that maybe this team was gearing up for something special. And it has gotten me again. I drank the Kool-Aid one more time this week. Not again. You know what's funny is, because a year ago, I spoke to you on this date, leading into that final Sunday, telling you doesn't matter what happens. If they play a doubleheader, they're not winning. I was wrong. I can tell you right now, I'm not going to be wrong. The Marlins, and this is the other thing is too, they're playing a good team. This Marlins team has been one of the best teams in the National League over the last 100 games. You know what the Mets have been? One of the worst teams in baseball since the beginning of June. This was not how the season was going to turn out. Just getting in was not good enough. Just getting in to the postseason was not good enough. And you know what the difference between the two teams in town is? The one team struggled. Both of these teams dipped at the same time, June and early July. But the other team, dealing with all the injuries, and I'm talking about the Yankees, dealing with all their injuries, all their supposed shortcomings that their fans tell you about. And you know what? When crunch time kicked in, they played their best baseball. And now they're staring the division in the face. No, they don't control their own destiny, but they're not playing for their lives. They're playing for a bye. They're playing for the division. Meanwhile, the Mets can't outpace the Diamondbacks and the Reds, who stink. All we have to hear about, I hate to break it to Met fans too, as a Met fan, the National League stinks. And they're not going to make the playoffs. All I had to hear Met fans tell Yankee fans was how easy the American League was. The Mets would be toast if they were in the American League. They'd be the Baltimore Orioles. It's a disgrace. The GM, wear it. The manager, wear it. The first baseman, wear it. The right fielder, the shortstop, the left fielder, all of them. Nimmo, Alonso, Mendoza, Stearns, Lindor, Soto, all of them have to wear it. I don't care who has a 40-40, 30-30 season. At one point this year, they were letting us down. Soto didn't turn it on until the end of June. Lindor was on a milk carton until middle way of August. Out of all the guys I just named, Alonso's probably the least to blame. Nimmo barely showed up this season. Vientos was lost until a month ago. Nothing out of catcher, nothing out of second base, nothing out of center field. Nothing out of left field. Nothing out of your starting pitching. The one guy you can count on has been a disaster since the beginning of August in Peterson. I have to sit here and tell myself, well, Clay Holmes has been our most reliable pitcher. He's pitching tomorrow. We had to call up kids, one of them who's barely drinking age, to save the season. It's embarrassing, and they all deserve to wear it. I don't want to hear about how great Soto's season was when he's hitting sub 250 with runners in scoring position. And he did nothing. If they had one better week this year from Soto, Alonso, Lindor, Nimmo, Vientos, if they had three better starts from any of their overpriced starting pitchers, they wouldn't be in this situation. And just getting into the wild card was not good enough, but it was the bare minimum to give us hope. Because I told myself after 2022, when they lost to the Braves, I was done. I had no faith they were beating the Padres, and they proved me right. I told myself this year, if they get into the postseason, no matter how they get in there, I'm going to get excited, and we're going to have fun, win or lose, and we'll review it after the fact. Well, you know what? I have no faith they're getting there. They're an embarrassment. My entire life, the franchise has been an embarrassment, and this year, they're going to top it. This season, they are going to embarrass themselves more than they ever have. Generations. It's a generational curse. Generations of Mets fans have not seen what they've done this year. And the GM, no, I'm not ready to fire the GM. He stunk this year. The manager stunk this year. And tonight, another example. You're pulling the starting pitcher far too early. You're putting a kid in there because you want the lefty-righty matchup instead of putting the better player in Vientos in. You're starting Torrens when we need offense. I don't care at this point. I don't care if he throw. Yeah, he threw a guy out today. What happened when we needed a hit? And not that Alvarez is much better. It's all a disaster. 888-808-1019, the number to call as always. I don't even know if I said my name. My name's Anthony Gallo. I don't even know if I said it because the Mets are ruining me. I had brain rot because of this team. I can't do it anymore. And this is where we're at. And listen, I'm going to tell you something right now. because I'm a fraud. If they make the playoffs, we're having fun this week. But you know what? They're not making it. They're not. And all I had to hear about, it's funny, because I've been pretty positive about the Yankees all this year. The way Yankee fans have talked about their team this year is the way Met fans should have been talking about their team from the beginning. The Yankees are one of the best teams in baseball. And the only reason why in this town we don't think so is because their fans haven't enjoyed it one bit. And for the Mets, we've been delusional all year. All season. I got to listen to Positive Tommy, and he's infected Paul the Glue Rosenberg, who earlier this week said that they were going to win all 6 games. They've ruined the mood at work. They've ruined the mood around the city for Met fans. It's disaster. And they all are to blame. I don't want to hear anyone call in and tell me, how are you blaming Soto? How are you blaming Pete? You can't blame Frankie. Oh, Nimmo, he runs hard to first base. They're all to blame. At one point this season, they all stunk beyond defense. The starting pitching, every single one of them has had at least a third of their starts be putrid. You know what? Diaz and the 3 young kids, the only guys off the hook. And Dickie Lovelady, because he's thrown, 3 innings? It's a disaster. No, it doesn't mean the future is just dark and gloomy, but it does mean they have to own it, and there needs to be repercussions. Whether it means Pete is gone. Get Jeff McNeil away from this baseball team. I don't need to see 3 third basemen. I don't need a musical chair of third basemen next year just because they're all under the age of 28. I don't need to see bums in center field to the point that I got to hear Met fans talk themselves into Tyrone Taylor. I'm done with it. It's an embarrassment. And again, I'm going to state this again. Honestly, I'm just venting right now. I'm not even doing a show. This is just therapy for me. So I thank you for everybody listening. It's an embarrassment, and this will be the greatest failure in franchise history. The early 90s, whatever it was, 1962, 07, 08, bigger embarrassment. Sure, in the moment, 07 felt rough. You know what happened in 07? They lost their closer. And all they had to do was win that one more game. And you know what? I can excuse it away. 08, same deal. They were still a very flawed roster that maybe should have spent more. And those are the disappointments. Those have scarred me, have traumatized me as a human being. I was going through puberty. I was in high school. Those called emotional damage I never recovered from. This Mets team right now is the biggest disgrace. If they miss the playoffs, this will be after being one of the most fun seasons I've ever had watching sports last year, this Mets team will be the biggest disgrace. This was the biggest failure in this franchise's history, and that is impressive. That's the most impressive thing this team has achieved. 888-808-1019. We'll come back. We'll jump all in your calls. Obviously, Yankees, Jaxson Dart, we're talking all about it today, but we got a shorter show. And we kick it off with the Mets and that disgrace. Anthony Gallo, Paul the Glue Rosenberg on the other side of the glass. We'll get back to your calls after the break. Back after this.
It's more Big Ten action as the Scarlet Knights hit the road taking on the Minnesota Gophers. High noon tomorrow.
Nice for the goal line. He's in. Touchdown, Rutgers.
The home of Rutgers football is WFAN.
And the Scarlet Knights continue to dominate.
Brought to you by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together. And The Fan, 101.9 FM, always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Don't you wish your life came with a warning app?
Stop. That dog does not want to be petted.
Just a little heads up before something bad happens.
Move your coffee cup away from your computer.
Oh, no.
So you can have more control.
Stop. You're texting your boss by mistake.
Uh-oh. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Warning, the cap is loose on that ketchup.
Ugh. Don't wait. You have the power to change the outcome. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its pre-diabetes awareness partners.
You matter, and so does your well-being. If you're facing tough moments, struggling with anxiety, depression, thoughts of suicide, or substance use, help is here anytime you need it. Call, text, or chat 988 for free confidential support. New Jersey's 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is here 24/7 for you or someone you love, with trained counselors who listen and care without judgment. You matter. Remember New Jersey's 988. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
At Paramus Chevrolet, we understand that a car is more than 4 wheels. It's an extension of who you are. Hey, it's Mike Tandarella, General Manager, Paramus Chevrolet. Because everyone has unique taste, we stock a large variety of certified pre-owned automobiles. So you're sure to find something you absolutely love. And it gets better. Enjoy our exclusive Paramus Chevrolet VIP Plus program. A lifetime of complimentary oil changes, courtesy shuttles, and loaner car availability. Visit us in person or online at ParamusChevrolet.com.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $200 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$200 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Ugh, my phone takes such bad pics.
Girl, you gotta update that phone.
I can't afford a new one.
My hot tip, go to Metro. The iPhone 13 is on them.
Wait, Metro's got it covered?
Yeah, and iPhone 13 has a dual camera system. So bye-bye bad pics.
Ooh, my profile pics are about to be on point.
Get iPhone 13 on us when you join. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
With virtual MasterCard after third month, bring your number and ID to a $50 plan with AutoPay. $55 first month.
Hear that? That's the beginning of a journey powered by the confidence that comes from driving a vehicle so reliable. It's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. Where your journey ends? Well, that's up to you. Visit your local Kia dealer today. Kia, movement that inspires.
See retailer for warranty details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
It's the most exciting time of the year. Postseason baseball in the Bronx. 2025 postseason tickets are on sale now, and this is your chance to be a part of the postseason excitement at Yankee Stadium. Hurry up and visit Yankees.com/postseason so you can have a chance to lock in the best seating locations. Again, log on to Yankees.com/postseason or call 212-YANKEES to learn more about all the ways you can be at Yankee Stadium for some postseason baseball. That's Yankees.com/postseason.
We're always talking New York sports on The Fan.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1/2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
That's great.
I've come to talk with you again.
Anthony Gallo, WFAN, New York City. Man, this is perfect. It's bringing the vibes down. I got you all the way till 2 a.m. until the great Pete Hoffman, the other half of the Gore Buddies. DJ, Paulie, Glue, Rosenberg on the other side of the glass as we both just melt down. Honestly, me and Rosenberg melting down before this Met game ended. Connor Green just living his best life. Yankees getting ready to battle for the division. The Mets embarrassing themselves. Again, I'll say it. The most impressive thing this team will ever accomplish if they miss the playoffs is being the biggest embarrassment in an embarrassing franchise's history. 888-808-1019. Walk me off the ledge. Come jump off with me. But let's get to the calls. And Vincent in River Edge, New Jersey, you start us off. What's up, Vinny?
Hey, Anthony, thank you for taking my call. A great opening there. Can I rip David Stern's a new one, please?
Let's go. This is what today's about. About.
What has this clown accomplished at the Brewers? I know. We take a mid-market team, that's right, and we make the playoffs every year. Great. Guess what? They never advance. The expectations in New York City are not just to make the goddamn playoffs, but to get to the World Series. Right. So last year, we went on a magical run, right? Now, did he do anything for that magical run? When we had the All-Star break, what did he do? Nothing, because we were a bad team at the All-Star break. And these magical runs, they come around once every 10 years. The last time we had a magical run,
right, Vinny,
was when
and
we
you know what Vincent, you know what the funniest part about it was? Last year, one of the best, and thank you for the call, man, one of the best parts of last year, one of the best seasons I've watched, but one of the best parts of last year was the surprises in the pitching staff. And I think what happened last year, and I'm not talking about re-signing Minaya, because I wanted Minaya back. And I truly believe if he didn't have the issues in his shoulder, he would have been fine. But that does not excuse the GM. One of the worst things that happened is the success they had last year had this GM fooled that he could re-sign guys or sign projects like the fact that I have to think about Griffin Canning being where the Mets season went wrong is a disaster. And I'm not saying fire him because I do trust the vision, but he deserves the most blame this year. Everyone deserves blame, but he deserves the most. Because obviously you see what Milwaukee's built this year, and he's right. Vincent is right. They've accomplished nothing. But you saw what they built. Clearly, that's the vision Stearns has. But the vision is imploding right now. And this is New York. You're not going to get to hide behind the Packers when football season comes around. And what, I guess, maybe the Bucks. I don't even know if they care about the Bucks in Milwaukee. And Wisconsin football and basketball. You can't hide around that stuff here. And the worst thing for Stearns is that the football teams got off to a terrible start. Because maybe people would be turning off the Met games and would be turning on the football games, or would we call it up here to talk about the football team? Instead, we got to talk about this disaster. And I had to walk Yankee fans, I had to calm them down all year. And the way they talked about the Yankees this year is how I feel about the Mets. Because the Yankees, that's a legit contender. Brian Cashman, he's still the best at what he does. Outside of Theo Epstein, Brian Cashman is still the best at what he does. And Epstein is retired right now, whatever he's doing, working in the commissioner's offices. The Mets are poorly built. They invested. And yes, you could throw out all the excuses that Nimmo's contract and McNeil's contract and Marte's contract were here before he got here. He had chances to get out from under him. He had chances to trade McNeil, to trade Marte, to find a way to get away from Nimmo. Sorry, I'm repetitive there. It's a disaster. All of it is a disaster. 888-808-1019. Robert in Manhattan. What's going on, Robert?
Hey, how are you doing, Anthony?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
Well, I'm a baseball fan. I have to be honest with you. I'm not a Mets fan. I'm a Dodger fan. I don't know how we would have done against you. You
guys would have smoked us. This notion that Met fans were confident if they played the Dodgers is just delusional.
Well, I got to tell you something. Look, I really thought in the middle of the year that the Mets were going to challenge the Philadelphia Phillies. Remember, they swept them in one series.
Rob,
and they were close.
I was an idiot too, and I thought they were also. They were 4 back in August, and I thought they were going to still challenge them.
Yeah, but they didn't. The Phillies swept them out, and they made a shambles of the NL East. And look, I don't know whether Cincinnati stinks or not, but they went into Milwaukee and they won what they had to. Yeah. So give them credit. I mean, I hate to do that.
Well, Rob, and I appreciate the call. I'm not taking credit away from the Reds and the Diamondbacks when I say they're not good teams. Yeah, they've been exciting. They also had, the Reds specifically had different expectations than the Mets and the Diamondbacks did, specifically the Mets. But the notion that the NL is anything more than four, maybe just two good teams, two teams, and then three teams battling out for the rest of the carcass. It's bad. It's not that deep. And this is, I'm taking shots at my fellow Met fans. All I had to hear about was how tough the National League was. Oh, it's so tough. Look at the AL right now. Rangers, Guardians might not even make the playoffs. And those two teams would run away with wild cards in the AL. Embarrassing. It's embarrassing. The Mets had a cakewalk. Look at where they are right now. They should be firmly in a position to make the playoffs right now. They should have clinched, but they didn't because they're not a good team. They're poorly built. Their best players are sharp and soft. And this last year was the anomaly. Alonso, Nimmo, McNeil, Lindor, that core has been soft for the majority of their time here. And for three of those guys, Nimmo, Alonso, and McNeil, it goes back to 2019 where they can't close. And when the going gets tough, they sprint away. They hide. Embarrassing. Let's go, Mets! Eddie in Naples, Florida. What's going on, Eddie?
How you doing tonight? I feel your pain there, buddy. Hey, listen, I've been around for a while. I'm an Eddie Claypool guy, so.
Okay.
He'd by idea the ideal Met. But I'm going to tell you, let's go and Jets here a little bit because I'm going to tell you what's going on. Just a minute ago, you guys were talking about the expectations of New York City and such. Well, let's just also remember between the Jets and the Mets and the Yankees and the Giants, there are two separate histories here. So I want to know this here. Somebody tell me once real quick here. Who dubbed Vientos? Who dubbed McNeil? Who dubbed Nimmo their kingship, that they're wonderful players? Why do we brag about our players before they actually produce on both these franchises, the Jets and the Mets? You got Sauce Gardner. Oh, he's the best. We just blew a bunch of money on him.
Well, Eddie, I'll tell you this much. I'm not a Sauce Gardner fan. At least that guy got all pro. What has Vientos, McNeil, and Nimmo done?
Well, my point being is, why must we laud our players before they actually accomplish something? Second point, I'll get off the phone for you. Carlos Mendoza, and he's a lovely man. I know he is. You can just tell by looking at his eyes.
Of course.
Nice guy.
I'm not saying he's a bad guy.
But this guy, do you really think that he can speak truth to power? You think he can knock on David Stern's door or Mr. Cohen's door and say, hey, look, you're not giving me enough rope here, okay?
And Eddie, I appreciate the call. Also, definitely sounded like he had a voice changer right there. Eddie's in the witness protection program, for sure. No, Mendoza can't do that. I also think Mendoza thought he had enough to win with this year. I think the Mets players and brass thought they had enough to win with this year. And the sad part about it is they could have invested, they could have brought in like Quintana back on a cheaper contract than having Montas. They could have invested smarter and not had to go out and blow the bank on a guy like Corbin Burns, who did not pitch this year because of injury, and still been in a better position than they are now. They could have called up the young guys sooner. Clearly, Nolan McLean was the guy. He could have been the guy in July. What did they need to see? And I hate to be this, and it's probably the way of Major League Baseball in 2025. The only thing that makes sense to me is they were, manipulating his service time. Otherwise, nothing else makes sense to me. Why wasn't he up? Sproat and Jonathan, I honestly don't even think should be up right now, but they're in a desperate situation. The kid's 21. I'm not saying he's not good enough, but I think we're throwing him in a bad position. Brandon Sproat, they called him up at the right time. Nolan McLean should have been up earlier. 888-808-1019. We'll take a break. We'll go back to your calls. We'll continue this vent sesh. Yankees fans call in. We can have some fun, bring some positivity to the party. We could try to talk Jaxson Dart if you think that's a positive thing. And back to crushing the Mets. All that, Anthony Gallo on the Fan till 2 a.m.
It's BT and Sal, middays 10 to 2 on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
Even the most basic things, Sal.
Yeah.
Like you watch this team and you're like, my God, it's a combination of boring and embarrassing, and it's just awful, and the Giant fans deserve so much better. It is a joke.
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Kick off the new season in a Mercedes-Benz from Mercedes-Benz of Edison. Upgrade to a new GLC, GLE, or GLS, or take advantage of their loaner-to-owner program. Buy or lease a 2025 X-Loaner and enjoy a like-new Mercedes-Benz. Now at Mercedes-Benz of Edison.
Let's go!
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Are you fans? It's football season, so make sure you catch all of the Scarlet Knights gridiron action this season on WFAN. Scarlet Knights football is presented by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together.
Got internet? Cool. A $200 Verizon gift card for switching to our Fios 1 gig plan? Hot. And here's a pro tip. Use it to pay your bill. It's like getting 2 months free. Plus, get a 5-year price guarantee. Hurry into your Verizon store today. Offer ends 10/8/25. Must install and maintain eligible Fios service in good standing for 65 days and register gift card per offer terms. One offer per account. Price guarantee for new customers on select plans and excludes taxes and other charges. See store for additional terms and conditions.
NFL Sunday's coming. You've got your crew, your couch, your snacks, your slate, and FanDuel is coming in with something extra. This isn't just another NFL Sunday. It's your chance to place that perfect parlay or hit your go-to player prop, and now we're making it even better. Because this week, FanDuel's bringing the bonus. That's right. Right now, all customers can get a 50% profit boost on any NFL bet. However you play your game, FanDuel's got your back with something extra in your account. Because that's what Sundays should feel like. Visit FanDuel.com/Geo to download the app and get in on the action before kickoff. That's FanDuel.com/GIO. We just love the app around here. It's safe and secure, and when you win, you get paid instantly. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of WFAN. 21 and over and physically present in New York. Opt-in required. Bonus issues, non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Talk New York sports on the Fan.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
I gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistent sin. All over Febreze car clips right on your bed. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
D'Agostino, Law, Bite Back. I'm injury attorney John Ryan D'Agostino, nicknamed The Closer, continuing D'Agostino and Associates' legacy of helping the injured for over 35 years. My father, John D'Agostino, built this injury firm to help accident victims.
This is John D'Agostino, and this is a family firm. For us, it's about doing what's right and making sure somebody pays for your pain. Call us first at 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-BITE-BACK.
They call me The Closer because big or small, in court or out, I'm fighting to get the job done, to win, to get you every dollar you deserve.
D'Agostino and Associates has offices throughout New York and New Jersey and will come to you. I've been there and I'll be there for you. Call us first at 1-800-BITE-BACK. 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-248-3222.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is kind of wild. You get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium hot or iced coffee, all for $6. That's the main character meal energy you need this fall. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead on the Dunkin' app. No substitutions. Participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
Hey, Connecticut, if you want name brand tires at the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services, then get to Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey I.
That's it. Positive Tommy is dead. I don't want no more Positive Tommy nonsense. All right? Read the room. Let's get, if you talk about the Knicks, you be positive about the Knicks. How about that? Otherwise, enough. There's no sugarcoating this anymore. And thank God for the Yankees. Honestly, thank God for the Yankees. We'll get a bridge. We'll get something exciting until Knicks basketball starts. Maybe even a championship. I know Yankee fans don't believe in that yet, but maybe, just maybe, we'll get a championship out of somebody. For the Mets, funeral, the meme with the spirit of Halloween going up on Citi Field. We're very close to that. Very close. Unless you're in the MLS, NYCFC, very sneaky. I like their betting odds, too. Maybe a championship at Citi Field after all, because they won't be playing there, so they'll have a home field there. While the Yankees play, hopefully, in the deep October. And they're still battling for the division. And we'll continue that conversation all night as well. Yankees, Jaxson Dart. But back to these Met calls, 888-808-1019. Randy in Oregon. What's up, Randy?
Hey, how you doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling, dude.
You bet. I'm sitting here looking at my Green Lawn, New York mug that I got 50 years ago when I left the island, and thank God for Odyssey. I can follow the man and you and others. But my comment about the Mets is real simple. If you think back to the first half of the year, they were doing great up to the All-Star break. I mean, the dugout was happy. The team was happy. It was like last year. They were playing for each other.
Yeah, it felt like even in their struggles in June, July was a little better. July was a better month. But even in their struggles in June, it felt like, we weathered it. This was the worst of it. We got through the injuries. But then guys like Minaya and Senga came back and were terrible.
Well, what I noticed was everybody seemed to be carrying this positive energy except one guy. One guy was really sucked the first half of the year, and that was Soto. And he had the sourpuss on the whole time. And so he didn't care. He wasn't happy because the team was doing good. He was pissed because he wasn't. Then the second half of the year, when the team's struggling and you could see them starting to have some stress, he's got the shuffle back. He's all happy because now he's doing better. It's about him. And then I start thinking about going into the All-Star game. Someone asked him, you didn't make the team. What do you think?
Well, right. And he had the comments about the money.
Yeah, does he say, hey, it'd be great to play with my teammates. It would have been nice. Would have been nice to represent New York. No, his comment is, I left money on the table. And if you think about it, the owner paid Soto what he paid him, not because of the team. That's the secondary. He paid him because of his real estate development. He needs to stir up this big energy for the team and all this excitement, so he overpaid the guy. And I just think, frankly, I think Soto on the team and the way it was all handled just takes away. Bring back the, what was that, Iglesias and the my God.
Randy, I appreciate the call, Randy. Jose Iglesias, okay. I would have loved to have Iglesias back. Jose Iglesias was not saving this season. The notion that, and this is a problem, and Randy's not wrong for what he's saying to feel that way. They did not stink this year because the vibes were off. Oh my God. They did not stink this year because JD Martinez and Jose Iglesias were not around, and Jesse Winker was on the IL all year. They weren't getting the job done. For a long portion of the year, they looked like they were having fun, and it didn't matter. And yes, Soto's to blame. It's not because of his attitude. Soto's to blame because he didn't get the job done for 2 months. Lindor's to blame because for 2.5 months, he hit 110. And sure, he's injured. But you know who didn't get an excuse for being injured and when his team was playing poorly? Mookie Betts. Aaron Judge. Obviously, Aaron Judge's slump was for like a week. But none of these guys get that excuse, so Lindor's not getting it. Nimmo gave us nothing for most of the idea. Most of the years. I'm reading the call screener. This was a collective failure. I don't care what the end of the year stats were for Soto, for Lindor, for Alonso. Nimmo and Vientos, they failed us. The three big guys failed us. They had stretches. Alonso and Lindor were red hot together for the first month and a half, and it showed. The pitching was good, but those two carried the offense. Outside of that, they have yet to get two guys going at the same time consistently, and it's killed them. 888-808-1-1. I need a break. Okay. The glue, Paul Rosenberg, tell me I need to take a break. We'll get back to your calls. We'll continue the conversation. The glue. WFAN's Josh Hart, as some would say, as I say. We'll get back to the conversation. Papa Giorgio takes over for Rosenberg after the break. We'll get an update from Marco. We'll continue the conversation. We'll go to the Mets, Yankees, Jaxson Dart. It's all on the table. Anthony Gallo till 2 a.m.
Congratulations to the New York Yankees on clinching a playoff spot.
The victory for the New York Yankees.
For the 60th time in their storied history, the Bronx Bombers will be playing for a championship.
These guys really believe they have something to prove.
They were one step away from their 28th World Series a year ago.
Los Angeles is the new champion.
Do they get it done this season?
I think the attitude is that these guys are hell-bent to win a title.
Catch every pitch.
Swing and a miss, he struck him out.
Every hit.
3-2 here to Judge. Here's the pitch. Here's the drive we were looking for. Deep to left. Way out of here.
He was ready for it.
Here on your home for New York Yankees baseball. 101.9 FM WFAN. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Don't you wish your life came with a warning app?
Stop. That dog does not want to be petted.
Just a little heads up before something bad happens.
Move your coffee cup away from your computer.
Oh, no.
So you can have more control.
Stop. You're texting your boss by mistake.
Uh-oh. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Warning. The cap is loose on that ketchup.
Ugh. Don't wait. You have the power to change the outcome. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its pre-diabetes awareness partners.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
If you work in New Jersey manufacturing, your chance to network, learn, and connect with resources for your business is October 3rd, the annual Made in New Jersey Manufacturing Day in Freehold. Both gubernatorial candidates will share their vision for industry in New Jersey. Register today at njmep.org.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout offer. When you bet on the team to win and they take a 17-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final whistle and start counting that cash. Hold up. You get early payout on parlays, too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. T&Cs apply.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1/2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Injured in an accident? You need help. The Rothenberg Law Firm. Lawyers that have built a legacy of victory over 5 decades, winning billions for their clients. The Rothenberg Law Firm. Call 1-800-624-8888 or visit injurylawyer.com.
We've got more sports talk coming up on The Fan.
You deserve a car that thrills you, a car that puts goosebumps on your goosebumps. At Nissan, we've got everything from turbocharged SUVs to 100% electric vehicles that'll make your heart beat faster. Experience the thrill for yourself. Shop your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today.
For all station contest rules, go to WFAN.com/rules.
Town Fair Tire, Connecticut's largest discount tire dealer. Because we give you the guaranteed lowest price and we honor every manufacturer's rebate. We even honor all our competitors' rebates. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
It's the most exciting time of the year. Postseason baseball in the Bronx. 2025 postseason tickets are on sale now, and this is your chance to be a part of the postseason excitement at Yankee Stadium. Hurry up and visit Yankees.com/postseason so you can have the chance to lock in the best seating locations. Again, log on to Yankees.com/postseason or call 212-YANKEES to learn more about all the ways you can be at Yankee Stadium for some postseason baseball. That's Yankees.com/postseason.
At Paramus Chevrolet, we understand that a car is more than 4 wheels. It's an extension of who you are. Hey, it's Mike Tandarella, General Manager of Paramus Chevrolet. Because everyone has unique taste, we stock a large variety of certified pre-owned automobiles. So you're sure to find something you absolutely love. And it gets better. Enjoy our exclusive Paramus Chevrolet VIP Plus program. A lifetime of complimentary oil changes, courtesy shuttles, and loaner car availability. Visit us in person or online at ParamusChevrolet.com.
Wake up with Boomer and Gio. Mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 12 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by PoliceOfficersRightToSue.com. Mets just can't seem to straighten things out. Marlins explode for 6 runs in the 5th as they dump them at 6-2, push them to the outside, looking in for the playoffs with 2 games to play.
We put ourselves in this position, here we are, we got to come back tomorrow and the next day now, we got to win the next 2 and see what happens, but we did it ourselves.
Francisco Lindor leadoff homer, but the Mets unable to score after the first. Brandon Sproat 4 scoreless, then it all fell apart. Gave up 4 runs, 5 hits, and 4 2/3. Gregory Soto made things worse, and 2 runs, 3 hits, and an inning in a third. The Reds won. The Diamondbacks are losing right now, 6-2 to the Padres in the 7th. If that score holds, then Arizona's eliminated. But the Mets tied with the Reds, and since he owns the tiebreaker, 2 games to play. Also an injury issue as Brett Beatty left this one right side soreness. Giancarlo Stanton rounding into playoff form, went deep twice, drove in 4. Yankees up the Orioles 8-4.
He's just so good at focusing and understands what's at stake, and just, and I think the first at bat when he goes right center, I think he fell behind kind of 2 awkward little swings. He's 0-2 and just processes it, though. Processes the swings.
Aaron Judge added his 52nd homer. The Blue Jays did win, so they remain tied atop the AL East. Toronto owns a tiebreaker, 2 to play. And at the Ryder Cup, Team Europe, a 3-point lead on Team USA after 1 day. 72 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, The Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
This is the end, beautiful friend.
What a disaster. This is the mood. This is what they've done. Normally I play upbeat music. I can't do it. The vibes are destroyed. You guys want to talk about the locker room? How about here? How about us, the fans? Those vibes are destroyed. I've bothered everyone around here with this fact, but I thought this was interesting. Real quick, and I swear we'll get back to the calls. I saw this tidbit Connie Mack, born a week before the invention of the bowling ball in 1862, managed a player that is still living today in 2025. 1952 AL MVP Bobby Shantz turns 100 years old today. And that's pretty cool. I don't know. I thought that was cool. Maybe I'm a loser. Fitting, because I'm a Mets fan. Thank you, Rosenberg, for the thumbs up as he approves me advertising myself as a loser. We are on the verge of the most embarrassing feat, the most embarrassing season, most disgusting failure in New York Mets franchise history. That's what this is. If they cannot make the playoffs, you make the playoffs, it's not an embarrassment. It could still be a failure, but it's not an embarrassment. It's not the biggest embarrassment ever. Whatever shortcoming, embarrassing record, collapse, 07, 08, the skid in 2022 that bled into the playoffs, 88 being a disappointment, their expansion year where they broke the record for most losses, this tops all of it. Juan Soto came to the Mets and achieved something remarkable, and this will be that. Not him with the 40-40 and the 40 homers, 40 steals, whatever it is. It's an embarrassment. And we look at the team on the other side of town, whose fans never defend the team. And they are a legitimate World Series contender. Yet, for 4.5, 5 months, my fellow Met fans have tried to talk themselves into this team, and they pick their favorite players to defend, whether it's Soto or Alonso or Lindor, whether it's the manager or the GM. All of it is indefensible. You come into the year with a bunch of question marks at starting pitching, with a bullpen that had nothing to get you to your elite closer, to the point that he barely pitches this year. Third base, second base, center field, catcher, nothing out of those positions. Nothing out of DH again. And the misery continues. The Mets put the M in misery and the E in embarrassment. The T in terrible. The S in suck. That's the Mets. I am never like this. If you've listened to any of my shows, obviously a lot of you don't know who I am. Anthony Gallo. I haven't done this that long. I tend to be logical, refrained, temperamental, glass half full. I'm usually the one trying to be the therapist. I'm not even doing a show right now. I'm just venting. 888-808-1019. Paul in Hartford. What's going on, Paul?
Anthony, what's up, man?
How are you, dude?
Good. I'm with you. This reminds me so much of 2007 that I want to go back. I want to go forward with this Mets team, but it does remind me of that, how they were playing so bad in the second half, and then they had to play the Marlins at the end of that weekend, and Glavine went out, and they showed their true colors, did everything they did bad in the second half.
Yep.
Henry Blanco almost hit that grand slam to get him back in the game.
Ramon Castro, but yes.
Or Castro, yeah. Caught the ball right at the warning track.
Oh, it crushed my 14-year-old soul.
I laid on the carpet till the seventh inning, face down. I couldn't believe it. Here we go again. Same case scenario. But let me tell you one thing. Back to that. I'm not going to get on structural McNeil. Should we pick a third baseman? That's not the time tonight. We have plenty of winter.
We have a whole winter to get on that.
Yes, we do. Castro, my bad. Yes, you're right. I said Blanca.
That's all good.
You're right. But here's the thing. Because I'm all flushed. I'm like flustered right now.
They're ruining us.
With the tattoos on his forearms, the whole thing. I thought that ball was gone. But you know what? They showed their true colors backing. But this is the same case scenario. And I'm going to just bring up this point, not about structural, McNeil, pick a third baseman. We could do that all winter, like I said. The thing is right here is the last press conference, he said, he's like, I would have made these moves if I knew, Stearns, what this entailed and all that. You know what? It's on you, Stearns. No, it's not about that. It's on you.
It is.
The other thing is, he went into this season with Griffin Canning, and every diehard Mets fan knew that Montas was a disaster. He didn't, but we all knew. So, boy, wonder.
I'm going to put my hand up. Dude. I'm going to admit, dude, I was drinking the Kool-Aid. I'm like, this guy's going to make Montas into a stud. Like an idiot. I'm an idiot for believing that.
Oh, we all did. Griffin Canning. We all knew he got lit up. He was, pitching well in with Anaheim, but we're bringing him in now. So he wanted to do this whole thing. Okay, Cohen, you're going to go out and get we're going to let you get Soto. But I'm going to do all this behind the scenes. We went in with a disaster with Holmes, and we're going to recreate him as a starter, and we're going to get Montas, and we're going to get Senga, who we all know needs 10 days rest, and we're going to do all this, and we're going to hopefully McGill can come to form, and we all knew Peterson should be pitching better than he should.
And I think they did Peterson dirty. I think they did Peterson dirty, and I appreciate it, Paul. I never thought Peterson was an ace. I do think he's better than what he's shown over the last month. They did him dirty. You gave the guy zero margin to make a mistake. And then he had to be perfect, and you ran him into the ground, too. Out of all the guys, you didn't baby him all year. The one guy who probably needed a breather was him because he was a workhorse. And now he's shot. Maybe he's ruined. Just like Senga's ruined. We have two guys in our starting rotation that can only go 3 innings. It's an embarrassment. And then they're both going to pitch today. Who's pitching Sunday? Kodai Senga needs an emotional support dog on the mound with him. It's ridiculous. Ray in Brooklyn, what's going on, Ray?
My guy, Gallo, what it is.
What's up, Ray?
My guy.
Ray, I hope you're calling to talk Knicks, dude, because get us to Knicks basketball. Oh, you're a Yankee fan, so you have something to look forward to.
Right. Yeah, no, and let me tell you, though, I did want to say something about the Knicks, but let me just go rapid fire here a little bit. Like you said, thank God for the Yankees.
Yes.
And you know what? Thank God for you, because, I keep giving you your flowers on Twitter and on the air. I shouted you out when I spoke to C-Mac yesterday. You are by far the most realistic, subjective, impartial, and objective Mets fan on this damn airwaves. Like I said, and I know you saw my tweet because you liked it.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
No problem. A distant second is Evan Roberts because he does have some, IBO qualities or whatever it is he calls it. But, so here it is, right? The Yankees, I'm not one of these Yankee fans. They annoy me. The Yankee fans who always want to fire Boone and Cashman. It's complete BS.
Oh, right.
I'm always 3/4 glass full. Never half glass full. Always 3/4 when we're struggling. So we got the best player in the league in Judge. We got guys like
you got one of the best. Take away Will Warren, you still have one of the best starting pitching staffs in the league. One of the best bullpens. The defense is grossly overstated how bad it is. It's not that bad. It's just the average defense. It's not a strength, but it's not terrible. Honestly, when Mark Leiter's not on the mound, they're decent defense. When Mark Leiter's on the mound, they're bad. But it's the truth.
Yeah, I heard that today. I heard that today.
And Ray, I appreciate it. I got to tell you this much. After 2009, the Yankees were good in my book. You took down the Phillies. That's all I needed. And you know what? If it's Phillies, Yankees in October this year, guess what? The church is open. I can tell you that much.
Well, listen, you're the man. But let me say this quickly about the Mets, because you're going to get these delusional Mets fans who are going to call you and fight you on Soto. Soto, when he got hot, they were 3-14 in June when he got hot. He was garbage, empty stats. Then again, when he got hot the second time in August, they finished the month 11-17, garbage, empty stats. Then in September down the stretch, the Mets can basically not buy a win when he's padding his stats. So you are 1,000% right. And if he misses the playoffs this year, that'll be the 2 times in the last 4 years. So he will now be making the playoffs as much as he's missing the playoffs. And you're not wrong about that.
And I appreciate the call, Ray. I'm not just blaming Soto. I'm blaming everyone. I just don't want to hear about Alonso, Lindor, and Soto's stats as the reason why I can't blame them. I can blame them. Soto's been great for the last, 40 days. But you know what? Too late. He did it too late. Lindor was great for the first month and a half and the last month. There was a whole month he was missing. Alonso's been pretty consistent this year. His end of July, middle of August was pretty bad when it came to him not getting a big hit. But he also did not do enough. I don't want to hear about it. When A-Rod was on the Texas Rangers, no one was giving him big ups. This is what this is going to be. Soto's hitting sub 250 with runners in scoring position. Lindor's been awful for more of the season than he's been good. Nimmo's been non-existent for 80% of the season. Vientos, same story. It's embarrassing. Roscoe in Brooklyn, what's going on, Roscoe?
Yo, Ant, real quick, I got a question, right?
Yeah.
If you a Mets fan, right?
Yes.
All right. If you guys knew coming into the season you had all these issues that you keep crying about, all you Met fans, why you go and sign the homeboy in right field, and now y'all crying about him? Like
I'm not crying about him, Roscoe. What is the point of your call, though?
But a lot of people are blaming Stearns for the signing. Guys,
No. I'm not. All right, Roscoe. I can't speak for other Met
going.
fans. I have no problem with the Soto signing. I have a problem with the fact that they did nothing with the pitching staff.
You know, homeboy's about to go sit on the couch right now and watch the best team in New York play in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Do you know that,
Roscoe?
Do you understand that?
Roscoe,
you guys got the best.
Roscoe, this is the thing. I am pro Yankees. I am a as pro Yankee as a Met fan can be. Yankee fans, you're a little obsessed. We're the same people. You guys win a lot more. It's the same fans. Yeah, he's going to sit on the couch. The Yankees are the best team in New York. The Yankees might end up being the best team in baseball when it's all said and done. I'm not running away from that. I'm not the big brother, little brother type of Met fan, okay? If the Mets do not make the playoffs, I'm going to root for you guys. That's simple as that. You think I want to see the Phillies or the Dodgers win the World Series? Hell no. When you guys got to the World Series last year, all I wanted was for you to knock those bums off in L.A. That's it. In 2009, all I wanted was for you guys to shove it in Chase Utley, Jimmy Rollins, and Ryan Howard's face. That's all I wanted. Yeah, the Mets, let me reiterate this. Soto did not do enough. Alonso didn't do enough. Lindor didn't do enough. The pitching staff sucked. The bullpen was inconsistent outside of Diaz. The manager and GM were not good this year. I'm still signing Soto 10 times out of 10. That did not hinder them from getting other players. Instead of signing Montas, why not bring back Quintana and then use more money on better pitchers than Paul Blackburn and Griffin Canning? You could have spent that $20 million and added 2 major league arms instead of a guy who barely pitched this year. Instead of signing Jesse Winker back, why not go out and get another bullpen arm? Why? Because the vibes, you needed a guy in there to smash his helmet on the ground? They tried so hard to re-sign Jose Iglesias. Why? So he could play music in the clubhouse? It cannot always come back to the vibes and the chemistry. That can't be the issue here every year with the Mets. That's embarrassing if it is. And if that's the case, blow the whole freaking team up. I don't think the Mets did not stink this year because the vibes were off. The Mets stunk this year because they were poorly put together and their team was not playing well. Jeff Kent and Barry Bonds got into a fist fight in the dugout. They went to the World Series that year. I don't want to hear about chemistry. This isn't the NBA. This isn't a quarterback and wide receiver. It's 9 guys playing an individual sport that collectively chase the same goal, whatever the De Niro quote is in Untouchables. Braden in Manhattan. What's going on, Braden?
Hey, man. Recent transplant from Pittsburgh, so I'm a proud Pirates, Steelers,
Braden,
fan.
let me tell you this. Thank you for your Pirates at least doing one half of the job for us this week. You know, it didn't matter because the Mets still blew it, but thank you.
You know what? It's a great segue into my question because I've been here for 4 months, and I listen to WFAN every day after listening to 93.7 The Fan back in Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm.
It just got me. I thought I could maybe spark a pretty good monologue here as I'm stuck in Manhattan traffic. It's terrible.
Wow.
So every year I go into April, opening day. I know we're doomed. We're never going to make anything. We're never going to make the playoffs.
Yeah. And that's
the last time we made the playoffs, I was 13 years old, and that was the first time they'd done it in almost 20 years.
Yeah, Braden, and you know what? I wanted to see you guys spend this offseason, and I can't stand Bob Nutting. I honestly think he holds the sport back so much, a guy like that.
He does. He's one of a handful of owners who really hold the sport back without a salary cap. So the question that I had for you, Anthony, I'm a first-time caller, too. I love your show.
Appreciate it.
Is it worse to be a fan of a team in a great market that spends well and, well, maybe not spends well, but spends a lot, and then to be disappointed when it doesn't come to fruition?
Okay.
Or is it worse to just go into every opening day saying, like, great, we get to waste 3 or 4 years of Paul Skeen's prime, and then he goes to New York or L.A.?
Oof.
I just wanted to propose that monologue to you. I figured it would be,
Well, Braden,
a different perspective.
That's a tough. I appreciate it. I'll come in with a little levity here. That's tough because you know what? I can't even go with. Well, look at the Rays and we've seen the A's at time overachieve. The Brewers. I mean, Stearns did it with the Brewers. The Pirates don't even spend that much. So I would rather be in this situation. I got to be honest. I'm not. I crushed Bob Nutting earlier this year for not spending. I think, screw the salary cap. That guy needs to spend money, or he shouldn't be an owner of a baseball team. It's as simple as that. But it's tough. It is tough. The closest I could get to that feeling is, and it's not the same because I don't live in the city, but with my favorite soccer team, Roma, like that is the closest. And even them, they spend money more than I guess a small market team would. And that's a tough existence. And there's no reason why the Pirates shouldn't go into next year trying to put a winner around Skeens and that group of players. And for the Mets, they're going to go into next year. Stearns is going to have 3 guys in the rotation that he hopes are good. You have to think about it. I want Met fans, and we're going to go to break and we'll get back to your calls after that. I want Met fans to realize this too. Do not expect 5 new starting pitchers next year. You got the 3 young guys. You hope that we don't damage Jonah Tong too much. You got the 3 young guys, Peterson, Senga, and Minaya, all under contract. Senga, I believe, may be traded. He has a no-trade clause. He probably doesn't want to be here anymore after getting sent down. 888-808-1019. We'll come back. Are the Yankees a legit contender, Yankee fans? Is it time to maybe start believing a little bit? Also, Will Warren cannot be in the starting rotation come playoff time. I don't have many concerns about this Yankees team. He cannot be in the starting rotation come playoff time. And last night, because it's now Saturday morning, last night's display is another example of that. But they have a lot to be excited about. Met fans, the Vensetch continues. Jaxson Dart, first career start on Sunday. A lot to get to. Anthony Gallo till 2 a.m.
Every Saturday at 8 a.m., it's Kickoff with Boomer and Mike Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL.
I look forward to breaking down that game with you, but I know we do have some NFL news to get into and talk about.
Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and the iHeartRadio app.
It's the most exciting time of the year. Postseason baseball in the Bronx. 2025 postseason tickets are on sale now, and this is your chance to be a part of the postseason excitement at Yankee Stadium. Hurry up and visit Yankees.com/postseason so you can have a chance to lock in the best seating locations. Again, log on to Yankees.com/postseason or call 212-YANKEES to learn more about all the ways you can be at Yankee Stadium for some postseason baseball. That's Yankees.com/postseason.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Football is back, and it looks like we're going to get thrills from both teams this year, but thrills are nothing new at Bay Ridge Mazda. Tired of that clunker you've been driving? Just bring it in to Bay Ridge Mazda for up to $2,000 over book value all month long. The time is now to make a trade. Head over to the place where everybody wins, Bay Ridge Mazda, located on 4th Avenue and 90th Street, or buy your car direct at BayRidgeMazda.com and have it delivered to your door. That's Bay Ridge Mazda, 4th Avenue and 90th Street in Bay Ridge, Ridge, Brooklyn.
It's officially Ryder Cup week, and our friends over at Flag and Anthem have the best officially licensed Ryder Cup gear on the market. From polos to vests to quarter zips and hoodies, every piece is built with premium performance fabrics for all-day comfort. Shop online at flagandanthem.com. Flag and Anthem, real clothes for real life.
This is John D'Agostino from D'Agostino & Associates. It's not easy being an accident victim these days. I mean, how do you choose the right lawyer? The radio, TV, buses, and billboards are filled with law firms making the same old promises, bragging about the same big results. They talk about their proven track record and hope they'll get you to sign on the dotted line. But then what? If a lawyer tells you from day one what your case is worth, please turn around and run. If a lawyer tells you how quickly they'll get your case settled, I beg you, turn around and run. The right lawyer is not a fortune teller. The right lawyer is honest, straightforward, and knows every case is different. He or she will have the experience to get you every dollar you deserve at the right time. So if you want to know your rights and you want to be told the truth, call D'Agostino & Associates today at 888-24-LAW-24. That's 888-24-LAW-24 and ask for me, John D'Agostino, because I've been there and I'll be there for you. D'Agostino, Law, Bite Back.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Oh, the fitting soundtrack of the night. Mets depression. And we're going to bring this mood up in a bit. We're definitely about to get into some Yankees conversations. Jaxson Dart on Sunday for the Giant fan out there that's clinging to anything to be positive about. And Jeff fans, buckle up. That's all I'm saying. Not that my football team's much better anyway with the Broncos. We continue this Mets conversation, though. It has been an embarrassment. And I'm sure somebody's going to call up tonight and say, oh, they still got 2 games left. Well, you know what? They can win those 2 games and miss the playoffs. None of this feels good. I am not confident. I wasn't confident coming into the week. I wasn't confident. Even after the comeback win, I started to drink the Kool-Aid a little bit and get a little excited. But I wasn't confident. I was just like, all right, here we go. And we sit here waiting impending doom. And the funniest part about it is we have our most reliable starter going today. Clay Holmes, you know he'll give you 4 innings, 2 runs, and then he'll disappear. And they'll bring him Manaea, and you get to just pray that, you know, Mauricio covers third base, or Alonso could field a ground ball, or one of their relief pitchers could come in and not give up a run. You know, can a guy inherit a runner and not give up a run? Soto today, Rogers previously. Whatever name, you name it, they've done it. Steve in Houston, what's going on, Steve?
Is Mr. Hoffman on after you tonight?
He is. You got a little double dip of the Gore buddies, Steve, because I know.
It's my Gore buddies.
And we have we're gonna record soon, I promise you. Between 28 years later and Weapons, there's a lot of movies to talk about.
Well, so last time we talked, you were moving in with your girlfriend, then you're going to go see Weapons, and I told you, this season is Final Destination. We see it coming the whole time, and you're like, no. And the worst thing that can happen. We thought we saw it, but what if we lose by 15 tomorrow or the next day? Because here's the other nightmare. Devin Williams is going to be in our bullpen. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. I don't want it to happen.
Oh, you mean the Mets next year?
Yes.
Oh, Steve, stop. Please don't do that. Don't do that to me, Steve. Steve, don't do that to me.
It to happen.
And I think Devin Williams has kind of, I know he's been up and down all year, but he's been a little bit more reliable where he is. If he's the closer next year and Diaz is not back, I'm going to cry. I'll tell you this much, Steve.
Listen. I'm not I'm not saying closer. I'm just saying in the bullpen because
let's just, before we jump from one horror to the next, let's just finish this year. So you saw Weapons, though, right, Steve?
Oh, yeah, it's classic.
You know what this moment is right now? It's the woman laying on the lawn, and you're staring at the window waiting for the kids to bust through that window. That's what this is right now. Like the impending death is upon us.
That's very true. Very true. Let me just ask you one thing. The long-term solution for center field.
Okay.
What do you I mean, Taylor has earned the right to play, but I don't think he's a long-term solution.
He's got to be your fourth outfielder. He cannot be the opening day center fielder next year.
But so then who is it? Because I don't think that person's on the roster. Hey, keep up the good work, brother, man.
I appreciate it, Steve. I mean, they are going to have to. I was all for the Mullins trade. I liked what Mullins used to be. He has been terrible. Jose Siri has given us nothing. And Taylor, sure, if he's the only blemish on your lineup offensively, you can live with that. But when you have third base and second base and catcher giving you nothing offensively, your center fielder can't just be a good defender. That's it. You see with the Yankees, Ryan McMahon, they can live with him because the other 8 guys on the team are hitting. I mean, center field, it could be Jet Williams, could be a young player, Raymer or Reamer, whatever his name is, or Carson Bange. I got to learn how to pronounce these guys' names. I don't know. I also don't know what the free agent market has out there. There's big changes coming, though. If they get in and don't win a World Series, the worst thing that could happen is they go to the NLDS, and it's not the worst. They go to the NLDS and nothing changes. I'm rooting for that. I'd rather go to the NLDS and deal with the repercussions after than missing the playoffs. But the one good thing that'll happen is there's no shot Cohen allows this team to go into next year with the same roster and makeup and game plan. 888-808-1019. Robbie and Lennox. What's going on, Robbie?
Crazy.
Robbie.
Yeah, what's going on, Anthony? How you doing? I'm here.
Long time no talk. What's up, dude?
Hey, man, bring on the New York Rangers.
No, I mean, with the Barkov, I'm not rooting for injuries ever, but with the Barkov injury, there's, maybe there's something there.
Oh, Barkov got hurt? Oh, there you go.
Yeah, he's going to be out the whole year. Robbie, how do you not know that?
I don't know that. I just watched preseason the other night. Oh, my God, that's amazing. Considering my buddy who's a Mets fan jumped on the bandwagon. So here's the deal. So my friend Gerard and I have been friends since 1973. We started playing baseball with each other, right? Since the Mets were, I saw the last Met championship. Well, not in '86. I saw that one, but I also saw the Mets play the A's in '73. So that's how far back I go with you. Gotta believe. It's funny. Somebody, did you quote the other night? Who said it? Gotta believe it's Tug McGraw. Somebody did.
No, that wasn't me. I haven't been on since August. So
yeah, no, you've been on. It's been a while. So anyway, listen. Here's the deal. I want to talk about the Mets for a second. That's Ringo. That's my cat. Ring, please. Anyway, so here's the deal, right? I get the best talking cat. So the Mets, to me, I don't know why nobody's faulting Steve Cohen. Why is anybody faulting the owner?
What exactly could Steve Cohen have done differently?
Well, okay. Doesn't Steve Cohen know that Clay Holmes is not a starter? Doesn't he? Does he know that Canning was okay?
Robbie, I'll say this much: the Clay Holmes stuff. Clay Holmes is not. The Clay Holmes has been fine this year. They spent.
I know he has.
Like that can't be where the blame is. And
I know that.
We crush owners for meddling too much, and this guy has not done that. And all he's done is spend his money. He's created a better environment at the stadium. He's spent on infrastructure.
Population, certainly.
He's spent on everything. He's spent on development and analytics and the roster. I'm not blaming the owner at this point. We all love the Stearns hiring. At this point, if we're going to crush him for that, fine. I can't crush him for the roster moves when all he's done is spend his money. It's the same thing I say with Hal. Yankee fans get on Hal all the time. All he does is spend his money.
Yeah, but Hal doesn't seem to go the extra mile like he used to. But here's the thing about the Yankees, okay? To me, the problem for me with the Yankees going into the playoffs is three things, okay? It's obviously hitting with runners in scoring position. The other thing to me is that it's the bullpen inconsistency this season. But the one thing to me that's going to screw up the Yankees in the playoffs, and I know people are going to get on my case, is Aaron Boone and his inability to keep starters in. He tries to rely on the bullpen too much to try to get 12 outs. Let your starters go. Rely more on your starters, because to me, that's the problem with Boone. He just micromanages. They all do it. Mendy does it too. When he takes out a guy, throwing a 6 out. Yeah, when he throws a guy throwing 6 outs. I'm tired of the analytics. Manage by the seat of your pants. I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's too much about analytics and about third time around the order. All that crap. I never heard of that garbage when I was growing up. I was 6 years old.
Robbie, I appreciate the call, my man. I think we could criticize at times. I also think that a lot of us, and myself included, have to get used to the fact that these guys are not going 7-8 innings anymore. They're just not. And as far as the Yankees, I think the bullpen has been pretty stable since the deadline. They had that 1 week where, Bednar struggled and Devin Williams was a complete shell of himself and Luke Weaver was still not back yet. I like their bullpen. I love their starting rotation. I don't trust Will Warren. That's about where I draw the line. I like Cam Schlittler. I like Fried. I like Rodon. Luis Gil has been fine since he's only getting better. The more healthier he gets, he's only getting better. Devin Williams has been fine. Yes, I'm not trusting him to close out games in October. His last 15 games, he's given up 5 earned runs in 14 innings. It's not amazing. It's not perfect. It's not as terrible as Yankee fans make it out to be. He hasn't given up a run in his last 7 innings. And yet I still got to hear about Devin Williams. And their average with runners at scoring position is 250. It's not tremendous. Their best players hit with runners at scoring position, unlike the Mets' best players. And if you're a Yankee fan and you want to get on the fact that maybe you don't trust Judge in October, all right, I'll take my chances 10 times out of 10 with the best player on the planet going into October every year. Because I don't view Judge. I'll put it this way: Julius Randle's. I know it's two different sports. Julius Randle in the playoffs, him struggling. That guy was pressing, and you could see it. I don't view Judge as a guy that's pressing. When I like last year, if he doesn't drop that ball in Game 5, I don't think we view his playoffs last year as poorly as some of you view it. So, I like the Yankees in the American League. I told you the Tigers were frauds, and now you got the Guardians. The Guardians don't. I like the Yankees over the Guardians. I like the Yankees over the teams in the West. I like the Yankees over the Red Sox. Now, yes, the Blue Jays, I like that team. They also have to prove they can do it in October. I got to hear about Aaron Judge and how he can't do it in October. What gives you this faith, if you're afraid of the Blue Jays, that they're somehow going to turn it on in October when they've never done that before? You have guys like Cody Bellinger and Stanton who have done it in the playoffs before. Max Fried is this misnomer that he stinks in the playoffs. He's pitched the clinching game of the World Series. They're going to have 2 guys that are 18, 19 game winners. I have to double check how many wins they actually both had. They could still win the division. They're going to get a bye. Today they have, who is it? We get Schlittler today, Heel to end the season. You're going to get your 2 best pitchers starting game 1 and 2 whether it's the wild card round or the bye. That's incredible. The Yankees win the division. They're going to have the best record in the American League. How many of you thought that was coming? And again, outside of New York, and I guess Boston and Toronto, people view the Yankees, the experts view the Yankees a lot differently than Yankee fans do. And yes, you're always harder on your own team. This Yankees team is a legit World Series contender. And for everything they've dealt with this year, this would be a special year to do it. No Garrett Cole. Stanton's elbows. He's hurt for 3 months of the season, and he's been their best player since he's been back after Judge. Heel was hurt. You've dealt with injuries at multiple key positions. Debilitating injuries. One of the best, most consistent pitchers in baseball has not thrown an inning for you guys this year. Imagine next year when you get him back and you're starting the rotation with Cole, Fried, and Rodon, and you're ending it with a combination of Heel, Schlittler, Schmidt, and Warren. And who's to say that they don't go out and spend? 888-808-1019. John in Maspeth, what's going on, John?
What's up? I made a little song up for you guys.
Let me hear it, John. Let me hear it.
Na 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 na. Hey, hey, goodbye.
I appreciate. I thought he was going to keep going. I wanted to have a conversation. John, noted Soto hater, has taken a lot of pleasure, and that's okay. This is supposed to be fun. The banter is supposed to be fun. Nothing bothers me more than Yankee fans that act like they don't care about the Mets. It's okay. It's okay to talk smack. I root for the Yankees. I also love seeing my best friends, all of my best friends are Yankee fans. I love seeing them miserable too. It's okay. I'm also not one of these Met fans who, if the Yankees are playing a team in the NL that I need them to beat, I'm rooting for the Yankees. In 2009, I could not have been a bigger Yankee fan when they were playing the Phillies. When Johnny Damon stole third, I was fist pumping like you thought I was from the Bronx. 888-808-1019. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll take the rest of your calls. We'll jump more into the baseball conversation. Jaxson Dart starts on Sunday. A lot to get to. Anthony Gallo till 2 a.m.
It's Evan and Tiki. Afternoons on the Fan 101.9 FM.
Abdul Carter, I know you're a rookie, but you came in talking like you were the man. You got a quarterback, Pat Mahomes, dead to rights for a sack. Sack him. Don't let him toss a ball 70 yards downfield and get a PI. Oh, and Drew Phillips. Can you play consistently, please?
Listen to Evan and Tiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, Attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
When the job gets tough, tradespeople get tougher, and Supply House is built to back them up. Supply House stocks over 250,000 products from hundreds of the top brands in plumbing, HVAC, and electrical. Whether you need an industrial boiler or a $2 coupling, they ship it fast and deliver customer support that knows the trades inside and out. Use promo code FAN5 for 5% off your first order That's supplyhouse.com, promo code FAN5.
Fall is in the air, and that means spectacular savings at Open Road Mazda of Morristown and Open Road Mazda of East Brunswick. Lease the versatile 2025 Mazda CX-5 all-wheel drive for only $239 per month for 36 months. Or choose the rugged 2025 Mazda CX-50 all-wheel drive for just $249 per month for 36 months. Prices are falling at Open Road Mazda of Morristown and Open Road Mazda of East Brunswick. Visit us today for exceptional seasonal offers. Click shop, we deliver. OpenRoadMazda.com. Must finance through Mazda Financial Services. See dealer for complete details.
Hey, Connecticut, if you want name brand tires at the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services, then get to Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
You make sure his toys don't have any sharp edges. You taught her what to do when the smoke alarm goes off and to wear a helmet when she rides her bicycle. You do so much to keep your child safe. But are you using the right car seat for your child? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Protect your child's future at every stage of life. For information on the right seat for your child, visit safercar.gov/the right seat.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
You deserve a car that thrills you. A car that puts goosebumps on your goosebumps. At Nissan, we've got everything from turbocharged SUVs to 100% electric vehicles that'll make your heart beat faster. Experience the thrill for yourself. Shop your local Nissan store at nissanusa.com today.
It's the most exciting time of the year. Postseason baseball in the Bronx. 2025 postseason tickets are on sale now, and this is your chance to be a part of the postseason excitement at Yankee Stadium. Hurry up and visit yankees.com/postseason so you can have the chance to lock in the best seating locations. Again, log on to yankees.com/postseason or call 212-YANKEES to learn more about all the ways you can be at Yankee Stadium for some postseason baseball. That's yankees.com/postseason.
Real sports talk for real fans with real opinions. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Oh, it's G1 coming. This is not John and Matt Smith, by the way. Although it did do a beautiful rendition of it. Oh, man. Honestly, I feel a lot better than before I did this show. So thank you guys for bearing with me and let me vent a little bit. I was texting David Marinik before, a little bit after I opened. I was like, I wasn't even doing a show. I was just venting. That's where we're at. The Knicks, I know Giants and Jet fans can sympathize with this. My football team stinks. The Broncos are going to be under 500 the entire season. So get me the Knicks basketball. You know what? I'm sorry. We got the Yankees. For those of you that care, we got NYCFC. They'll be in the playoffs. I know half of you just clicked off the radio station. So we got something. We got the Yankees. We got something to look forward to. And then we get the Knicks.
NYCFC was still the last champions, right? In New York?
Well, the Liberty. But
Liberty, yeah.
So the Liberty last year, NYCFC in 2021. And then the Yankees. No, not the Yankees. It'd be the Giants after that, correct? 2011?
Yeah.
Ugh.
Seems so long ago.
Well, actually, you know what? The Brooklyn Cyclones, they just won, whatever it is, the Eastern League. And so we got that. Shout out to Joe DeRock. That's a depressing sentence that I just uttered right there. We get the local paper in Bay Ridge, like the Brooklyn paper, and on the front of it, the South Brooklyn paper, it's got the Cyclones holding up the banner. I grabbed this like I'm going to hold on to it and like it's going to be a memory. That's where we're at. That's where the Mets have put me, in a bad place. We do got a big Hudson River Derby. NYCFC trying to retain home field advantage for the playoffs. Should be exciting for those of you that care. I mean, they just got their butts kicked by Messi and his friends. 888-808-1019. Mets, Yankees, Jaxson Dart. It's all on the table. Chris in Farmingdale. What's going on, Chris?
Yo, what's going on, man? How's it going?
I'm good. How are you, dude?
Besides the Mets, I think we're good.
Okay, good.
Dude, doesn't this remind you? I said this probably weeks ago, and I was maybe being half serious. I'm watch the Marlins end our season again, because that's what it stands for. Marlins ended the season. Because I just have a feeling that it's going to be like 07, 08, and you felt it. that 2-0 lead going into I even said going to the third, like, you better score more runs because you knew this team was going to blow it any second. There's not one pitcher on this team. I can't even get on.
You know what the moment was, Chris? When Lindor, they're up 2-0, and Lindor hits that shot down the right field line, and the first baseman snags it and doubles up the guy at first. I was like, this feels like a bad omen. That felt like the moment because if that's 2 inches higher, they get 2 runs in, and we're up 4-0, and they probably cruise to it. Well, I can't say cruise, but you're feeling better at that point. But he snags that ball, and I'm like, man, like Sandy Alcantara just walked the tightrope, got out of it, and then he was a stud the rest of the game.
Yeah, and 2024 Vientos would have came through and hit the grand slam.
Oh.
I don't know what I really thought he got out of his shell. I thought, okay, the sophomore slump is over. No, he's still swinging at bad pitches like he's a rookie. He doesn't look dialed in. And I tell you what, I really hope, and Cohen might have to get involved in this because he told us to show up this year, and we did. He's going to look like a fool now if we don't make it. You got to clean house, not Mendoza. I'm talking about you got to get rid of Hefner. That ship has sailed.
Oh,
you got to get rid of Chavez.
Thank you,
cannot
dude.
bring in. What's that?
I thank you. I'm with you on that because how Jeremy Hefner's like a cockroach in nuclear war. The guy survived. He survived Rojas. He survived Showalter. Now he's with Mendoza. How many times? Like, you got to make a change.
Yeah, and you know what? You want to get actual players that are clutch and put the battle ball. Go out and get a rise. I don't think he's got an option. Look at that second. You trade McNeil. You got to break up the core. You got to look at trying to. The first thing they should do is try to trade Nimmo. Nimmo's too. You can't have 4 streaky guys or 3 streaky. You got Lindor, you got Alonso, and you got Nimmo. They're all streaky. And Alonso had he's been great with running his condition, but he hasn't had too many big hits. Okay,
no. And you know what, Chris? And I appreciate the call. I'm with you on all of it. Listen, you tell the Rockies, you call them up, you eat a year of that contract. $20 million, $25 million, whatever. And you let them have him for the 5 years or whatever. I think it's 5 years, $100 million is left. You eat a year. I know it's not my money, but I'm going to spend it because it's not my money. You eat a year and you move forward. You tell me the Rockies wouldn't be interested in a guy like Brandon Nimmo. He'd actually be a big player for them because they don't have anyone right now. And they hate to spend. It'd be false hope for them. And just whatever. Send Jeff McNeil to NC Dino in Korea. Whatever you got to do to get him off the roster. And I'm going to say something. And I'm not blaming Alonso for what happened. You're not getting rid of Lindor. You're not getting rid of Soto. Like, it's not out of the realm that they decide to not bring Alonso back. Something's got to change. And I'm with Chris. Chavez, specifically Hefner. I do not need to see Hefner back next year. I don't need to see it. Why? Because every year for 2 weeks, a guy overachieves. I don't need to see it anymore. And I forgot who I was talking to, but Dan Worthen was here for 10 years. But Dan Worthen was here for like a year of Jerry Manuel and then was here for all of Terry Collins. That's one manager. Hefner was hired before Rojas. So technically he survived Beltran, Rojas, Showalter, and now he's on Mendoza. I don't want to fire Mendoza. If they fire him, I'm not going to lose my mind about it. I don't want to fire Mendoza. I don't want to fire Stearns. The rest of the coaching staff can get fired. The first base coach could stay. I don't think he's got any other problem. The third base coach stinks. How many times have you been like, why is this guy not sending him? Chavez stinks. And whoever the other guy is, Barnes or whoever the other hitting coach is, they have to make changes. And I hate to break it. I know Robbie and Lennox wanted to crush him. If they miss the playoffs, Cohen is going to clean house. He's going to demand change. This is a guy who he did not get rich sitting on his hands waiting for results to come. He grabbed them. And he tried to do that this year. He tried to do that 2 years ago. He's trying to trust Stearns. He's not going to force Stearns to pay certain guys. Maybe he pushed a little bit for Alonso. He's not going to sink here and just wait for things to change. Mendoza could get fired. And tonight, I got to be honest, tonight was the night where I was like, I think it could happen. I hated taking out Sproat. I hated that when Beatty got hurt, and you can't. That's not his fault. But when Beatty gets hurt, instead of putting Vientos in, you put Mauricio in, and Mauricio's staring up at the freaking. Do they still have the fish tank in Miami? He's staring at the fish tank while the guy's still third. And also, what is it with? Maybe this is a Jeremy Hefner thing. What is it with Mets relief pitchers not trying to hold guys on with 2 outs at first base? Gregory Soto doesn't even look at that guy. He's a lefty. He doesn't even look at the guy at first. He steals second. Mauricio's got his head up his ass, and the guy takes third. And then he scores on a light base hit to center field. And then the bomb after that. It's embarrassing. And I know Mendoza said it. They made mental mistakes, and it's costing them. Well, that blows back on you. How much did Boone have to wear this year because of the mental mistakes his team made? And they weren't that many. Mendoza's got to wear it. Like I said, everyone's got to wear it. Mike in Brooklyn, what's going on, Mike?
Hey, Gallo, what's going on, my man?
How
Long
are you,
time
sir?
no talk. Good. Listen, brother, a couple different things. First of all, waiting on hold, there's so many different points that come up. First of all, nobody's taking Nimmo. He's got, till 2031 at $21 million a year? Nobody's taking him. So
I disagree with that. I 100% think a team would take him.
You think the Rockies would take him? But they have
I'm just using the Rockies. I'm just using the Rockies as an example because that's where he's
30, 32, 33?
Yeah.
How old is he?
But he's getting paid like a starting outfielder. He's not getting paid big money. That $20 million is not big money.
Yeah. Well, listen, I think, and another thing you said, as far as if they make the playoffs or they don't make the playoffs, I think this team is a failure. And the problem is if they do make the playoffs, and I don't want them to make the playoffs at this point because...
Wow, that's ridiculous, Mike. I mean, as much as I'm crushing them right now, I hate fans that say that. Why don't you want them to make the playoffs?
Why? Because you know what's going to happen? The same thing that happened with Pete last year. They bring him back for $30 million, the highest paid first baseman, if they win a playoffs, right? So now you get him for 7 years at what? $180 million or whatever. Okay, 6-7 years at $30 million a year.
Okay.
Then you get you bring Diaz back. You bring all these guys back.
So you don't want Diaz back.
Exactly
you don't want Diaz back?
No, I don't want Diaz back because
you don't want Diaz back. He's the best closer in the freaking sport.
I understand that, but you could win with him.
Your priorities are all off here.
They're not all off because you know what's going to happen. We're going to bring him back.
Mike, and I got to be honest. Then next year, when they don't have a closer, you're like, man, why did we let Diaz go? And you're going to come on here and be like, I wanted Diaz back.
I'm not because you know what? You have to let what do you call it? And I know it might take 2-3 years or whatever.
Mike, they're not rebuilding. They're not. This can't be the option. Cannot be to rebuild. You can't do that.
Why? They can't be. They could be a 500 team. They're not completely rebuilding. They can't because you have nobody's taken. You have Soto's contract. You have Nimmo's contract, and you have Lindor's.
You're acting like Nimmo's getting paid big money. He's not. And also, you're going in the next year with those guys on your books. What are you going to rebuild for 15 years?
No, you don't have to rebuild for 15 years because you bring up Williams for center. You still need. We still have not had a DH ever since the DH has been there. Get somebody who could actually hit and actually DH.
So then you don't want to rebuild.
No, You're not listening to me. I'm not saying rebuild the whole team because you already have a core.
You have to make sense.
I am making sense. I am making sense. You get rid of Alonso. You get rid of Diaz. So that's that's $55 million off the books right there. You bring in.
They already have money coming off the books.
I understand that, but then you can actually draft and you get under that third ring.
They've been drafting well. They have one of the best farm systems in baseball. So what do you? So you want to keep drafting?
Yes. You have to keep drafting.
So, Mike, this isn't the NFL or the NBA. You're not drafting next year and receiving benefits from that.
Of course not. I know.
I'm just Mike. I got to be honest. I'm glad you don't run the team. Anyone who thinks they're going to go into a rebuild after paying a guy $750 million, listen, I'm crushing them right now, and they deserve to be crushed. They don't go in the next year and blow the team. They don't have to bring back Alonso. They can still compete. You don't bring back Diaz, you better have a freaking closer. Because if this team wins 85 games next year and the closers blow in 20 games, you're all going to cry. Every single one of you is going to talk about how they got to why didn't they bring Diaz back? Come on. It's a failure. Let's not be stupid about this. They have to address the starting rotation. if you're going to call up the young guys, they're not going to be up here to lead the way. Sorry, not sorry. 888-808-1019. Everything's on the table. I got you for one more hour, and then the great Pete Hoffman comes up at 2 a.m. Marco's got you with the update, and then we're back after that.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Hey guys, if you're ready to pop the big question, discover why 5 generations have purchased their diamonds from H.L. Gross Jewelers of Garden City. Since 1910, the Gross family has been the place Long Island gets engaged, and where you'll find all the latest styles and rings and a huge selection of GIA certified diamonds. Save yourself all the hassle and come to H.L. Gross, where you'll get the guaranteed best price, as well as the best education and guidance in picking out the perfect ring. H.L. Gross Jewelers, Long Island's premier bridal ring store at 840 Franklin Avenue in Garden City, or at hlgross.com.
This is J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always stand up for you if you're injured in a slip and fall. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Connecticut's best values at Town Fair Tire. They honor all manufacturer and valid competitor rebates, offer the most free services for life, plus give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Talk Yankees and Mets all season long. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 1 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by police officers right2sue.com. Francisco Lindor, a leadoff homer. Mets played a 2 in the first, but unable to seize control. Marlins then put up a 6 spot in the fifth. They finished off the Mets 6-2. Brandon Sproat seemed to be buzzing through the first 4, ran into a wall. 4 runs, 5 hits, and 4 2/3 as Carlos Mendoza then turned to his bullpen in the fifth.
After 6 batters and how many hard hit balls there were on that inning. So even the 2 outs that we got with the infield in, there were some hard hit balls there. So I wasn't going to let him just continue to take it.
Yeah, problem was Gregory Soto was worse. 2 runs, 3 hits, and an inning and a third. Reds won, Diamondbacks lost. So Mets and Reds tied for the wild card. Cincinnati owns a tiebreaker. Arizona has now been eliminated. Just 2 games to play. As for Brett Beatty, he left this game with right side soreness, and the outlook doesn't seem great.
It's too early, but just watching the faces he was making and, that area right there is tricky. So, again, we got to wait until tomorrow and see what the severity or how he's, like I said, when he wakes up in the morning and what he's able to do here.
As for the state of their pitching staff, the Mets calling up their 20th ranked prospect reliever, Dylan Ross. Yankees double the Orioles 8-4, 2 homers, Giancarlo Stanton. Aaron Judge is 52nd. Blue Jays won, so they remain tied atop the AL East. 2 games to play. Toronto owns that tiebreaker. And Team Europe, a 3-point advantage on the U.S. after one day, the Ryder Cup. 71 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Oh, Papa Giorgio playing the hits. Rosenberg first, now him. It's all to us. Met fans, we all is a joke right now. Yankees, I know the Orioles are a bad team. And right now, Mets, Yankees, like I said, Jaxson Dart, it's all on the table. I know the Yankees are a bad team. Not a bad team. The Orioles are a bad team. But Rogers, for them, Trevor Rogers, has been great all year. And one of their best pitchers, I think he was an all-star. He gave up 3 home runs in 106 and 2/3 innings coming into the night. In 2 1/3, he gave up 2 home runs to the Yankees, Stanton and Judge. And the Stanton one was a mammoth shot. So another good win. And the Yankees responded. They give up the lead early. And Warren, again, I do not trust Warren in that starting rotation. It's got to be Fried, Rodon, Schlittler, and Heel. And in my opinion, in a 7-game series, you can live with the 4 guys. I always feel like that's how you should go. I know some people will debate and tell you they got to go 5. I don't agree. They give up that 3-run shot, and the Yankees immediately responded. They battled back. They were able to tack on runs. Wells get you a run. I think it was in the 6th. Yeah, tack on run in the 6th. In the 7th, they get another run. Volpe came up. I didn't think it was going to cost them, but Volpe comes up, and I was really rooting for him to get a hit there, because if they get everyone firing on all cylinders going into the playoffs, that team is scary. I really think that they are as legit a contender as you can be. They have the starting pitching. They have the lineup. This lineup, I said it coming into the year, obviously prior to the injury to Cole. They are a better team this year than they were last year. They're better. They're more fundamentally, especially now, look at it now. Fast forward to now, after the deadline, they're better defensively. They're a more well-rounded offensive team. They run the bases better. They play better defense. I'm so sick of hearing about their defense. It's just under a microscope because of the team that they are. They're good. They're as potent, as scary a contender as you can be. 3 guys with 30 homers. Bellinger's got 29. Stan's got 23. He probably would have hit 50 this year at the pace he's going at. OPS, let me bring up the entire player pool here, just to put it into perspective. Stan's got a 926. Judge has got over an 1140 OPS. Caballero's been good in the short time frame. Ben Rice has got an 826 OPS. They have a lot of those guys. Where the Mets struggle, and where certain teams struggle, where they only have 1 or 2 guys above 800, and the rest are in the 7.6s. The Yankees have basically their entire starting lineup outside of Goldschmidt and Volpe over 800 OPS. Multiple guys with 20-plus steals. Caballero would have had 20-plus steals with this team. They hit an extra base. They hit for power. They hit for average. They get great at-bats. The bullpen is good, and it's deep. I don't know how. I think that a lot of Yankee fans can't remove themselves from the early season struggles from some of these guys. Like if you just pull up the last 15 games Will Warren and Luke Weaver struggled, yes. But Will Warren's really the only guy who's consistently struggled. And Luke Weaver, it came mostly in one bad outing, 2 bad outings. And then Devin Williams, like I said before, he's been great. He hasn't given up a run in his last 7 innings. So 7 games, 7 innings. Rodon and Fried are pitching the best. Fried may be pitching the best that he has all year. Think about how good he was earlier. And Fried might have been competing with Crochet and Skubal if he didn't have that 7-start skid. This team is as legit a contender as you can be in baseball. I hate looking ahead to the National League. Like, who cares? When you get to the World Series, it's a whole different ballgame. In the American League, they could beat Seattle. They could beat the Guardians. They could beat the Rangers. They could beat the Tigers, who I knew were frauds. I actually think the Rangers are out of it. Sorry, Houston was the other team I was thinking of. Houston, Detroit, Cleveland, Seattle. They could beat all those teams. They could beat the Red Sox. No Roman Anthony. And the Blue Jays have to prove to me that they could get it done in crunch time. And I'm excited. And it feels like it's lining up. This is the year the Yankees get through. I was joking around with Emmanuel Barbari and Ricky Ricardo, and I think Emmanuel said it, where it was like, they're going to, if they face the Red Sox in the playoffs and in the wild card round, if they beat them, they'll end up going to the World Series. If they lose to them, obviously you lose to them, and it's a disappointment. There's like no in between. I'm picking the Yankees no matter who they face in the American League. The rotation has been so underrated. There's very few teams I'm putting their starting pitching ahead of them. Bullpen-wise, the Padres I think are better than them. Everyone else is a shaky bullpen. The Red Sox bullpen has been better. And that's more just Chapman. And lineup-wise, there's not a team in baseball that I like better. And that goes American League, National League. There is not a lineup in baseball I like better than the Yankees. 888-808-1019. Chris in Charlotte. What's going on, Chris?
Hey, how you doing, Anthony?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
I'm good. Hey, this Yankee team is awesome to watch. So much fun. And I got to tip my hat to Aaron Boone. Just an excellent job.
Don't say that too loudly, Chris. You know, your fellow Yankee fans might chastise you.
No, I know that. And all it takes is a bad run in the playoffs, and they'll want his head again.
Yeah.
But my question for you is, I'm wondering out loud, do you think the Yankees might be better off actually not winning the division? And I say this because they're playing such good ball right now, and you have such a long layoff, that would they be better off just keeping this thing rolling?
I don't know. I appreciate the question, Chris. This is I hear this since they've had this bye. I've heard this a lot. Like just within, the crunch time moments. Oh, it might be better. Like the Mets were benefited. Dodgers won the World Series last year. They got the bye. Yankees went to the World Series and they got the bye last year. I don't know. Because then is it the same thing as like, oh, the Tigers are playing poorly. Like, would they have benefited from the bye? I think so. But also, all it takes is one good game to change the momentum. For the Yankees case, no. You got guys like Judge and Stanton that you would like to get some rest. In my opinion, when you look at it, I said it earlier, Schlittler pitches today, and then you get Luis Heel on Sunday. You want those guys in the rotation. I don't want Will Warren in that starting rotation. So if on Tuesday, I think it's Tuesday, would be the start of the playoffs. Yeah, Tuesday the 30th is game one of the wild card. I don't want, and I know you still, so you get Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, so that gets you to the second, and then we end up with, I think that's 5 days rest. I don't think it matters in the sense of I would rather get the bye. I'd rather have to play less games to get where I needed to go. You're hosting Either way, at this point, the Yankees are hosting playoff baseball when they start their playoff run. Whether it's on Tuesday in the wild card round or whether it's a week from now going into the weekend, the first weekend of October in the ALDS. And the way it lines up, I mean, right now, they would be playing whoever comes out of the 4-5, which is probably going to be, it would be the Blue Jays. So, all things, if it stays the way it is, it's going to be the AL East winner is 1, the Mariners 2, Cleveland and Detroit would play in the 3-6, and then the 4-5 would be Yankees Red Sox. I don't think that could change. I guess if the Red Sox lost 2 games and whoever didn't win the division in the AL Central also won the 2 games, that could flip. But you're getting, for the Yankees, I don't know, because either way, you're playing the same opponents. If you're a Yankee, I don't subscribe to this. Obviously, I'm not a Yankee fan. I don't subscribe to this. But if you're a Yankee fan who's afraid of playing the Blue Jays and the Red Sox, wouldn't you want to play just one of them instead of both of them? So you want to get that bye. And I'll say this, speaking from experience as a Met fan, in 2022, when the Mets lost the division, very similar to how the Blue Jays are losing the division right now. Obviously, they hold the tiebreaker, but if they lost the division, especially on the last day of the season, it would be devastating. Sunday's going to be electric. I know a lot of you haven't heard from me in a while. I do the Football Sunday show, Gridiron Game Day, from 12 to 8 on the network. I am bummed this week because no matter what, whether I'm stressing about the Mets or I'm watching the Yankees, Blue Jays stuff, or the Guardians and the Tigers, Sunday's going to be electric in baseball. And all of them kicking off at the same time or first pitch happening all at the same time is going to be electric. That 3 o'clock hour of sports on Sunday is going to be insane. The 1 o'clock window winding down in football, you got 7 games this week, and all the final season starting. It's going to be awesome. But if you're the Yankees, you want that bye. I'm not afraid, as somebody from the outside looking in, I'm not afraid for the Yankees playing the Blue Jays or the Red Sox. There's nobody in that AL that I wouldn't feel good about. Maybe the Tigers end up being that team. They stunk or late, they choke away. But even them, they lose a division. It's deflating. The Mets' souls got taken from them. Right now, the Guardians are taking the Tigers' souls. The Blue Jays are on the verge of having the same thing happen to them. The Astros, could possibly overtake the Tigers. But even the Astros, they choked away their division lead. The AL is just full of teams choking stuff away. And in the NL, it's just the Mets choking. That's it. Just the Mets. The loser, Mets, the trauma's kicking back in. I tried to get away, and it comes right back. 888-808-1019. Anthony Gallo on the Fan. Luis in Florida. What's going on, Luis?
Hey, Anthony, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
Not too good.
I'm with you, dude. We're in this together.
69 years old. You think you've seen heartbreak? I've seen a lot more than you have.
I could tell. Well, you've also seen a World Series. I haven't seen that.
That's okay. That's true. I give you that. But Anthony, let's face it, we're not making it. I know we're not.
I don't have any faith that we are.
It's going to be worse the next 2 games. But it's time to start thinking about breaking up this team because I don't want to hear about the core. I don't want to be here about Alonso and he's one of ours. Yeah, you know what? You can bring back Alonso, but as a DH, not a first baseman. Not a first baseman.
You know
He's
what?
going
And
to
Luis,
destroy the career
saw
of
it.
one of our young pitchers.
I saw it today.
I'm sorry?
I agree with you on that because today when he bobbled that ball, I'm sick of it. I don't care how good he scoops it. I'm sick of the constant inconsistency at first base. And I can live with it if the rest of the lineup is stout. I can't do it next year.
It's not.
It's not. And I said it in the offseason. I wanted Alonso back, and I when Josh Naylor got traded, I was like, why did the Mets go and do that? Put him at first base and have Alonso DH. Now you got your DH, and you got a good hitting first baseman.
Exactly. So when you're in these games like this, you got to have it doesn't have to be a gold glove, but competent,
Competency,
be able
exactly.
to throw the ball to second. Be able to pass the ball to the pitcher covering for you. I mean, it's crazy. He's going to destroy. He might have been the one that destroyed Singer's career, but he hasn't been the same ever since.
Well, I don't want to put that all on him, and I appreciate the call, Louis. I don't want to put that all on Luis. Sorry, I mispronounced it there. I don't want to put it all on him. That's messed up. But even tonight, it feels like if he fields that ball, they have a shot at home, and the game is completely different. It's not Alonso's fault they lost. It's also not. He's not part of the solution right now. That's a key phrase here. Outside of Diaz, and I guess Nolan McClain. I'm not blaming the young guys, but I'm just saying, outside of Diaz and McClain, who has showed up all year? And McClain, it's 5-6 starts? Diaz is the only guy on this entire roster. He had a slow April, and it wasn't even that bad. He had a slow April. Outside of Diaz, nobody from April to September has been good all year. It's been embarrassing, and they are on the verge of having the most embarrassing, painful, disappointing, whatever negative adjective, I nailed that, negative adjective, I'm butchering this right now, you can add to this team. And this season, they're doing it. It's disgusting. And I said it in the open, and I'll say it again. The most remarkable thing this team will achieve this year is how bad and disappointing they're going to end this season. And for a franchise with a lot of embarrassing moments, a lot of misery, a lot of pain, a lot of trauma, this takes the cake. Ken in Manhattan, what's going on, Ken?
Not much. I got a couple things. One thing about the Mets and Yankees. There is one person that is responsible for the Mets having a dismal season and the Yankees looking like they're going to turn it around. And I'm not a fan of his, but it's Brian Cashman. Let me explain. He chose to not re-sign Juan Soto. Now, when Juan Soto was... Well, I mean, they didn't want to give in.
They offered him a competitive number. Like, it was very close. So it's not that he didn't choose to re-sign him. If Soto had taken the Yankees contract, he would have re-signed him.
Well, let me tell you how I'm glad he didn't, because, and I'm not a fan of Brian Cashman by any means.
Put it this way, Ken. I get what you're trying to say. I'm not defending or crushing Cashman. And this is not me saying, like, oh, the Mets signed Soto. I'm just saying, like, if the Mets didn't come in with that last offer, Soto would have been a Yankee. And Brian Cashman tried to re-sign him. It's the same thing with Yamamoto. Everyone's like, oh, he didn't try hard enough to sign Yamamoto. Yeah, he did. He offered the most AAV. They didn't get him.
No, I get it, but here's the thing: you're a huge Mets fan, and the other night when they were playing in Chicago in the first game, and that ball was hit the right field, Soto lollygagged, and it went. I mean, it's just terrible for a guy that's making any kind of money, especially his kind of money. He's the highest paid player in the history of sports, and it's not the first time he's dogged it. I always said this when he came up: this guy is not a five-tool player. Is he a generational hitter? Perhaps. He's a lousy fielder. He's not a good base runner. And I don't think he has an above-average arm. So saying all that, by Cashman not taking him, he opened up the door for Max Fried and all the other players he got, which was probably the best move he's done since he's been general manager of the Yankees.
Well, and listen, I mean, Ken, I can't argue with that. I said coming into the year, this was before the Garrett Cole injury, that I thought the Yankees were a better team than they were last year. I hated when people said plan B, like, oh, they're going with plan B. I think the plan was, Bellinger probably still could have been a Yankee. I don't think Max Fried is a Yankee if they sign Soto. Because they could have played Bellinger at first, maybe Paul Goldschmidt, whatever it is, whatever combination you want to go out there with. They weren't going to stop spending after Soto. I think that is a common misconception. but they were a better team than they were last year. And I'm not crushing the Mets for signing Soto. I would have done it. I wanted Soto 10 times out of 10. Now, he's got to make that play against the Cubs. I don't think it was for a lack of effort. I think he's an average fielder. He's an average fielder, average arm. I think he's a better base runner than people give him credit for. All I had to hear about is how slow he was, and he runs the bases fine. Is he selfish at times? Yeah. Stealing bases, he doesn't need to be stealing. But tonight, he took third on that tag up, and that was a great play. But again, who cares? None of this is good enough. Soto, Alonso, Lindor, Nimmo, McNeil, Marte, Vientos, Beatty, anyone you can name on this team, like I said, outside of Diaz, was not good enough this year. Was not good enough. They all failed. Soto was terrible for half the season, and then he was amazing for half the season. Alonso had a month where he was bad. Lindor was missing for 2.5 months. Nimmo barely gave you anything. Vientos barely gave you anything. Alvarez got good after he came back from the minor leagues, and he's battled injuries. Second base has been a 0. DH has been a 0. Center field's been a 0. Half the starting rotation's been a 0. David Peterson was good for 3 months, and he's been terrible for August and September. Senga is a head case. He can't get it done. Manaya's got a banged-up elbow. Clay Holmes, who may be their best starting pitcher, can only go 4 innings. It's not good enough. They ran Reed Garrett into the ground, and he wasn't good enough to begin with. Raleigh and Rogers are probably their next best relief pitchers after Diaz, and they're not good enough. Helsley was a disaster. It's on all of these guys. Mendoza has not managed well. The roster put together by Stearns was not done right. It's been bad, and this is slowly become, not even slowly anymore. It is not. There's 2 games left. It can't be slow. I'm arguing with myself now. It's a disaster. Tommy in Astoria. I've missed you, Tommy. How are you?
I'm 320 pounds right now. I was 270. No, I'm only kidding.
Tommy, me and my buddy were joking. My buddy Waldy, he calls the show a lot. He texted me. He's like, I ordered like $30 worth of Chinese food after that 6th inning run inning. And I was like, yeah, I was crushing fried chicken after that.
There's not enough food or booze in the world to make
I'm going to slim down. If they lose if they miss the playoffs, Tommy, it's going to be the best diet I've ever had.
I could say I'm depressed doesn't do it. And nothing. I mean, I don't know. I don't have all the answers. I'm just a fan like you. But some of these takes that people have are just so ridiculous. And then it compounds it. It's worse to watch them lose like this and to listen to some of these ridiculous takes. I mean, I'm not calling out anybody, but anybody who says you don't want them to make the playoffs, you got to be out of it.
I hate it. I hate it.
You think Stearns has not had a good year. That's an understatement. You think he's a complete idiot. You think whether or not they make the playoffs or they win a round or two, somehow they get, you think that's going to sway his thinking?
Tommy, let me put it this way to you. I'm a Broncos fan. They last year had 0 shot of beating the Bills. I wanted the playoffs so bad. I begged for the Knicks to be the 8th seed for years. Right. And in the 8th seed in the NBA is a death sentence.
You never want your team to not make the playoffs. And you don't rebuild. You got to retool. But here's the thing: we have all off season to talk about it. To use one of Big Mac's favorite words, there's a myriad of reasons why this happened this year. Mostly baseball-y. You know, when you talk about all this talent, where's all this talent? You've got 3 guys at the top of the lineup, 1 young stud pitcher, an ace relief pitcher, and the rest of the lineup is flawed. Look at defensively. Go around the diamond. Other than Lindor and Taylor when he's in center, there's not one other plus defensive player on
right, and when they do play a plus, I think Bays...
Defense is a talent.
Yeah.
Getting a guy in from third with less than 1 out is a talent. This isn't a talented club.
No.
Another thing, like I said, Stearns, as great as he was, Stearns isn't going anywhere, okay? Stearns was brought in here to build up this organization. After 2 years, he's not going anywhere. He did a great job last year. He stinks this year. But let's be fair. Let's be fair about one little thing. I'd like to think I know a little bit about baseball, okay? You do too. And we all do. We're just fans, but we know. You can't kill him. He went into this year. Did you see Manaea, Senga, and Peterson getting to a point where they're unusable?
Yeah.
Three guys who at all one point pitched like aces at some point. You can't kill him for every single thing.
Well, Tommy, I'll say this much. You can blame him for the season. You can't just give up on the guy because I hate to break it.
I'm not. You can't.
I know you're not. I'm crushing him right now, but I also understand his vision. It's a failure this year. It did not work. Last year it worked. This year it did not. But also, what he's trying to get to, which I do understand, and we've seen it, it's terrible that they had to rely on the young guys. He's trying to build a pitching staff that's young and controllable, and he's trying to build the rest of the team through free agency. It's what he did it with Milwaukee. They didn't have the money to sign big free agents, but you're seeing it now. They have a rotation full of good pitchers, and they're all guys that were either drafted, signed, and developed when Stearns was there, and they're reaping the benefits. It's okay.
He hasn't done a good job, right? But
it's okay to say that he hasn't gotten the job done here, but I don't want to fire him.
No, they're not going to fire him. That's ridiculous. Unless there's something really wrong behind the scenes, you think Cohen's going to fire this guy after 2 years? He's not going to do it. And as far as I don't know. I don't even know where to go. It's just ridiculous. It's just, I'm so.
Tommy, I'm with you, dude, and I appreciate the call as always. I haven't done the show in a while because I'm doing the Sundays, so it kind of kills. I was doing a lot of Sunday mornings, but I do the Sundays on the network now. For the 15 people that listen, or watch on the YouTube page. If you watch it on YouTube, Hoff's coming up next as well. It's tough because it's okay to be mad at Stearns. Also, you have to understand that it's not the NFL. It's not the NBA. Things don't turn on a dime in baseball. The farm system is the best it's been in years. And it's all major league ready talent. Stearns can't just rely on that. Stearns can't just say, well, we're going to Band-Aid it together next year, prospects. But I also understand that's why they didn't go out and make a big move for a center fielder. It's why the guys they traded for are not controllable. I do think Rogers will be back next year. Out of all their deadline moves, I think Rogers is the one that comes back. When it comes to starting pitching, you're going to have the 3 young guys in the rotation and 2 of the 4 guys that were in the rotation. Clay Holmes, David Peterson, Sean Manaea. I think Holmes, Peterson, and Manaea are all back next year. I don't know if they're all starters. Maybe Holmes goes to the bullpen. I do not envision Kodai Senga back next year. I think he probably feels disrespected. Maybe he doesn't. I'm projecting right now. I can only give you my opinion. I don't have inside knowledge. I would assume he's going to waive that no-trade clause. He'll probably end up in like L.A. or San Diego and be great. Or at the Yankees in their pitching lab. 888-808-1019. We'll talk about the Mets and their future. We got a half hour left. The Yankees World Series hopes, division hopes. Jaxson Dart starts on Sunday. A lot to get to. Anthony Gallo on the Fan till 2 a.m.
It's more Big Ten action as the Scarlet Knights hit the road taking on the Minnesota Gophers. High noon today. He's in! Touchdown, Rutgers! The home of Rutgers football is WFAN.
And the Scarlet Knights continue to dominate.
Brought to you by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together. And the Fan, 101.9 FM, always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Hey, New Yorkers. Fast, reliable internet can be yours when you switch to Fios. For a limited time, combine Fios home internet and 1 line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 a month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios 300 megabytes per second for $19.99 a month with autopay, mobile plus discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable 100% fiber optic 5G network. Fios. For eligible new Fios Internet and mobile customers, both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and Bring Your Phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want to second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-251-5642. 800-251-5642. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-251-5642.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, Attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman & Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman & Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman & Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party special, vehicles, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens. Just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Football is back, and it looks like we're going to get thrills from both teams this year, but thrills are nothing new at Bay Ridge Mazda. Tired of that clunker you've been driving? Just bring it in to Bay Ridge Mazda for up to $2,000 over book value all month long. The time is now to make a trade. Head over to the place where everybody wins, Bay Ridge Mazda, located on 4th Avenue and 90th Street, or buy your car direct at BayRidgeMazda.com and have it delivered to your door. That's Bay Ridge Mazda, 4th Avenue and 90th Street in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn.
We are proud to serve our country, to serve our local communities, to wear the uniform, to be a soldier, to serve abroad when and where duty calls. We are ready to stand with our brothers and sisters to defend, to serve, to fight. We're always ready, we're always there. We are the New York Army National Guard.
Sponsored by the New York Army National Guard.
Talk New York sports on WFAN, 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Oh, tremendous. You know, I can't even... The vibes I normally like to play, you know, some upbeat music, but we couldn't do it tonight. The Mets have not allowed us.
Yeah, not tonight.
No, it's like, you know, we're wearing the black armbands. I would have dressed it. I have a black shirt on, not by design, but my tattered Roots Picnic, I think this is 2022 shirt. I forgot I'm on video, so I didn't dress as well as normally. I save my sharp dressedness for Sundays. You always follow me, Pico de Gallo, or Pico de _ Gallo on X, and Pico de Gallo 24 on IG. If you're in the car, you're on YouTube, and you want a little background noise, or if you're in the car with the Odyssey app, I do 12 to 8 every Sunday. Gridiron Game Day. It's awesome. It's a lot of fun. Me, Nico Scarlatus, Billy Giacalone, for those of you that listen to the morning show. So we have a lot of fun, and we get to wrap around. I get to get paid to watch NFL games and talk about NFL all day, and it's been awesome. And if you want, and you can watch the live stream always as well, you get to watch me have a mental breakdown when the Broncos choke away every game this year, as they have. Or the Jets. Sorry, I didn't mean to take a shot at the Jets, but that as well. And there is some excitement for a little bit longer with the NFL teams and Jaxson Dart starting. You know, the Jets, there is no excitement right now. I think the Jets, it's going to be I was wrong. I was very high on the Jets. And obviously, you know, we're 2 plays away, and the Jets are 2-1, and I could pump my chest out a little bit. I was wrong about the Jets. I thought they were going to be a better, more polished team, especially defensively, coming into the year. But for the Giants, I never thought they were going to make the playoffs or compete for an over 500 record. I did think they'd be better than what they've shown 2 of the first 3 weeks. And with Jaxson Dart on the way, you hope that they show you something, and he shows you something. But for this Brian Daboll, Joe Schoen regime, specifically Brian Daboll, because Joe Schoen, it's out of his hands at this point. He drafted, and Daboll's got to make the pieces work. It doesn't matter what Jaxson Dart does. If they're not winning games, Daboll is going to be fired. Not this week or next week, but if they get to week 15 and they're 2-13 or 2-14 or whatever, I just added a game, 2-12. His job is toast. His job was not to just develop a quarterback this year. I told you coming into the year, we hope to not see Jaxson Dart at all this year. After week 2, you know, you're like, Russ is cooking a little bit. I also would have liked to see them go from Russ to Jameis, then Jaxson Dart. But I envision Jameis will be the backup, and we will probably see Russ get released or traded at some point this year. They probably can't trade him to a team. I assume he gets released. The contract was not for multiple years. Jameis Winston, it feels like this was the plan. Whenever Jaxson Dart takes over, if it was this year or next year, Winston was going to be the backup. I just selfishly, not being a Giants or Jets fan, selfishly wanted Jameis Winston so we could get a game where he throws for 400 yards, 4 touchdowns, and 4 interceptions. And we could have the great post-game press conference. Peter in Tampa, what's going on, Peter?
Well, Mr. Gallo, I am coming home next week.
Nice. Did you get to go see the Giants this weekend?
Sunshine of Florida during the day. It's not for me.
Did you get to go to Tampa to see the Giants play the Bucs? Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm over my head. I meant the Jets. Wrong. Ignore me.
2015. I saw the Jets play the Bucs.
So you're coming up to see them this weekend, though, the Giants?
Yes, I am. I'm coming home.
To see Dart?
But my question to you.
Right.
If Dart starts to falter, will they take him out and put in Wilson or Jameson?
Okay. One more time. So if he stinks, they're not going back to Wilson. I don't think. Thank you for the call, Peter. I misinterpreted what you said at first. Jaxson Dart's going to be the starter. He'd have to be absolutely horrendous. Like he's overwhelmed for them to go to Winston at this point, or an injury. But that's not what you're saying. I don't think it happens. I think short of him, if he's out there and he's throwing for 200 yards and it's a touchdown and 2 picks, I don't envision him getting benched. I don't. But if he's out there and he's getting clobbered and he looks lost and he's throwing for like a 40% completion percentage and he's throwing interceptions and he's really hurting the team, they'll go to Winston. You're going to get at least 4 weeks of Dart, though, before they make any decision on that. But Dayball said he's the starter the rest of the year, and I have to trust that. 888-808-1019. Bob in Bayside. What's going on, Bob?
Anthony, I call you to hear about pizzerias and Italian seafood. Get off this Chinese restaurant thing. All right. Well, you know why I call you. Anyway, let me get to the Mets. 80% of pitching is, 80% of baseball is pitching. The Mets have one kid, McClain, who appears to be a stud, and that's even before the whole league has a book on him. So what are the Mets going to do after him?
Well, I don't know. I mean, at this point, what are they going to do? They got 2 days left. They're pitching Clay Holmes today, and I'm assuming Manaea is going to follow Clay Holmes. And then Sunday, I don't know what they're doing Sunday. I have no idea. They can't pitch. McClain pitched on short rest. You're not pitching Tong on short rest. I don't think you can. The guy looked, when he walked off the mound on that pitching change, I saw a kid who was overwhelmed. Brandon Sproat today looked fine. That's why I was like, why are they getting away from him?
Well, he looks fine, but then he sort of lost it in the last few innings. But the only solid thing is this kid McClain.
Well, but they're not going to pitch him on Sunday. Is that what you're asking? I'm sorry.
I don't know what I'm talking about. The future. Well, what is their future for this pitching staff?
Their future, and I appreciate the call, Bob. I'm sorry, I missed 2 questions in a row, misinterpreted. Their future is they're going to probably throw out McClain, Tong, and Sproat. I'm assuming Tong will be with the team next year. And it's not me saying I'm giving up on him, but he's young. He's 21, 22. He looked overwhelmed the last 2 starts. I'm assuming it's those 3. And then you have Peterson, Manaea, Holmes, and Senga all under contract next year. I envision one of those guys is getting traded, probably Senga, in my opinion. Who knows what Montas? They're probably going to bury Montas. We'll never see him again, but he's also under contract because he's not turning down his player option. And then maybe Clay Holmes is in the bullpen. But it's funny, when you look at Clay Holmes' stats, he's been fine this year. the Mets season didn't turn the way it did because of Clay Holmes. He hasn't been an ace, but they're also not paying him like an ace. He's got a 3.6 ERA in 30 starts, 32 games, which 2 of those he came out of the pen. His whip is a little high, 159 innings. If you told me that was his stats when we signed him as a starter, I'm signing up for that 10 out of 10 times. I think so many Met fans view him as, if he was just Clay Holmes, the guy they brought in to be a starting pitcher, you'd still kill him for the short innings, but he wasn't an ex-bullpen guy. You'd be like, all right, he's pretty good. He's a back end of the rotation guy. The rotation's been so bad that all of the times he gets pulled to the 5th inning, 6th inning, you guys freak out. Well, not you guys, but we all freak out. If you look at the amount of innings he's gone this year, he's gone up until as of late, in September, he's had a couple of short starts. But before they got into September, he had gone at least 5 innings, basically 90% of his starts. That's just where the league has gone. Now, I don't know if he'd accept being put in the bullpen. I'm sure he doesn't really have a say. But that's the future of the pitching staff. It's the 3 young guys and some makeup of Peterson, Senga, Minaya, and Holmes. They don't have another starting pitcher really coming through their wings that I think they're going to call up. Minaya, I would assume, if you're asking me what I'm doing next year, I'm going with the 2 young guys. I'm going to wait and see on Tong. I don't know what he is. And Peterson, Minaya, and Holmes. And I trade Senga. This is somebody who I loved Kodai Senga. Up until he came back from his injury this year, I was very confident in him. You hope that Minaya is healthy next year. He doesn't have the loose body in his elbow. That changes a lot of things. And then you have Holmes and Peterson. McLean's going to tote the hill opening day. That's obvious. There isn't a starting pitcher out there for them to chase. And Stearns has shown you that if a guy is in it 29 or older or 30 or older, he's not going to give them big money. He'll give them the Minaya type of deal, 3 years, 60, 70 million. He's not giving them 70. He's not doing the Corbin Burns deal or the Max Fried deal. Yamamoto was different. He was 25 when they were chasing him, 26, whatever his age was. So that contract wasn't going to bleed into his late 30s. And he's been excellent this year. Same for the Yankees. I think the Yankees view their window as shorter because of what Judge's age is, what Stanton's age is, Rodon, Garrett Cole. So they went after Max Fried knowing that possibly those last 2 or 3 years are going to be bad on that contract. Maybe they're not. Maybe he ages gracefully. For the Mets, Stearns, he's never been that guy. With the Astros, with the Brewers, he's never been that guy. 888-808-1019. Astros a little different, but he was working in that front office. Philip in Freeport, what's going on, Philip?
How about those Yankees right now? Jeez Louise.
Hey, Phil, it's going to be, thank God for the Yankees. That's all I could say. Thank you for the Yankees. Because it would be a miserable
and by the way,
month.
where is this guy Grissom? Throwing for Soto? What? Not a person on the earth would predict what this man does. Great glove? Almost 40 home runs? Come on, man.
I assumed he was going to be a bottom-of-the-lineup guy for the Yankees who was a Gold Glove caliber, and he's been a beast.
And what's funny about this, who picked this guy? What scout?
Philip, I got to let you go just because you sounded like you were going into the Matrix there. Trent Grisham's been great. Now, Yankee fans, and maybe this is something you can answer for Hoff, because I've only got 10 more minutes with you, 5 more minutes. Trent Grisham, Cody Bellinger. You can only have one back next year. Who are you going with? For me, I know who I'm going with. I'm going to go with Cody Bellinger. I'm going to go with the guy who's done it more, who's a more reliable bat, a good defender. Because Trent Grisham, you can't pay both of them. And my thing is, if you're going to pay Cody Bellinger, not that that's Trent Grisham can't repeat what he did this year, but it's a risk to go pay him. And then if he doesn't pay well, now you got the Stanton contract and the Trent Grisham contract. You're eating the back end of the LeMahieu contract and Judge and Cole and Fried. It's not logical. You're going to have to pay Jazz. But this is, and you know what? Who cares? If they win the World Series this year, in my opinion, you can pay whoever the hell you want. Because the goal has been achieved at that point. But I never would have thought, and take away the average. He's got an 818 OPS, 34 homers. He's played excellent outfield. He's been old reliable for the Yankees. 86 runs scored for a guy who's supposed to be your fourth outfielder. That's awesome. I always say you can always tell a guy and the level of talent they have or productivity by how many runs they score or how many runs they drive in. You score a lot of runs. Aaron Judge, 135 runs scored. Like when you look at, let's just go around the league and see who the Shohei Ohtani, Aaron Judge, Juan Soto, Lindor, Schwarber, Cal Raleigh, Fernando Tatis. These guys are all, and you know, we didn't get into it too much, but you got to hear about how amazing the Yankees roster is around Judge, and it hurts his MVP candidacy. Randy Arozarena is 21st in runs scored. Julio Rodriguez is 9th. Cal Raleigh 6th. Aaron Judge is alone in the top 25. Top 30, because it's guys tied and stuff like that. I think Cal wins it. I'm not going to think it's egregious if he wins, and Judge will win next year. My only thing is, Judge is crushing him in every category but one. That one being home runs. And he's only 8 behind him. He's played 7 less games. Who knows what would happen? If Judge was healthy this whole year, I'm convinced he wins the Triple Crown, which would have been doubly impressive with Raleigh hitting 60 homers. And there's a lot of big numbers this year at home runs. 60 from Raleigh. Schwarber's got 56. Ohtani's got 54. Judge 52. 49 for Suarez. 45 for Caminero. Soto's got 43. Joe Adell, as everyone predicted, has 37. Juiced ball? Maybe? I can tell you this much. The only guy you don't have to question about his home run numbers year in and year out is Aaron Judge. James in Queens. What's going on, James?
Hey, how's it going?
I'm good, man. What's up?
Yes, I just want to say it's funny. Steve Cohen, last year the Mets 17th in attendance, and he says that's the reason for that is people have a stigma on the Mets that, you know, they're a bad team and, you know, we always fail in the playoffs. And you know what? You did. A terrible season, a draining season. They can never just finally push it forward. And look, now you invested all this money. You got fans in the seats, and we did nothing with it. I think Steve Cohen wanted Soto. He got Soto. That wasn't Stearns. And I'll tell you right now, somebody needs to be fired for this season. Somebody has to lose their job. And this Mets team needs to get way more discipline. They're doing all these little games to get fans in the seats, all that stuff. You know, trying to take chances with the players, work with the players. They need to get more discipline. Vientos, I'll give him one more year. We'll see what he does, but he has no speed. McNeil needs to get out of here.
I would ship McNeil to Mars today. I'll drive him to the airport.
Yeah, McNeil, the guy's panic and anger.
I hate his attitude. He's a child. And James, thank you for the call. It was nice talking to you guys again. If you want, hopefully I'll be back. Probably won't talk to you guys in the next few weeks, but hopefully I'm back for a long Yankees run. Maybe I want to be wrong about the Mets. And thank you for guys letting me vent to you. Shout out to Rosenberg. Shout out to Nick Theodoro. I am back every Sunday, Infinity Sports Network, noon to 8 p.m. You can always listen on the Odyssey app. You'll catch me a few times on the Fan when we've got a gap. If the Giants and the Yankees play early, I'll be there. Until next time, hit me up on Pico_Gallo on X and Pico de Gallo 24. Hoff's coming up next. Stay tuned for that. WFAN, Anthony Gallo. Till next time.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN, New York.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Are you searching for a warm and welcoming community for mom or dad? River Spring Living just may be the right option. Set on a 32-acre campus right there along the beautiful Hudson River, there are plenty of chances to engage in activities, wellness programs, and so much more. From independent living to assisted living and memory care, specialized teams are dedicated to making everyone feel right at home. I've seen firsthand what makes life at River Spring Living so special. Visit riverspringliving.org today.
Fall is in the air, and that means spectacular savings at Open Road Mazda of Morristown and Open Road Mazda of East Brunswick. Lease the versatile 2025 Mazda CX-5 all-wheel drive for only $239 per month for 36 months. Or choose the rugged 2025 Mazda CX-50 all-wheel drive for just $249 per month for 36 months. Prices are falling at Open Road Mazda of Morristown and Open Road Mazda of East Brunswick. Visit us today for exceptional seasonal offers. Click shop, we deliver. OpenRoadMazda.com. Must finance through Mazda Financial Services. See dealer for complete details.
Hey, Connecticut, if you want name brand tires at the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services, then get to Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Talk sports with BT and Sal. Middays 10 to 2. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 2 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by policeofficersrighttosue.com. Well, the Mets' nightmare continues. 2 runs in the first, unable to add on, though, despite chances against Sandy Alcantara. And the Marlins put up a 6-spot in the 5th, roll the Mets 6-2.
When you're facing elite pitching there, whenever you get chances, you gotta continue to punch, and we haven't been able to do that. I thought, again, some really good at-bats, those 4 innings, but, we had opportunities, and, he executed.
Brandon Stroh fell apart in the 5th, gave up 4 runs, 5 hits, and 4 2/3. Gregory Soto worse, 2 runs, 3 hits, and an inning in a 3rd. Bullpen remains a mess as the Mets are now calling up prospect Dylan Ross, who could make his Major League debut with the season on the line. Reds won, Diamondbacks lost, so Mets and Reds tied for the final wild card. Cincy owns the tiebreaker. Arizona officially eliminated, just 2 games to play. Injury issue as well. Brett Beatty left this one with right side soreness. Make it 6 straight wins for the Yankees, handle the Orioles 8-4. Giancarlo Stanton went deep twice, while Aaron Judge continues to make his case for another MVP, his 52nd homer.
Nothing Aaron Judge does surprises me. I mean, to me, he's the clear-cut MVP. Batting title. I mean, I feel like he's been on base 7 times a day the last week. Whether they don't pitch to him, hitting it out of the ballpark. Made a really good play in right field to open the game. You see his athleticism out there.
Blue Jays won, so they remain tied atop the AL East. 2 games to play. Toronto owns the tiebreaker. And Team Europe holds a 3-point advantage on Team USA after 1 day of the Ryder Cup. 70 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
The New York Mets in 2025. And we know, we've seen the story way too often. We know what's going to happen. The Mets are going to go to Sunday with a must-win game, and they're going to lose. Listen, whatever. I don't have to care. I'm not going to predict anymore. I predicted this 3 weeks ago that they were going to lose. It is just frustrating to watch this team, to watch this slow train wreck, to watch Steve Cohen be in Miami, shake everybody's hands. Everyone's acting like it's freaking normal, but this team has completely collapsed for 3.5 months, and we're sitting over here talking about what can they do to win? What can they possibly do to make the playoffs? You know what? Win freaking games. Play good baseball. Have actual starting pitchers on a team. How about that for starters? Think about that. We've been talking about this since day 1 of the season. Clay Holmes was a project. And yet, that's what this team was built on. Projects. And it goes down to game 161 and 162 of, oh my goodness, are they going to get in? Are they not going to get in? Listen, thank goodness I don't own the New York Mets, because guess what? I would fire David Stearns and Carlos Mendoza before they even walked in the door tomorrow. I'd fire them for the embarrassment on a regular basis this team has put us through. And it's not just, and again, I don't think they should be fired, but that's what I would do, because I'm so frustrated and angry watching this crap. And every move that Mendoza makes, every single one of them, backfires. It doesn't make a difference what he does. Listen, we've gone through this the past 3 months. He either keeps a starting pitcher in too long, he goes to the bullpen too early, he goes to the bullpen too late. When he does go to the bullpen, it gives up runs. It doesn't make a difference what he does. Does he have the right pinch hitter in? Does he have the wrong pinch hitter in? Does he have a pinch runner? He didn't run for somebody. This guy gets thrown out at home plate. It's been a season of utter garbage. And it's because David Stearns constructed a team of misfits. He didn't care about this team. He didn't care about the season. He cared about, let's get to the next stage. We're not there yet, but we're in New York, so we have to make it sound like we're going to go and win it all. So we'll put some duct tape over this and electrical tape over that. I'll stick a little piece of gum over here. Yeah, it didn't work. It did not work. And every move that the genius made completely failed. You could even say Juan Soto failed. Juan Soto, who's having a career year, failed. Why? Because at the end of the day, he didn't win games for them. When he did well, the team didn't do well, which means it's a failure. If you're not winning games with your best player, it's a failure. Francisco Lindor, he seems to be the key. He seems to be the only person that when this team is winning, it's because of him. But even he, with a solo home run to lead off the game again on Friday night, it's just not enough. Because everyone else goes limp. Everybody else goes cold for 8 innings. 2 runs in the first inning and nothing. And nothing else afterwards. And then Brandon Sproat, of course he's going to blow up because that's what every pitcher does on this team. And then they go to the bullpen. And it's just they implode too. Hey, remember Gregory Soto, the great left-hander that David Stearns brought in first before anybody else, before he made a trade for anybody, before he made a trade for Halsey, before he made a trade for Rogers, before he made a trade for Mullins, he went and got Gregory Soto. That was the first trade he made to fix this bullpen. Guess what? Didn't work. Shocker! Everything he touched turned to crap. And it pisses me off because this could have been avoided so many ways. So many ways. All I kept talking about was at the trade deadline, you know who you should trade for? I know he's had a rough season, but I would trade for Sandy Alcantara. I'm telling you right now, he's going to figure it out. He's got some control. Bring him in. He's going to be the best pitcher on this team. And you know what happened? He was the best pitcher today or yesterday. He was. Just so happened we were facing him. The Mets were facing Sandy Alcantara and got completely embarrassed. After the first 2 innings of getting 2 runs, they got embarrassed. 12 out of 13 batters ground outs. It was an utter embarrassment for the ages as this team has now gone into the longest car wreck we've ever seen. And it's still not there yet. We're still not even there. The collision hasn't even taken place yet. It's going to drop tomorrow. It's either going to drop later today, or tomorrow when the Mets lose and the Reds win. Or guess what? The Mets don't even have to lose anymore. They could win the next 2 games, and the Reds win the next 2 games, and the Mets are still out. You gave the Mets so many opportunities to just fix something. Do something right. And then guess what? Now all of a sudden, because there's nobody else to waive, there's nobody else to DFA, there's no other moves to make, now we're calling up another rookie? In game 161, we're calling up another rookie to save the day? Dylan Ross? That's what we're trying to do? We're piecing this together. I wouldn't be surprised if on Sunday the Mets call back up and sign Jose Siri to pitch out of the bullpen. I mean, that's where we're at. It has been a complete and utter headache every day with this team. And it really is just a circle of crap that David Stearns has been recycling all season long. If you go through the waiver wires, the DFAs, there's daily transactions, and just go through the names that he cycles through. Chris Davinsky, who, by the way, has actually been one of the more productive players on this team, he gets DFA'd every 7th or 8th day. And then he gets recalled. And then gets DFA'd again. And then gets recalled. It's a joke. If I was Major League Baseball, that's something that I actually would stop. Dude, I know what you're doing. You're using what the system is made for, but you're manipulating it, and it's abusive, and these guys are going up and down it's outrageous. Make a decision. Actually get players that are good. How about that? Because the guys I want you to DFA, like Ryan Helsley, up until recently now, Ryan Helsley the past 7 games have pitched actually well, but up until these last 7 games, he's been awful. Gregory Soto's been awful. Ryan Stanek for most of the season has been awful. Every move David Stearns has made has been awful. And we think he's going to get this right? We think that David Stearns is going to have an offseason for the ages and get this right? And this is, it's on everybody. It's on everybody. Because you don't have to sit there and break down this game, because we've broken this game down from yesterday. We've broken this game down about 70 times already this season. It's the same garbage. Who makes an error? Who can't field properly? Who makes a base running blunder? Who blows up on the mound? Who can't get a big hit in a big spot? It's the same stuff every single game. And you want to know something that's the worst about this whole thing? Is that last year, and I've said this multiple times, so this is not going to be the first time you heard it, but I'm going to regurgitate this so that Steve Cohen and David Stearns and Carlos Mendoza can get this through their heads. The culture change for the fan base. There's a culture change. We're changing everything. We want the fans to feel good. We want the fans to pack the place. We want the fans to never think negatively about their team. We just want to always, be in the playoffs, be a contender. It's going to be great. Everything is great. Everything is amazing. Well, guess what? The people packed Citi Field all season for your ass, and guess what you did? You collapsed. You collapsed. You failed. That's what you did. So if you're going to say that, if you're going to talk that crap, then back it up. That's sports 101. You tell all the kids that are talking crap to the other team, you want to talk smack? You better back it up. And guess what, Steve? Guess what, David? Guess what, Carlos? You guys didn't back it up. 888-808-1019. That's the number to call. It's Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan till 5. There's going to be a lot of Met talk. Feel free to vent. There's 2 hellhole games to go until the season is over. And let's be serious. Even if the Mets made the playoffs, shockingly enough, they win tomorrow and they win on Sunday, or the Reds just lose the next 2 games and the Mets win tomorrow and they back into the playoffs. Do we really think this Mets team is going to go far? Like, I was holding on hope. I'm like, you know what? There's 6 games left, right? Maybe they go on a magical run. Maybe they go 5-6, and they make it to the playoffs, and then they go on this magical run in the playoffs. With this crappy team, there's no chance. There is no. They do the same thing every game, every day. They show a little fight, then they sit back, put their feet up, and they forget that there's an actual game for 9 innings. They play 1 or 2 innings. That's what they do. They put their feet up. And I don't know if it's a hangover from last year because they went so far and deep into the playoffs. I don't know what it is. Confidence that they could turn it on at any time. Well, guess what? You can't. Whatever the Mets think they are, they got to look into the mirror, because you ain't it. You ain't him, as they say in the schools these days. 888-808-1019. Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan. Let's go to Teddy in Yonkers first up. What's up, Teddy?
Hey, Pete. Pete, I love your emotion, and you're really articulate in your points and your well spoken. And I agree with you. Even though I'm not a Mets fan, I'm a big, big Yankee fan. And my question is to you: how confident? And the Yankees seem like they're peaking collectively. Starting pitching, the bullpen has really come to a real gem. And I like the guy who pitched in the 8th inning tonight. I forgot his name, Dodell or whatever. But he struck out the side. But pitching is so important, and that's the Mets next year. They have to get a new brand of pitching or whatever, because they're in big trouble. But I want to ask you, how confident, Pete, are you for the Yankees if they don't win the division and they have to play Boston in the first round?
Here's the funny thing, Teddy, and thank you so much for the phone call. And it was Camilo Duvall that you're talking about in the 8th inning. Yeah, he looked good. He 3 strikeouts, no runs, no hits, no nothing. The I'll get into it more a little bit later after the break, or maybe a little bit more later in the show, about my real true thoughts and feelings of the Yankees. I don't think, though, however, a 3-game series fits them. And that's going to go against a lot of what I'm going to say later on. But the reality is, you play a 3-game series, I don't think they can hit Garrett Crochet. And Garrett Crochet is not invincible. Like, you could definitely get to him, but I feel like that's like the Yankees' MO, is that they can beat up bad, mediocre pitching, but once you get to an ace, they just have issues. And a guy like Garrett Crochet is going to cause them major issues. And once you lose the first game, you got to win 2 in a row. And in a short series, there's really no room for any type of errors. There's no room to make a mistake. And that's why I think that if you're going to, and it's not a guarantee that they're going to lose to Garrett Crochet, but there's a high probability. And you just can't adjust to that. You can't, I don't think the Yankees are set for a short series, because those are the series that anybody can win. I think once they move on to the 5-game series and more, better spot for the New York Yankees. 888-808-1019. David is in Norwood. What's up, David?
What's going on, buddy? How are you?
I got to be honest with you. I feel like crap.
I hear you. Listen, I'm just getting home from work. I feel like crap, too. But I need you to take a deep breath for me, just for me, and go back to positivity, baby. It's not over yet.
No.
It's not over yet.
David, hold on. I'll let you continue. Because I want to hear what you have to say.
Okay.
But the reality is, I live in a world where I don't sit there and regurgitate nonsense just to hear myself talk. I truly,
Okay.
I say what I say and how I feel. This came about 2 or 3 weeks ago when they were playing the Philadelphia series in Philly. I think they had just lost the first game with Nolan McLean. With
Nolan McLean, yep.
Yeah, and I looked through the schedule. I started to look a little bit deeper, and I go, "Oh my God, they're gonna lose. They're gonna blow this." And I went down the schedule, and I always knew that Miami was at the end of this, and I couldn't believe what I was looking at. And I go, the Reds are in it, the Diamondbacks are in it, the Giants are in it, and with all this going on, the Mets are gonna find a way to blow it. And it was just a complete overhaul of my body and my senses, and I haven't wavered. Every day, even when they win, it's like, no, they're gonna lose. And so it's not because I want to be pessimistic. It's because I'm realistic. I look at the writing on the wall,
and I get it. I'm right with you. I've been there. The same thing my whole life. I was born in '86, so I'm 39 years old. I've watched many failures, but I just need you to be positive. Just for this weekend, be positive.
And what
happened when Philly got? What happened when Philly got in by the skin of their teeth? Where'd they go?
Right. Hold on, but David, this is different though. And here's why there's an argument with being positive and being realistic.
Right. So, by the way, real quick. I hated the fact that I'm sorry.
I had to dump it. I had to, David. Not because I didn't want to hear what you had to say. Hold on a second. I could put you back up. Put it back up real quick, Nick.
No, it's okay. Yeah. All I had to say was I couldn't believe that the Marlins, started. Who do you think? Game 1 against the Mets.
Yes,
they benched them last week, and they did it on purpose, and they knew what they were doing.
Yeah.
And I see where you're at, Hoff. I do. And I love you. I listen to you every single night on the way home. And you are right. But please find it in your heart. I'm telling you right now. They win tomorrow. We're going to the World Series, dude.
David.
Now you can dump me. I love you.
All right, David. Listen, good phone call. Connor Norby said this. Connor Norby said, win, and knock them out. They are rivals. This is the team to beat. They are our bitter rivals, and it's going to take this is their World Series. This is everything. They can't stand the Mets. Gary Cohen was talking about it, too, how basically the Marlins feel like, they're the sixth the sixth part of the city or whatever it is, like the sixth borough of New York, because there's so many Met fans down there, and they get sick of us, and they just want to beat us up. And that's how it's always been. But here's the thing with David, and I really mean this to anybody out there that wants to be positive. I'm fine with being positive, but you got to take reality into that positivity and say, why should I be positive? Because they may be able to win a game. Of course, yes, game of chance. You're playing. You got to play 9 innings. So there's 18 innings left of the season. The Mets can win 2 games. The Reds can lose a game or 2, and they're in the playoffs. Of course, that could happen. But then when you actually break it down and break it down to, can the Mets actually win the next 2 games? Why would they win the next 2 games? They have talent, of course. We see Juan Soto's going to be a 40-40 guy, because I guarantee you he's going to get 40 stolen bases before the end of the season. Pete Alonso, 37 home runs, 120 RBIs. Lindor, 30-30-30 with 30 home runs, 30 doubles, 30 stolen bases. Yes, they got talent. But give me the time where they have put together, give me the games this season when they had to win, when they needed to win. Give me those games when they've won and then did it again. The only series I can pinpoint since the first month of the season, and so maybe there's optimism with this, is that Philly series at home where they swept them. They won 3 in a row versus Phillies at Citi Field back in August. But that's it. That's the only series where you could look at that, or only part of the season where you said they have to win these games to stay alive. And they did, because they're still trying to win the division. But since then, they had to win the National Series. They lost 2 or 3. They had to beat Miami at home at Citi Field. They lost 3 or 4. They had to win Friday night. They lost. So again, I'm all about positivity. I'm all about being optimistic. But when you have a team that constantly shows you they are going to blow it, and they do, it's time to wake up and smell the coffee and live in the reality that this team is no good. 888-808-1019. Carlos, Eric, Mike, I will get to you guys after the break. We can talk more Mets. We'll talk some Yankees a little bit coming up as well. But this Mets season, there's 2 more games to suffer through, and then it's over. So be happy about that. Be happy that there's only 2 more games left. But this team is not going to the playoffs, and I know David was very excited about, maybe, once they get in, they're going to go to the World Series. Well, they're not getting in, and they're definitely not winning a World Series. 888-808-1019. It's Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan till 5 when Joe Beningo takes over. Don't forget to download the Odyssey app. If you missed anything at all, go download it. Odyssey app, it's got it all, whether it's Boomer and Gio, whether it's BT and Sal, Evan and Tiki, Keith McPherson, Chris McMonagle, any podcast you can imagine, whether it's the Rico Brony podcast, which we did a few hours ago, WFAN Daily, Unkillable. It is all there on the Odyssey app. 888-808-1019. Again, I'm Pete Hoffman, and you can follow me at Hoff, WFAN.
The home of the NFL on Westwood One is WFAN.
And it is good.
The Packers are heading to Dallas to take on the Cowboys. 8:20 tomorrow night.
He got it.
Sunday Night Football on the Fan. 101.9 FM and always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and the iHeartRadio app.
This is J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Got internet? Cool. A $200 Verizon gift card for switching to our Fios 1 gig plan? Hot. And here's a pro tip. Use it to pay your bill. It's like getting 2 months free. Plus, get a 5-year price guarantee. Hurry into your Verizon store today. Offer ends 10/8/25. Must install and maintain eligible Fios service in good standing for 65 days and register gift card per offer terms. One offer per account. Price guarantee for new customers on select plans and excludes taxes and other charges. See store for additional terms and conditions.
Oh, what are you doing? Don't do New York City dirty.
New York City's my heart, my soul. I would never do this place dirty because everything I want is in this city.
Why would you want to dirty somewhere that you live?
This is your home. You don't throw papers out the window, flick cigarette butts.
It's disrespectful. Dispose of it the correct way.
I would never put trash on the ground. That's why we got trash cans. Don't do New York City dirty. Trash your trash.
A message from the Sanitation Foundation.
One by one, we keep this city clean, man. Let's get it.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-251-5642. 800-251-5642. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-251-5642.
Kick off the new season in a Mercedes-Benz from Mercedes-Benz of Edison. Looking for an SUV with extra space and style? You'll find an impressive lineup of GLC, GLE, and GLS models in stock and ready for immediate delivery. Or take advantage of their exclusive loaner-to-owner program. Buy or lease a 2025 X-Loaner and enjoy the experience of a like-new Mercedes-Benz. Don't wait. Upgrade your drive this fall at Mercedes-Benz of Edison, the Tri-State's premier destination for luxury driving.
Have something to say? Dial us 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Hoffman with you on the fan till 5 a.m. when Joe Beningo takes over. And I am sure that at 5 a.m., Joe is going to be very calm, cool, collective. He's going to have some sips of his coffee, and he's going to be good to go for a nice short hour, 2-hour schmoozing session. Even though it's not schmoozing, it's a Joe B session for 2 hours. Oh, the pain, as they say.
They stink!
That's correct. They do stink. 888-808-1019. Pete Hoffman with you on the fan. And listen, I know we're talking about people trying to be positive about the New York Mets in these next two games. And there is still a possibility that they can make it in. There's still a possibility that the Reds can lose to the Brewers, that the Mets can win, and that all this terrible season of pain that we've witnessed on basically an every other day basis, it could be pushed away. And at the end of the day, hey, they make the playoffs. Glorious. Great. Grand. You know, this all could have been solved, though, way sooner. Hey, maybe call Nolan McLean up earlier, right? Everyone talked about, the fact that we needed pitching once Griffin Canning went down back in June, right? Like, that was an obvious thing. And I know some people said, well, but it didn't really, they tried to piece it together and it kind of worked and you didn't really need a starting pitcher right away. But you know what, though? You did. You did. And you want to know why? Because Kodai Senga can't pitch on regular rest. Clay Holmes can't go more than 5 innings. Sean Manaea was hurt. Griffin Canning was hurt. Tyler McGill was ineffective and then hurt. David Peterson was good for a while. But, there were so many issues, so many problems, and we kind of just pushed them aside we'll get there. We'll get there, bud. Don't worry about it. The Mets will be fine. The pitching staff will be fine. And it's not all on the pitching staff, but that's the most obvious glaring hole. When you have starting pitchers that can only go 3.5, maybe 4 innings a game, or 3 2/3, there is no such thing as 3.5, sorry. 3 1/3, 3 2/3, 4 innings a game. And then you have to fill in the rest of the time 5 innings worth of pitching with bullpen arms every single game. It's going to backfire. Your bullpen is going to wear down. It's just how it goes. It's impossible to sustain that. The fact that the Mets didn't even trade for a starting pitcher at the deadline. I mean, I was asked multiple times by BT, by Evan, by everybody, what do you think the Mets need most? And I don't care about a bat. I don't care about bullpen. Yes, we need those. But the most important thing is a starting pitcher who can go 6 to 7 innings on a regular basis. That's it. That's what the Mets needed. And they bypassed that. They said, no, it's okay. We'll go bullpen heavy, and that'll do the trick. And first of all, the bullpen arms that they brought in sucked. They all failed. And again, they were overused as well. So in the end, everything didn't work. And now we're here. 2 games to go. But let's be positive. Carlos Clifton, you want to talk Yankees. What do you want to talk about?
Before I talk Yankees, I'm a big-time Yankee fan, but I just want to tell you, there are Bill Buckners in the world. Relax. You'll be all right.
It's called Pete Alonso. It's called Mark Vientos. It's called Juan Soto. It's called Brandon Nimmo, Jeff McNeil. Jeff McNeil's throwing. Come on. They're all on the Mets right now.
Right. I had a Yankee question, and I had a Yankee point. I guess Gallo talked about Bellinger and Grissom, but on my Yankee question to you, I hear you talking about you wouldn't feel too good if the Mets backed in there. You're not. I'm a Yankee fan, and I'm almost thinking, what's better? The Mets win the Yankees win the division, or they stay in the playoff spot since they're running on all cylinders. I'm almost conflicted with if we win the division, I don't want us to stop for 1 week.
Yeah, I heard that actually with Gallo. Somebody called in with the same question with Gallo. And here's the thing, Carlos, right? I can understand because right now Giancarlo Stanton's hot. Like the guy's ready for the playoffs. Judge is on fire. Everyone's pitching great. Everything is perfect. You don't want to take a lot of time off. But on the other hand, too, like I said, there's that worry for me. A 3-game series is not good for the Yankees. Why don't you just bypass that, win the whole thing? Win the division, have the best record in baseball, have home field advantage. Right. That is clearly the best way to go. And I understand you're right. Momentum is a thing, but I would feel better if they had the bye.
Okay. Now on the Belly and the Grissom thing, I mean it's a no-brainer. You sign Bellinger over Grissom. First of all, Grissom's going to command a lot of money. He only plays one position. Bellinger's going to be our first baseman next year because he hits lefties well. The same way that's why they had Goldsmith. He's a good he's a good caliber first baseman, and he hits lefties real well. So does Bellinger. And another thing, a lot of people are forgetting, we got that one guy in the stock drawer, Spencer Jones. Once Belly goes to first base, they're going to bring up Spencer Jones. I mean, I know they got the Martian, but Spencer Jones hit over 35 home runs down in the minors.
Carlos,
I 2.0 down there.
I got to be honest with you. And a good call, good stuff. I appreciate the phone call, Carlos. Here's the problem. Got a couple of things, all right? First of all, you make it sound like Trent Grisham's going to ask for Juan Soto money. He's not. Even if he asked for it, he wouldn't get it. I think Trent Grisham is probably going to come cheaper than you think. Bellinger's probably going to cost more. I would get both. I think that Trent Grisham proved playing every day he's a valuable piece. And I wouldn't have to sit there and sign him for like a 7-8 year deal. You could do a 3-year deal with him. And then you could pick up Cody Bellinger for, a longer term contract if you want to, but you get both. It makes no sense to sit there and say which one, I don't want to overpay for Trent Grisham. Trent Grisham has been like the low-key MVP of this team, and that's because he doesn't cost anything, right? That's why people are like, oh, it's so amazing. But no, really, his numbers are amazing. He's had a great season, unexpected season. He's done everything that you wanted from Juan Soto, basically, right? But played a better defense. And then you talk about the Martian, you talk about Spencer Jones. I think you can still put Bellinger at first. You could still have Judge at right field. You could still have Grisham at center. And then, at left field, man, if you want to give Dominguez another shot or Spencer Jones another shot, that's fine. But, realize that you may have to deal with a couple more bumps and bruises. I'm not playing Dominguez in the playoffs right now. I don't even want to play Volpe in the playoffs. I know some other people say, you have to, but I don't want to play either of those guys in the playoffs. I want people that are going to be defensively sound. And I don't trust Dominguez. And offensively, he hasn't done enough that forces his bat in the lineup. 888-808-1019. Pete Hoffman with you on the fan. Eric is in Ronkonkoma. Erica, what's up, buddy?
What's going on, Pete? I already know the answer to the question, but it's funny you mentioned. You mentioned the Philly series that they swept. That was a month ago today. We were talking about that at the Salt Show.
Oh yeah,
you guys,
the good days.
It was a month ago today. I'm looking at that because I wanted to reference that you brought up already. I mean, you and Sal had the CEO of Surfside on.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And everything because we were talking smack about whatever wager I guess they have, and ever since then, like you said, ever since that series, and it's literally a month from there, everything went backwards. Which is a real frustrating, disappointing, depressing, whatever adjective you want to use,
aggravating. Big punch to the gut. Punch to the low blow.
Is it really a punch to the gut though? With the trend that they were on, is it really a punch to the gut? A punch to the gut, I think, would be like what's going on with Detroit, I think
punch,
even
Eric. This is the punch to the gut, though, right? This is why it hurts so bad, is because the message that was brought to us at the end of the season when we were winning last year and in the playoffs, how the culture change is a real thing that they were focusing on. B, how they built up the season, and C, how we actually saw the car crash months ago, and we've been saying it, and we've been talking about it, and no one's done anything about it. That's the
right.
worst part.
Well, absolutely, I agree with that. I mean, I would consider it more of a slap in the face as opposed to because a punch in the gut is, in my estimation, is more of a shock to the system. Where again, this has been, I mean, we've been seeing this essentially since the end of May, beginning of June. Some people are pointing to the Senga pulled hamstring. I don't believe that's.
Yeah, and I gotta be honest with you. Senga is not who we thought he was going to be, and we all.
He's disappointing too. Yeah.
And people are blaming Pete Alonso for that injury, but to be honest with you, you should be thanking him. You should be thanking Pete Alonso for that injury.
Yeah, because he seems like he's not not cut out for.
Yeah, I feel I never pray for anybody to get hurt. I never say that at all. I never am happy about injuries, but the reality is that Drew just another.
I think it shed light on what kind of person he is.
Yeah, and again, this is last year. This is this year.
Yep. So, but yeah, I'll tell you, it's just I was hoping. And I'm not going to put any real blame on Sproat, for last night. I figured if they were going to win a game, it would have been yesterday, and they had it in their hands to do it. But I mean, he is also a rookie, throwing his fourth or fifth start. I can't put yesterday on him. I mean, it's asking a lot, for these kids. I mean, I still would go to him and McLean are two bright spots for next year. Based on what they've shown. Tong needs more work in my eyes. But yeah, I mean, this is what Stearns put together. And I would disagree with you as far as Mendoza only on one thing, because we can't keep getting rid of managers every couple of years. We do. I mean, it's just it's because then what are you going to do again? You're going to bring in someone new. I mean, people say they want to bring in Beltran. Beltran is again a guy with no coaching experience other than.
Eric, when I said that I wanted to get rid of Mendoza and I wanted to get rid of Stearns, it was a little bit more of a vent session because I'm like, that's why.
Oh, of course, I understand that.
That's why I shouldn't be an owner, because I would fire everybody right there.
Yeah, right. Well, but here's what I would do though, for sure. I'd get rid of the whole coaching staff though, and let Mendoza pick his own guys, because he came in with all those guys there already. I get rid of them as a message to Mendoza at least. Let him pick his own guys.
Yeah. Guess what? You were so bad you get to pick whoever you want to get fired next. Good. That's great.
Well, I mean, but what are you going to do? I mean, we always criticize the for teams for bringing in a GM already as a coach and vice versa and other things. I mean, at least sweep out the guys underneath them, and then this way at least then it's the whole package at that point.
Yeah, I get it, Eric, and thanks so much for the phone call, man. I appreciate it, bro.
Yep, you got it. I'll talk to you.
You have a good one. I mean, there was a lot there that we were talking about, and I don't know if anybody was watching on YouTube, but I could not stop sneezing. So I am on YouTube right now, unfortunately, and that whole phone call, I was sneezing. Every time you didn't hear me talk, it was because I was sneezing. And I just could not stop. And Nick didn't even help. He just stared and laughed.
Yeah, it was pretty funny.
No tissues, no water, no nothing, not a towel.
Want me to get you something now?
No, I'm going to go to break and I'll go get it myself. It's okay.
All right.
I wouldn't expect you to do that. I'll tell you this much, Nick. I wouldn't come and get me anything. So don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's asking too much.
Yeah. Excuse me. But listen, a lot of what Eric said, with the coaching staff even, it doesn't even make a difference. Like, I don't think changing the coaching staff is going to change the outcome of the season, because the players, I think, had like this false sense of confidence going into the season that they could just get back to the playoffs. It'd be no big deal. They brought in Juan Soto. It's going to be fine. But I don't think last year, I don't want to say last year was fool's gold, but they played a playoff game every day since June 1st last year. This year, since June 13th, they kind of just try to coast, and they did worse than coasting. And again, the point about Kodai Senga, because a lot of people put blame on Pete Alonso for injuring Kodai Senga. And I don't think you put the blame on anybody. And I do feel bad that he got hurt. But I do thank Pete Alonso for making that bad throw, because it did overexpose the fact that Kodai Senga is going to be an issue every single year. And he's not as lights out as we needed him to be. He's not the ace of the staff. He's not even like the middle part of the rotation. He's kind of just there whenever he can be there. And that's not good enough. So, unfortunately, it exposed something that we need to move past. And that's Kodai Senga. But that's just one part. Because we got to move past a lot of other things, too. 888-808-1019. Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan till 5 a.m. when Joe Beningo takes over. Don't forget to follow me at Hoff, WFAN. It's officially Ryder Cup week at Bethpage Black, and our friends over at Flag and Anthem, hands down, have the best officially licensed Ryder Cup gear on the market. From polos and vests to quarter zips and hoodies, every piece is built with premium performance fabrics for all-day comfort. Not just this gear, but all of their gear is extremely comfortable. But we're highlighting all the Ryder Cup stuff. Quantities are limited, so once they're gone, they're gone. And don't miss Gio at the official Ryder Cup watch party Friday. That was earlier yesterday, so I guess it already happened. But he was there at the tap room in Farmingdale, where Flag and Anthem will be giving away 2 tickets to Saturday's golf matches. That's today, so they probably already gave it away. Doors opened at 11 a.m. yesterday, so that's already done. So come stop by for a chance to go to the biggest event in golf. Flag and Anthem, real clothes for real life.
It's Chris McMonagle overnights on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
I'm not looking to defend Brian Dable. I'm just so tired of the Wink Martindale thing. But he's been awful, no doubt. Everything about this team's awful. I'm not trying to tell you that anything good. Mike Kafka stinks. The head coach stinks. The GM stinks. Everyone stinks right now. Absolutely.
Listen to CMAC on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
D'Agostino & Associates is a legacy firm that's there to help accident victims. I'm attorney Jenna D'Agostino, continuing the legacy my father, John D'Agostino, started 35 years ago when he built D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm, one client at a time.
I grew up on these New York and New Jersey streets. They shaped me. I'm attorney John D'Agostino from D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm. I often tell the story of how my father lost his leg in a construction accident so people understand I've been there, and I'll be there for you. Call my team first, 888-24-LAW-24, 888-24-LAW-24.
Continuing the legacy means working closely with my father and our team. When you're injured, we know a big decision has to be made. Call our team first.
D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm. We have offices throughout New York and New Jersey. I've been there, and I'll be there for you. Call my team first, 888-24-LAW-24, 888-24-LAW-24. D'Agostino Law Bite Back.
Town Fair Tire, Connecticut's largest discount tire dealer. Because we give you the guaranteed lowest price and we honor every manufacturer's rebate. We even honor all our competitors' rebates. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
We are moving now.
Electric bikes are everywhere. They are quiet and very fast. Teens ride them on the roads, in bike lanes, but also in places they should not be, like sidewalks and parks.
Look out!
When you ride, wear a helmet. Don't speed. Watch out for pedestrians and cars. New York State and your community have specific rules for electric bikes. Follow them. Go to trafficsafety.ny.gov for more info. A message brought to you by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnerman, and Minor at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnerman, and Minor, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Town Fair Tire, Connecticut's largest discount tire dealer. Because we give you the guaranteed lowest price and we honor every manufacturer's rebate. We even honor all our competitors' rebates. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
At City Harvest, we're on the road every day rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for New Yorkers in need, transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Friends pretend they know sports. WFAN actually does. Get smarter, louder, and way more annoying at watch parties. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan till 5. I'm not asking for a miracle. I hope one takes place, but I just don't think this Mets team has it in them to do it. And you know, the more you look at the media and talk about how this team was constructed, that's all David Stearns. I mean, you talk about a guy who was, it felt like, the number one choice for Steve Cohen this whole time. And you look at what he did to this organization in what offseason. Right, last year they go to the playoffs. They have an amazing run in them. And there was no huge signing of Juan Soto. There was no huge ace that was brought in. They signed Luis Severino, but he wasn't an ace, right? Sean Manaea wasn't an ace. Kodai Senga was still there, coming off an injury. Who else was? Who was the other guy that they? Quintana was still around, right? So the pitching staff was kind of built off of these veteran pitchers, couple projects, but hope it could all work out. Some just needed to stay healthy. Some maybe you could work on something here or there. I get it. Kind of the same feel that you had this year as well. But they doubled down. Like, you went to the NLCS. You're not supposed to double down on that roster. You're supposed to get better. And their way of getting better was signing Juan Soto, and that's basically it. You know? That was basically their big move. And we could sit there and talk about what offensively was wrong with this team. We could sit there and talk about the bullpen issues. We could sit there and talk about everything. But, like, when you have somebody that comes in and doesn't address a starting rotation 2 years in a row properly, you're asking for failures. And that is exactly what David Stearns has done. He has tried to just stick it together with some crazy glue and see how long it lasts. And this year it didn't last at all. This year it completely backfired. Whatever Jeremy Hefner was working on with the guys has completely and utterly failed this year. Maybe teams have actually figured out what their approach is, but it's not working. It's really not. And what it comes down to, it feels like, you know, the strategy was get guys that you think can understand how you want them to pitch, and if they can locate their pitches, it should all work out. Problem is, these guys are missing by, you know, inches or way off or whatever the case is. They're not hitting their spots. They're not making people chase. And they're throwing 100 pitches in, 4 innings. And if they're not throwing 100 pitches, they're throwing 50, but 40 of them are ineffective. And they're getting hit. The pitching staff has been an utter failure by David Stearns this year. There's no two ways about it. There are no two ways about it. 888-808-1019. Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan. Sports Talk on WFAN is presented by Paramount Plus. Sylvester Stallone is back in the original hit series Tulsa King. This season, Dwight faces his most dangerous adversaries yet, forcing him to fight for everything he's built and to protect his empire. Stream the new season of Tulsa King now exclusively on Paramount Plus. All right, 888-808-1019. Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan for another 2 hours till Joe B comes back. Comes on at 5. Mike, Willie, we will get to you guys after the break. I do want to touch on some Yankee stuff because, and by the way, there's football again tomorrow. I mean, the Mets have thankfully distracted us from a bad start to the football season, but they've also left us with more football that we have to be upset about because now the Mets' lack of a playoff run, it's going to cause us to have to watch more football because the Mets aren't in the playoffs. At least give us an extra week. Couldn't do that. And now we're going to have to deal with the Jets in Miami and the beginning of Jaxson Dart. But coming up next, the New York Yankees. We touched on it earlier. Somebody asked me how far I think the Yankees can go. I have that answer coming up next on the Fan. 888-808-1019. It's Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan till 5. Hit me up at Hoff WFAN. But right now, it's an update time with Marco Belletti.
We're talking New York sports. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Stations.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 3 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. But trying to avoid an epic collapse, the Mets jumped out to a 2-run advantage in Miami, but the wheels came off in the 5th.
2-1 pitch.
Swing on a high fly ball to left field. It's deep. It's going. This ball is long gone. Into the seats above the Marlins bullpen in left field. A 2-run pinch hit homer for Connor Norby. And for the Marlins, it is a 6-run fifth inning, and they have a 6-2 lead.
Connor Norby capping a 6-run inning as the Marlins dispose of the Mets 6-2. Howie Rose to call Odyssey Mets Radio. Brandon Sproat seemed to be on cruise control through 4, but things fell apart quickly. 4 runs, 5 hits, and 4 2/3 with Gregory Soto throwing gas on the fire. 2 runs, 3 hits, and an inning and a third. Mets may have to turn to another kid with the season on the line, calling up reliever Dylan Ross, who could be making his Major League debut this weekend. Wild card picture sees the Reds now in control, tied with the Mets, but Cincinnati owns your tiebreaker. D-backs officially eliminated. Mets 2 games to play, trying to avoid being on the outside looking in.
Good thing it's not over yet, so we'll figure that out later on. But hopefully we can win tomorrow, and we don't have to face that reality. But for now, we just gotta do what we can to win tomorrow.
That's Pete Alonso. Meanwhile, an injury concern as well as Brett Beatty left this one right side soreness. Yankees pushed their win streak to 6, doubled the Orioles 8-4. Giancarlo Stanton went through twice, drove in 4. Aaron Judge, home run number 52. Blue Jays won, so they remain tied atop the AL East. Toronto owns the tiebreaker. And Team Europe, a dominant first day at the Ryder Cup, beats Team USA by 3 points. 70 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
It's the Pete Hoffman Show on WFAN.
Well, at least there was one team in New York to win last night. The New York Yankees still neck and neck with the Toronto Blue Jays for that division, for the best team in baseball, for the best record in the American League. And listen, the Yankees have done the one thing that every single fan, I feel like, didn't want this year. I feel like I heard ample times from everybody. And if you are a liar, if you want to lie to yourself, go for it. But don't lie to me. Because the amount of people I heard, gotta fire Brian Cashman, gotta fire Aaron Boone, and I hope that the New York Yankees miss the playoffs so they could blow it all up. I heard that from ample amount of people. A plethora of people, you could even say. People on the station. Blow it all up. Because it's too old school, it's getting stale. Whatever the Yankees have done, it's not right anymore. And now, listen, I've been critical of many things with the Yankees. I first of all, I think that the young kids, specifically Volpe and Dominguez, are getting thrusted into situations that are in over their heads. Now, the funny thing is that they have the luxury to do that because they continue to win games. So you can continue to run out these kids and have them struggle, which they did. But for the playoffs, you can't do that. So playoffs are a different story. So I hope at the very least that Boone and Cashman and everybody knows Dominguez is not starting. And for the most part, Volpe probably shouldn't be starting either. Yesterday he had another error. I mean, listen, it was a bare hand play, trying to pick up a ball, and he just misplayed it. Maybe I'll give him a little credit for that. Maybe that's a little too harsh. But for the most part, he's not hitting enough. Caballero brings a better element to the game, too, because he's faster. I trust Caballero right now. But that being said, every Yankee fan said to blow this up. I want to hear from you right now. Do you still want to blow it up? Do you still think that Brian Cashman and Aaron Boone do a bad job? They're a Toronto Blue Jay loss away from winning the division and having the best record in the American League. having home field advantage throughout the entire playoffs up until the World Series. And guess what? They may have that too. If it's not the Phillies or the Brewers, they might get home field advantage there as well. So, tell me again that you don't want Brian Cashman around. Tell me again you don't want Aaron Boone around. Aaron Boone does things better than any other manager that I see. The way he defends his players, no one else can do it his way. I saw Carlos Mendoza yesterday get a little upset about something, and he shut up rather quickly. And I love Mendoza. I know that I was very critical about him the past hour, but I'm critical about everything with the Mets at the moment. But Mendoza made his point heard, and then he kind of shut up. Aaron Boone has no problem giving it to the ump. Has no problem protecting his players. And when needed, he'll go out there and defend, even if that means he gets tossed. But he's got to defend his players. And that's what I love about him. And for everybody that's like, oh, but he's a puppet. He doesn't really do anything, Listen, the Yankees have created this format. They want a manager who's going to be the face of the team, who's going to go out there and spin everything as best as possible and take all the hits as best as possible and keep the players out of it. That's what his job is. That's what his job is. And he does it quite well. And Brian Cashman's job, I know you don't want to hear this, but it's to build a team to get him to the playoffs. And guess what he did again? He built a team that's going to get him to the playoffs. So tell me again how you don't like this organization. Tell me again how you don't like Aaron Boone, Brian Cashman, and how you want to blow it all up. 888-808-1019. And here's the thing. I had someone call in earlier, and I forgot his name, and I apologize. He was one of the first calls. He said that, how do I feel about the way that they're playing right now and have all the momentum on their side? I really don't want them to get a bye. I want them to keep playing, keep that momentum going. No, you want the bye. You want the first place spot. You want all that stuff. So that's the thing. All right, don't get me wrong here. I want to keep seeing them smash. I want to keep seeing the Yankees play great baseball. Of course, I want to see Max Fried, Carlos Rodon pitch the way they're pitching. All that stuff. You want to see them keep that up. But on the other hand, if I had to choose skipping around and getting the first round bye and getting home field advantage throughout the entire American League playoffs, I would take that. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Of course. It's not even a question. Do I think that teams that have to fight a little bit more, fight a little bit harder, fight a little bit longer, like the Mets last year when they got into the playoffs in game 161 and then they made it to the NLCS, do I think those teams are on a magical ride? I kind of do. Because it's a different journey. They've had to fight that. They know the ups and downs. They know those feels. They know how it is to be down in the game, but then to fight back and take the lead and win. They know what it feels like to be down to the last game, but then come back and fight back. To the last at-bat to come back and fight back. That's something that's very important. Now, the Yankees, they've had these ups and downs. They've had these swings. They're at the point in time where they've had some good, bounce back games, good, walk-offs and whatnot. So they've had the ups and downs as well. But at the end of the day, there is no reason to go and play extra games for no reason. And to play a wild card game series because you guys are hot right now. Like I said, if you've got to face Garrett Crochet in the first series, and he's your first guy you got to face, there's a greater chance that you lose that game to Garrett Crochet and you got to win the next 2 games in a row. And in a short series, you can get screwed. And I wouldn't trust it. Even if you got the home field advantage. I wouldn't do it. So, However, I truly do think if the Yankees take the division and get the number 1 seed, I've been saying it all along that they get into the World Series. I fully believed that the entire season that they were going to represent the American League in the World Series. The entire season I've been saying it. Never once wavered. But I think if they win the division and they're the number 1 seed in the American League, they're going to win the World Series. 888-808-1019. Let's get to Steve in Manhattan. Steve, what's up, buddy?
All right, Pete. And I never called for any of those guys to be removed from their positions, or GM, BP, manager. The only problem I had was during the World Series. I wanted Judge to lead off. I wanted Soto to bat second. And I had to watch the Dodgers put Ohtani in the leadoff position and watch what happened. But the Dodgers, I just wanted to get something to drink, but the Dodgers were running the bases like Ty Cobb in that World Series. Some of the Yankee runners are having problems on the base.
The Yankees had a rough World Series. The defensive woes, everything was really bad. But right now, you're at a point where this Yankee team, it seems like they're playing at all cylinders. I mean, they're hitting the hell out of the ball. Here's what it comes down to, and I still believe the Achilles heel for the Yankees is great starting pitching, which is amazing because yesterday they played Trevor Rogers, who up until yesterday, I actually don't have his numbers in front of me, but he was phenomenal all season long with Baltimore. I'm actually surprised he didn't get traded at the trade deadline because he's been that good. He hasn't been good for years, but he's been phenomenal. And the Yankees hit 3 home runs off of him yesterday, and that was very impressive. So they did a good job against a really good pitcher. If they can do that against a Garrett Crochet, against a Tariq Skubal, if they have to go against Shane Bieber with the Blue Jays, if they can beat up on those ace pitchers, that's the difference maker here for the Yankees. I trust that they can beat up on the second and third and fourth pitchers. I can trust they can get to like a weaker bullpen arm. It's the aces that I'm worried about.
Well, I know what you're saying there. The pitching, good pitching is a lot of times we'll stop hitting. The Yankees have a lot of power in that lineup. But getting back to Hal and Boone and all these guys, I've always felt that Hal Steinbrenner was not really a fan of baseball. He just got lucky. His father was Big George, and that's the luck of the draw there. And I think they feel comfortable with Cashman. I know I hear these cat calls all the time on the fan. I think sometimes it's good radio. Some people make good points, but I think Hal wants Cashman there, and that's just the way it's going to be because Hal is not hands-on when it comes to the play development and everything. He's not really interested in all that. He's interested in the bottom line, but the Yankees spend a lot of money. They beat up on the bad teams. They did what they had to do the past month, a month and a half. They beat up the bad teams.
Steve, they definitely did. And now Steve, one thing before I let you go. I just want to say thank you for calling in, Steve from Manhattan. It's been a pleasure. And from now on, when you call in like this, because this was awesome, this is a good conversation, before you leave, I just want you to go, Buchanan out.
I could never do that to Pat. Come on, that. But anyway, Pete, but you got to remember one thing. You were receptive to a lot of those calls. You went along with it because you have a sense of humor. That's why the Buchanan Brigade always liked you. There was no problems there. I'm telling you right now, there was no problems there.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Steve. Listen, you be safe, and I appreciate the phone call, man. It was a pleasure talking to you, okay? You take care.
Yeah, take it easy.
All right, Steve. Let's go to Mike in Brooklyn. Mike, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how you doing, Wolf?
I'm hanging in there. I'm
hanging in there with you too. It gets to a point where, like, even the beginning of the season, like the pitching lab thing that Stearns was trying to do, like it feels like that winning time series where you have Jerry Buss and Steve Cohen over here trying to do whatever it takes to win, and we're praising David Stearns' mind, and you bring me Frankie Montas. Now, everything included, Minter got hurt, Kranick, the bullpen got beat up, but there was just no direction in the way that you approach this pitching. Like, a pitching lab is not going to do it. Like, you double down. Like, honestly, it was more magic that came from last year, because that's really what propelled everything. There's no other way to say it. And this year, this team...
There was no magic. I mean, Mike, that's the problem is they the magic evaporated in that last game versus the Dodgers, and that was it. It feels like this year there was no magic at all. Nothing.
There was no magic, and I mean, you're bringing me back Jesse Winker. Like, Jesse Winker's cool. That's the frat bro that just brings the vibes up. But we stuck with Senga, thinking that Senga was gonna bounce back. Listen, Seth Lugo's elbow has held up longer than Kodai Senga has, and we were expecting that UCL to go 5-6 years ago. But when it comes to the base of it all, I think there's just something that there's an attitude problem. Like, Soto was just the Maserati parked in front of, just a trailer home at the end of the day. There's something with an attitude that's going on, because even in the defensive, even when it comes to wild pitches, when I saw Pete Crow Armstrong steal home or just round home.
Oh, it's embarrassing.
It's embarrassing, the fact that the pitchers can't cover home, that we just have error after error. We trade for Mullins. Mullins can't play fly balls. And it just gets to a point that, I love Mendoza. I don't want to keep pushing people out, but also it gets to a point where we're not holding players accountable. We're not holding players accountable as we should. We let Juan Soto do what he does, which is great. A 40-40 season, 230-30 guys is great. But at the end of the day, they're calling up somebody from Single A for game 161.
Yeah.
Like, I have no idea what Mendoza's feelings are towards the youth. Like, I'm not sure if you gave Sproat a chance to, try to work it out. I'm not sure if he's pulling the trigger. Like, when it comes to Tong, I think Tong is a two-pitch pitcher right now, and I think he needs to build up more confidence and get better. But is there something with Mendoza against the youth? Because look what happens, baby.
No, it's not that. And listen, and Mike, I mean, you're making a lot of really good points here, a lot of things that you're bringing up which are really good. But I don't think Mendoza has anything against the youth at all. I think a lot of this is organizational. I think that this is an effort by everybody to build this team and use the players the way they think they should be used. I think Sproat is someone that they want to be careful with, and McLean and Tong and everybody. Like yesterday, for example, right? Alcantara. He pitched. He went into the 8th inning. He walked one guy, and they pulled him right out. He's never pitched this year. Hadn't pitched more than 7 innings, if I'm correct, all season. Came off of Tommy John surgery, but he was efficient, and his pitch count wasn't terribly high. And they're like, you know what? And Gary and Keith and Ronnie are like, why don't you just put him out there for one more inning, give him a shot, let him go all the way? And they're like, well, the Tommy John, maybe that they shouldn't push him, but this is the time to do it, so give it a shot. They literally let him pitch one more batter. He walked him, and then they pulled him. And I think that's an effort made by everybody in the organization, saying this is how we want to protect these players. This is how we want to treat these players. So, for example, Brandon Sproat, you can't allow him to get to a certain point with innings. Like Nolan McLean, not for nothing, but they were worried about his innings limit because they didn't want him to be, to not be able to be eligible to be a rookie anymore next year, which is stupid. Because at the end of the day, you want to win games. I don't care about rookie status for next year. I want to win, but I think that's kind of part of it with the Sproat thing. But I don't think there's anything youthful because Mendoza's playing Beatty, Vientos. He's playing Mauricio is kind of what he is right now. But Acuna, I think that when he has to play him, he's told to play him, he does it. I don't think he's putting together a lineup and saying, okay, Acuna, today you're playing second base because I think you should be playing second base. It's because somebody else is saying you got to put him in. That's what I truly believe.
Sure, it's above him to a certain extent. I'm not sure if Mauricio was in any type of doghouse either, because his playing time went down substantially, and I know
he had
coming
into today, I think they said he had 5 at-bats in all of September.
In all of September, which is crazy because if we did build up somewhere, like Mauricio is still raw talent. He's coming off an injury from last year, but that bat speed is undeniable. And does it make sense to keep putting Jeff McNeil out there when you have Ronnie Mauricio over there, who is just somebody who can explode at any moment? I understand, he's very wild at the plate. He'll swing it a lot. But it comes to the point where it's just like, we relied on Starlin Marte on one knee to try to give us a spark. And he came into the games and he started hitting home runs. But once you made that second half push to try to push the kids in there, I think there's no reason to keep seeing Jeff McNeil. There was no reason to keep seeing Jeff McNeil. His attitude is terrible, regardless of whatever happened with Lindor. This doesn't look like a guy who won a batting title a couple of years ago.
No,
he's
Mike.
Ready to hang it up.
Mike, look at how the kids on Miami yesterday, in that fifth inning that they got to Sproat, everybody was contact with the baseball. That's what Jeff McNeil used to do. And now I do think that he is the only person in baseball that really got affected negatively by the shift not being allowed. I truly believe that. Because when the shift
put him out of business.
Yeah.
It put him out of business because it got to a point, and there's a point where it's just like that swing. You start golfing. I think he needs to hang it up and start golfing because he gets he did work a good walk when we got the bases loaded. But at the end of the day, it's just like when you look at the Cubs, you look at the Brewers, these are teams that just pride themselves on working hard, and it's contact and it's stealing bases. Like if you look at Nico Horner, if Mets have a Nico Horner in the middle of that lineup to elevate these power hitters over here, this is something special. But I just think it's all attitude at this point.
Yeah,
we're letting things slide, and there's too many channels for Mendoza to not move freely. So with that, I'm just gonna say I don't even want a miracle off. I'm telling you, because why are we gonna be barbecue chicken for the Dodgers to make us look so silly in the wild card? It's just going forward.
Hey, but Mike, you never know, Mike. You never know. Things can happen, right? That's what
we
got
to believe regardless. We got to believe regardless. But I don't think it's time to clear out all the coaches, to clear out Mendoza, but there also needs to be a real sit down. Stearns, I get it, you have a baseball mind. I get Cohen has all the money in the world. And Mendoza, I still think he has the ears of these players, but with so many channels and so many expectations, there needs to be a better approach. And especially, I'll leave you with this, Steve Cohen wants to build all these casinos and things like this around Citi Field. You're getting return on investment. I need an ace come winter meetings. I need you to splash whatever you need to do because you, a lifelong Mets fan, you have the money and you said you'll do what it takes. Soto, for what we know, it's only 4 years because anything could happen with them. And then who's to say Pete Alonso comes back next year? That's another thing.
Well, and Mike, let me tell you something too. There's a lot of things in here that you just threw out there and that I want to touch on. But the last thing is, you just said, what about next year with Pete Alonso? But I want an ace. I want an ace too. Here's the thing is, we're going to be distracted all offseason with the talk about Pete Alonso returning and Edwin Diaz returning. And that's going to be the two focuses for everybody for months. And that's going to be the problem because there's so much other stuff. Like you said, Mike, get me a real ace. And it shouldn't be on the detriment of anybody else. It shouldn't be, well, I'll get you an ace, but then I can't get you Alonso and Diaz. No. You need an ace. You need Alonso. You need Diaz. You also need a center fielder. You also need to maybe trade McNeil or maybe trade Nimmo and maybe trade one of the third basemen that you have right now because you're not going to use them all. Like, there's a lot of things the Mets have to do, but it's going to be distracted by, is Alonso returning? Is Diaz returning? And that's going to be the talk of the town all winter long, and you can't do that. You can't allow that to happen. Don't get distracted. Focus on the rest of the team. Yes, Alonso and Diaz need to be back. End of story. Get that done. Get it done quick, and then move to the next thing. And don't just sit there and be like, we're going to wait to see who's available. No, make splashes. Make a trade for Sandy Alcantara tomorrow. Once the season's over, trade for him. Give him Mauricio. Give him Carson Bench. Give him another starter from the down in the AAA system. Whatever. I don't care. If you got to give up Jonah Tong to get Sandy Alcantara, I'm fine with that. Not every prospect is going to work out. Not every prospect is going to end their career with the Mets. I want to get to the playoffs every year. When you have Juan Soto, when you have Pete Alonso, when you have Francisco Lindor, when you have those three guys, you should be in the playoffs. Your focus should be making the playoffs. Your focus should be winning a World Series. Not, well, we just missed and we'll figure it out next year. That can't happen. And Mike, thank you so much for the phone call. I appreciate it. You can't have what happened this year ever again. And whether Soto's here for 4 more years or for 14 more years, however long he's here, he needs to get to the playoffs and get to the World Series. And Pete Alonso has to be here to help. And Lindor needs to be here to help. But you're right. You need an ace. You're right. McNeil needs to go. You're right. Marte, Winker, those guys were nice. And I was trying to sell Mendoza. Oh my goodness, we're going to have an amazing 1-2 punch with the DH with Marte and Winker going back and forth. Listen, Winker obviously backfired because he got hurt. But let's be serious. Marte is old. He is a poor man's, and listen to me here, because we have the richest roster in baseball. Starling Marte is a poor man's Giancarlo Stanton. He actually hits more for average than Stanton. He's a better hitter, but he doesn't have the power, but he's a DH. Make that make sense. Giancarlo Stanton, how many home runs does Stanton have? Does he have 25 home runs this year? Nick, how many home runs does Stanton have this year?
1 second, I'll let you know.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. But the point is, they made Starling Marte out to be like a top-end DH, top-end hitter, and he's not that. He's not a power hitter. He's not someone that should be in the DH spot. He's someone who should be maybe coming off the bench. But he's not an everyday player. He's not an everyday hitter. How many home runs does Stanton have? 23. And he played how many games? 100 and he didn't even play 100 games.
No.
He played like 80 games, right? He missed how much of the season? No, you don't have to look that up, Nick. It's fine. Okay, you can look it up. It's fine. That being said, it is frustrating what happened this year with the Mets and how they built this roster. And don't do we signed you Juan Soto. We brought you back Pete Alonso. Francisco Lindor cost a lot of money. Edwin Diaz was costing a lot of money. So we can't get everybody to cost a lot of money. We can't sign everybody. No. You have to get talented players to fit around them. You were top heavy with those three. Brandon Nimmo, you wanted to make him a top player, part of that foursome or whatever you want to call him. It's not it. This team is not built the way that they think it's built. 888-808-1019 is Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan for another hour and a half till Joe Beningo takes over. 888-808-1019. More Mets, more Yankees, and a little bit later we will get to the football that is taking place tomorrow and on Monday. 888-808-1019. Hit me up at Hoff, WFAN.
Competitor, you want to play on the biggest stages in front of the best and most passionate fans.
Jaxson Dart has just trotted onto the field.
The Jaxson Dart era starts tomorrow.
Pistol set with Dart and Scadaboo.
As the Giants take on Justin Herbert and the 3-0 Chargers at 1 p.m.
Dart pumps his right leg, takes the snap. Hand off Scadaboo. Up the middle he goes. Scadaboo to the 10. Scadaboo to the 5. Scadaboo
with help from fellow rookie Cam Scattaboo and the dynamic Malik Neighbors. The young QB will look to lead Big Blue to their first win of the season in front of the hometown faithful.
Into the end zone, standing up, and the Giants are back in front.
Don't miss a second of the action here on your home for New York Giants football. WFAN 1019 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
D'Agostino, law, bite back. I'm injury attorney John Ryan D'Agostino, nicknamed The Closer, continuing D'Agostino and Associates' legacy of helping the injured for over 35 years. My father, John D'Agostino, built this injury firm to help accident victims.
This is John D'Agostino, and this is a family firm. For us, it's about doing what's right and making sure somebody pays for your pain. Call us first at 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-BITE-BACK.
They call me The Closer because big or small, in court or out, I'm fighting to get the job done, to win, to get you every dollar you deserve.
D'Agostino and Associates has offices throughout New York and New Jersey and will come to you. I've been there and I'll be there for you. Call us first at 1-800-BITE-BACK. 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-248-3222.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Are you prepared for an emergency or disaster? Because it's not a matter of if, but when. Don't find yourself saying,
I'll trust water bottles and a flashlight to save the day, but I'll be proved wrong.
With a tornado approaching, I'll realize that I lack a wheelchair-accessible shelter.
When the floodwaters rise, I'll be up in the attic with 20 cans of beans. It's a recipe for disaster.
let's prepare so we all have a better story to tell. Get started at ready.gov/older adults. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Talk sports hands-free. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
PW on the Fan till 5 a.m. We'll get to the football in a little bit, but we're still taking these Mets and Yankees phone calls. Willie is in Los Angeles. Willie, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Pete, you're making a lot of really good points here. This is ridiculous. This Mets catastrophe. It's absolutely ridiculous. But before the season started, we knew that Alonso may not return next year. Diaz may not return next year, right? So why are we begging for one ace when teams like the Dodgers have 5, 6 aces, like 5 guys they could call number ones, and they have it hitting on top of that too.
Well,
so why are we begging for one ace?
So the one thing about the Dodgers that pisses me off, and it sucks because there's no other team that can do this. They've deferred so much money, it's stupid, and that's because Shohei Ohtani, you know, the guy that made $700 million, he deferred 680 of it. And like, there's no other superstar that's going to defer that type of money. It's just, it's impossible. Like, Juan Soto is not deferring any money. He's saying, I want it now. I want it in the next 15 years, and so they're going to give it to him. Sean Manaea is deferring money, but like he's not making anything close to what Soto is. So it's like if you could find a star player who is willing to defer money the way that Ohtani did, the way that I think some other players deferred money too. Maybe not as much, but they definitely deferred money. And I have to look back into it. It might have been Glasnow, it might have been Blake Snell. I think Blake Snell deferred some money. That point being is like they have a surplus of riches because their biggest player who makes the most money said, I don't need it for another 10 years. And that's the first step to building something like a juggernaut that the Dodgers have. But that being said, too, though, you're right. The Mets fans should still demand to have top-level players. And I understand you're going to have to get rookies here and there, and we're going to have to try somebody else. And you're not going to have an all-star at every position. But on the other hand, you should try to have an all-star at every position, right? Like, I mean, how often do you see teams after they win the World Series or the next year or whatever it is, and you look at the all-star teams, there's like 8 guys from the Dodgers. Why? Well, because they're all good. Just how it goes. They're a good team.
Yeah, teams like the Dodgers who went out, or you could even argue the Mariners at the trade deadline. Like, they made big moves. You got Suarez, you got Naylor, you went out and made moves. The Yankees used to be that team back in the 90s.
Yep.
Back then they would go out and get everybody. But you knew, like Stearns, Cohen, they knew this was the opportunity, right? We have a window. Diaz is here, Alonso is here. You need to go out and get pitching. And the only guy that we could depend on right now is a guy that was coming up from the minors in McLean, maybe Peterson. But in a 7-game series, you're going to keep putting the same two guys out every single game. It's not realistic. Like, we don't have pitching, but we knew we didn't have pitching before the year. So you're asking all of these guys to overperform. It makes no sense. So even if we did perform a miracle, which I wish we would, I hope we go on a run and win the World Series, I would feel like, do we even deserve it? We're asking like every single pitcher we have to overperform. We could have gotten at the trade deadline or before the year started. Alcantara was available. Dylan Cease was available. Corbin Burns was available. So there was people saying, there's no pitchers available. There was a lot of pitchers available.
Right, but I mean, let's be honest with you. Burns had Tommy John. Alcantara was bad, but I would have still traded for him at the deadline. I still would have traded for him at the deadline. And look at the last 8 games he pitched. He was phenomenal. He's back to his ace-like stuff.
Anybody. I would have taken anybody. Not even, I'm naming like big names, right? But I would have taken anybody, not even as good as them. Like anybody that was on the market, like other teams that pitchers got, that other teams that got decent pitchers. Why could we have not gone out and gotten those guys?
Well, the only guy, listen, there weren't many pitchers traded. That's the first thing. Like Charlie Morton went to the Detroit Tigers, and guess where Charlie Morton's back with? He's with the Braves right now because the Tigers DFA'd him because he was that bad. The only pitcher that really moved that was good was Shane Bieber. The Guardians traded him to the Blue Jays, and guess what? Both of them are going to be in the playoffs. And the amazing thing is, like, I was all about that. I understand there was a risk with Bieber because he was coming off of Tommy John and he hadn't pitched it all the season. He still had the rehab. But, like, that's exactly what the Mets needed, was somebody who, when he pitches, he goes six innings deep, 7 innings deep. Like, that's what you need. Yes, you have Nolan McLean to do that, but you need more than one pitcher to be able to do that. It's outrageous. It's outrageous.
And our guys are going 4 innings. It's so frustrating. Frustrating.
Really, and I said this from the beginning. I said this from the get-go. The Mets don't have starting pitchers. They have glorified openers, which means they have guys that can start the game and go deeper than a normal opener. But they're only going 3, maybe 4 innings, and people are like, "Oh, you're crazy! Holmes is starting pitcher." Blah 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 blah. And then guess what? It all came to roost. It all came back, and everyone is now on the same page. And Willie, thank you so much for the phone call. Everyone's on the same page. The Mets don't have starting pitching, and we knew it from day one. We knew it. We knew it from the first series. We knew it, but nobody wanted to admit it because oh, well, the ERAs are low, the bullpen's pitching well. This is perfect. This will work out. Sean Manaea will come back. It'll all work out. Sean Manaea's been terrible. The bullpen's gotten worse. The starting pitching has gotten worse. It all just is one big failure. Jason in Bergen County. What's up, Jason? Jason. I'll put you back on hold. Rahel is in D.C. What's up, girl?
Oh, it's been a while.
I know. Where you been? What are you doing?
Yeah, I was overseas in Israel.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but you know what? I came back. I was listening to you on the Odyssey app.
Yeah.
So there was times when it was kind of hard and stuff like that, but, you're always good. And a lot of my friends, we all like you, Pete. You're the best.
Well, thank you.
Listen, I went to the MetLife game with the Jets, and I wanted to see Aaron Rodgers again. It was so weird seeing him on the opposite, on a different team. But it was such a good game.
You love to torture yourself, don't you? What are you doing?
I know, but I had to see it. I had to see, of all times, because I had already bought my tickets, right?
Right.
We already had tickets. So, but it was like, I'm still going to be a bandwagon Jets fan because, it's hard for me to, my Niners are in La La Land over there and I'm not there. So I have gone on board with the Jets. It's just, I don't know what it is. I just like them. And so I'm just hoping that, we already bought tickets and stuff. And so I'm just hoping that it's a better season going forward.
Rahel, well, here's the thing. First of all, I'm sorry because you must have missed my speech last year. At the end of the season, I quit being a Jets fan because they were so bad, and it's only getting worse. And let's be serious.
Yeah.
Like right now, you got to give Aaron Glenn some time. There's no doubt about it, right? Like this is his fourth game now going into the season in Monday night versus the Dolphins. So you really can't sit here and be like, oh, he's terrible. He's losing the team. You got to give him some time. It's like, got to give him at least a full year to like figure this out. You have a quarterback in Justin Fields who there's so much promise over the years. He's still young. There's still so much you can unlock. Like look at guys like Sam Darnold. Look at guys like Daniel Jones that are able to figure it out. Like, 6-7 years later, and when they started here in New York and they were terrible and they were getting run out of town, and now they're actually good quarterbacks. You got to give Justin Fields some time. I think he's going to be okay. He just has to, I'm not sure about the concussion protocol. I'm not really sure if he's even starting this week. I didn't see if they confirmed it or not. And then you got Tyrod Taylor, who I like, but Tyrod's not like a real starting quarterback. Like he's that backup that can fill in for a couple games, but the offense doesn't click fully with him. He's good enough to keep you in a game. He's not good enough to put up a lot of points. That's the problem. That's the offensive problems. The defensive problems is they can't really stop anybody. Sauce Gardner is overrated. He is not who he was, who he thinks he is. He's not who anybody thinks he is. He can't really defend the way that you want him to. I looked at a lot of his grades and his PFF stats and stuff like that. And if you look at it, they overgrade him so much. They overrate him and give him these high marks when he does nothing. And that's a problem because you look at these grades and people are like, oh, he's the number one ranked quarterback. And he dropped actually significantly, I think, now after the last week. But before that, he was ranked number one. I'm like, for what? He did nothing. And he doesn't cover as well as you think. He doesn't make a lot. Maybe he didn't get called for a penalty on a play here or there. He got lucky with, but he's not really as impactful as you want him to be. And where are the turnovers? And where are the tackles? Sauce is a liability. And you saw, we just had, not Richard Jefferson, excuse me. We had Tony Richardson, former fullback, in on Thursday with BT and Sal. And Rahel, he talked about the Rex Ryan era of Jets and how the game plan for the defense was this. They'd all huddle together. They all sit down. He'd say, all right, who's the best wide receiver on the team? And they'd point it out and say, Darrell, you're on him. All right, break. We'll get back to the next thing later. And that's what they did. Defense held their own. They did what they were supposed to do, and Darrelle Revis was on the best wide receiver. You can't do that with Gardner. He's not that type of player. And so you have an offense that I'm worried about. They're just not as good. They're not as complete. Again, they don't move the ball as well. Breece Hall's been a little bit of a disappointment. That 1 week, the first week, it felt good. They had a nice rebound against Tampa last week. But again, it's still not good enough. And it took them like 3 quarters to like really start to rev up a little bit. They need more consistency. You got to give Aaron Glenn more time, but they also have to figure out how to unlock some of these guys. Garrett Wilson's been good, but again, still a lot of problems with the Jets. I can't believe you picked the Jets.
I just want you to comment on one thing. What do you think of Aaron Glenn? Because I think he had so much attitude at the beginning, and I think he could have kept Aaron for 1 year, right? And but he didn't. But I don't know, but
so you're an Aaron Rodgers fan. You're not even a Jets fan. You're just an Aaron Rodgers fan.
I got it. Remember what happened, because when Aaron Rodgers was going there, I decided, this is going to be cool to go see him play there. That's how I kind of got into the team. But then I was so invested, ready with all of us here, a couple of friends and so forth. We already had, we're all okay. There are some real big Jets fans in the D.C. area. So, a bunch of friends from work, we kind of got, we're going to go see these games. So that's how I got into it. So now we're invested. I'm not a Commanders fan. I still rather go see the Jets play.
Do you take
do you
take Amtrak up, or what do you guys do?
Yeah, we do. We take the train. Yeah.
It's so nice, right?
Yeah, it's really nice. And you know what? The seats, the thing about the seats are so much cheaper than they are at the Niners or anywhere else.
What, the Jets tickets?
Yes.
Well, it's because they've been so bad for so long. But Rahel, Rahel, the one thing I will tell you, and I understand the whole Aaron Glenn came in, kind of, didn't mince words.
Attitude.
Yeah, attitude that he had. Here's my thing is, I'm not really sure if that was all on him. I'm not sure if that was, we're getting rid of Aaron Rodgers and you just do whatever you got to do to get rid of him. I was a little disappointed that he didn't do, because according to Aaron Rodgers, that Glenn and company didn't really have a sit down and didn't really kind of talk to him about his thoughts and feelings on the team last year and what went wrong and what went right. I kind of wish he kind of broke him down a little bit and kind of had a better conversation. Not saying he had to have him return. I wish there was something to that. But here's the thing, right? And this is we're gonna find this very, very quickly with Aaron Glenn. It's kind of similar to Brian Daboll with the Giants. Brian Daboll, in the first year with the Giants, was up in Daniel Jones's face after that first game in Tennessee where he threw a pick rather than get a touchdown. And everyone was all about Brian Daboll. That was awesome. He got his face. He's holding people accountable. It's amazing. The next year, the Giants started losing, and Daboll was still having that fire, and people didn't want to see it anymore. Then the next year, last year, the Giants were doing a lot of stupid moves, a lot of penalties, a lot of false starts, a lot of nonsense. And Daboll was criticized for not holding guys accountable. That's the problem with losing. You can't do what Aaron Glenn does with that attitude and be that fighting, fierce, and forceful guy. You can't do that and lose. And right now, that's what's going on. And until he starts to win, you need to have some sort of success to be able to be that hard-ass type of guy. And right now, they're not it. So that's where I worry about Glenn.
Can I just ask one last question?
Yeah.
What part does ownership play then? Because ownership hasn't done anything in so long. Everything that they have done has made you guys not win for years.
Well, I mean, they are the ones that hired Glenn. Remember, Glenn was supposed to be, I forgot who the guy, was it Dimitrov? No, there was Glenn and somebody else were supposed to be hired. And then Glenn walked out and said, I'm not comfortable with this. And then they basically got rid of the GM.
Yeah, but it's not just that. Look at the Niners. They had great scouting, which, now you see what's happened. Some of their people went to the Commanders and look at the turnaround. It has to do a lot with the other integral parts of the team. Like scouting is huge. And the Niners are known for the best scouts. I mean, look at the teams that they go to. Every single one of them, Shanahan tree, they're all over the place.
Well, here's the thing, though, right, Rahel? Like, they have a new coach who basically and new management that kind of came in and kind of turned over some of this staff, and they're trying to work to turn over more of the staff. It sounds like. So you're right. Like they need to do that. It's going to take a little time. Here's the problem too: is Glenn comes from and Glenn's worked hard to get to where he is. So I'm not taking that away, but he came from his last stop was with Detroit with Campbell. You know, Campbell was a different type of coach. It was a great type of coach. Maybe Glenn learned a lot from that. But is that coaching tree successful? I don't know. I don't know if Campbell's coaching tree is going to be successful. So, and that's where Glenn's coming from. So, it's gonna. Well,
that's okay, Pete. We're still gonna listen to you. You're the best on the radio. You're my favorite. You know that. And also, you got some fans out here in the DC area. We're gonna continue to hear you. And I'm sure you're going to break it down for us so you make it easy and enjoyable. Oh, before I go,
yes,
Darryl Strawberry was our last media event. It was so cool meeting Darryl Strawberry.
How awesome is he? Right? He's the man.
Yeah, I took pictures. Yeah, I have to send him. But he is such a kind person, and it was so cool meeting the famous Darryl Strawberry. So
yeah.
We're back, and thank you, Pete, because you make it so easy to listen to, and you're one of my favorites. You know that.
Well, thank you, Rahel. I appreciate it. And are you going to when's the next game you're going to?
Oh, well, I have to see which ones that we have and stuff, but we were just at MetLife for the game opener. But I think it's the Buffalo Bills.
Oh, you're going to the Bills game. Yes.
The Bills game. Well,
yes,
you know what?
we wanted to
pick the marquee games, the ones with the people that we wanted to see and stuff like that were good ones. And
so you're basically going to see Josh Allen. You're basically going to see who else do you want to see? Drake May? Who else are the Jets playing?
Well, I wanted to see Josh because it's Josh Allen, right?
Yeah.
So just some of the good teams and stuff like that. Might as well see somebody good come in and play.
I get it. I get it. I mean, if you're gonna go to a football game, if you're gonna come from DC to go to a football game, you need to see at least one good team. And the Bills, I'm telling you right now, it's between the Bills. I know the Ravens defense has kind of been a little shoddy this year, but if the Bills or the Ravens don't win or don't get to the Super Bowl this year, it's gonna be an epic failure because the Chiefs aren't that good or as good. And the Bills are just on fire. The Ravens, I know they've had their moments that they still can score. Their defense is just a little bit off. But I still think those are the two teams, the Ravens and the Bills. And I think that, I've watched the Bills because my kids are big Bills fans. And they just, what Josh Allen does with that offense, with guys that are just kind of like up and coming, not star players. Stefan Diggs leaves and they still don't miss a beat. Their tight ends are not the best. I mean, they're good because Josh Allen makes them good. It just James Cook is unbelievable because Josh Allen makes them unbelievable. It really truly is amazing. All you need is a top level quarterback and everything changes.
But you know what? One thing is the fans are so nice. And they go to the games. We met people there that are that have been going for years, and it's for them and stuff like that. I just like them to see them win. Their team to win after all the years of putting money into going and seeing their team.
Right? Are you a baseball fan too at all or no?
Yes, I am. And you know what? I love the Mets because I'm a San Francisco Giants. I'm from the Bay Area, so.
Yeah. Are you a Sharks? Are you a Sharks fan too?
Yes, I love the Sharks.
We
didn't have the Sharks because they're right there in San Jose.
I know.
And it's kind of like
I know. I work with the Giants, and we were in San Francisco last year, and we were staying like 15 minutes away from the Shark Tank, so I had to walk over. Unfortunately, it wasn't open, and there was no hockey game on that day, so I couldn't even go to a game.
You see how close it is to Levi?
Yeah. No, it's great.
It's very, very close. Yeah. Yeah, it's very, very close. It's just that you can it's walking distance.
I am looking forward to finally going to a game eventually. It's at the Shark Tank.
You need to take your kids and your family there, Pete. And the next time you're there, let us know and stuff like that. My aunt, they have a place in Napa. They do the whole thing. They have a restaurant, and it's so good. Your whole family is invited.
What type of restaurant is it?
Italian.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Do you follow me on social?
Italian, your whole family. I like the fact that you're a family man. That's
Yes.
nice for the young people.
Rahel, do you follow me on social media?
No, I will.
Yeah,
I will.
And give
I'll
me
get on there.
give me the Italian restaurant name. I'd like to know.
Okay, thanks, Pete. You have a good night. We're back on. We're listening, and thank you, Pete, for making it easy to break it down for us.
Thanks, Rahel. Have a good one. Take care. 888-808-1019. I don't know what I do. I don't think I'm that great. Actually, I know I'm not that great. But either way, I'm glad I broke it down. 888-808-1019. But I was in San Jose last year, and I did want to check out the Shark Tank. But hopefully I can go back again soon. Hopefully the Giants play the 49ers during the hockey season. That was the problem. There was no hockey game on. So it wasn't open when I was there. 888-808-1019. Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan for another hour till Joe Beningo. We will talk more Jets and Giants coming up on the Fan, plus more of your Mets and Yankees conversations as well. It's officially Ryder Cup week at Bethpage Black, and our friends over at Flag and Anthem hands down have the best officially licensed Ryder Cup gear on the market. From polos and vests to quarter zips and hoodies, every piece is built with premium performance fabrics for all-day comfort. But quantities are limited, so once they're gone, they are gone. Plus, there was a cool event yesterday that Gio was at representing the Ryder Cup. There was a cool watch party. I think there's a bunch of clips online if you want to go check it out. It was at the Tap Room in Farmingdale, and they were Flag and Anthem was there giving away tickets to today, which was awesome. So hopefully whoever won those tickets is going to go to this event, the Ryder Cup, and have some fun. But again, Flag and Anthem, real clothes for real life.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Connecticut's best values at Town Fair Tire. They honor all manufacturer and valid competitor rebates, offer the most free services for life, plus give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Dude, did you order the new iPhone 17 Pro? Got it from Verizon, the best 5G network in America. I've never looked so good.
You look the same.
But with this camera, everything looks better, especially me.
You haven't changed your hair in 15 years. Selfies? Check, please.
New and existing customers can get the new iPhone 17 Pro, designed to be the most powerful iPhone ever, with eligible phone trade-in and unlimited ultimate. Any condition guaranteed. Visit your local Verizon store today. Best 5G source. Root metrics data. United States. 1H2025. All rights reserved. Additional terms and conditions apply for phone offer. See Verizon.com for details.
Hey, let me ask you something. Would you seat your 3-year-old child on a windowsill? Would you seat them beside a lit fireplace or by the deep end of a pool? One last question. Would you seat your child in a car seat that's not correct for them? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Secure their future. Seat them in the correct car seat. For more information, visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always go the extra mile when you're hurt in a car accident. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Connecticut's best values at Town Fair Tire. They honor all manufacturer and valid competitor rebates, offer the most free services for life, plus give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Stations.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 4 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Well, the Mets just can't seem to straighten things out. Marlins exploded for 6 runs in the 5th as they dumped them at 6-2, pushing them to the outside, looking in for the playoffs with just 2 games to play.
We put ourselves in this position, Here we are, we got to come back tomorrow and the next day now, we got to win the next 2 and see what happens. But we did it ourselves.
Francisco Lindor, leadoff homer, but the Mets unable to score after the first. Brandon Sproat, 4 scoreless, then fell apart. 4 runs, 5 hits, and 4 2/3. Gregory Soto made things worse. 2 runs, 3 hits in an inning and a third. Mets very thin in the pen, calling up reliever Dylan Ross, who could be making his Major League debut with the season on the line this weekend. Reds won, Diamondbacks lost, so Mets tied with the Reds, but Cincinnati wants your tiebreaker, just 2 games to play. Arizona's officially eliminated. Also an injury issue. Brett Beatty left this one right side soreness. Giancarlo Stanton, rounding into playoff form, went deep twice, drove in 4 as the Yankees up the Orioles 8-4.
He's just so good at focusing and understands what's at stake, and just, and I think the first at bat when he goes right center, I think he fell behind kind of 2 awkward little swings. He's 0-2 and just processes it, though. Processes the swings.
Aaron Judge added his 52nd homer. Blue Jays won, so they remain tied atop the AL East, but Toronto owns the tiebreaker. And at the Ryder Cup, Team Europe with a 3-point lead on Team USA after day 1. 68 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn app.
Has not started off very well for the Giants and the Jets, both 0-3. 6 losses combined for both teams. It is not really what you want. And I, unfortunately, am at this point in time where wins this game close. Can he be exciting? And I'll tell you this much about the kid. I don't know much about him. I've only talked to him a few times. But there is something about him that's different. Like, when you're around him, there is a different type of confidence, a different type of energy. And he seems genuine. It just seems very genuine. It doesn't seem like an act. Doesn't seem phony. And that part, I think, is necessary because in order to get his teammates to buy into him, he needs to come off authentic, right? That's part of it. You need to be able to be a leader. You need to be able to be, hold yourself accountable, hold the teammates accountable. There's a lot. To be a quarterback in the NFL, it's not just I'm playing this position because that's what I was drafted to do. Let's go. You're in charge of the offense. And sometimes you're basically in charge of the whole entire team because people look to you for all the answers. You're the one who's putting up the points. You're the one who's creating, all the scoring plays. So Jaxson Dart is now thrown into this mix. Now, the good thing is he does have Russell Wilson still around. He still has Jameis Winston around. And I think, this is not my first go-to. I would not have done this. I would not have gone to Jaxson Dart. I would have still played Russell Wilson until you feel like it's there's no more season left. I would have, and if you really thought that you needed a spark, I would have given it to Jameis Winston. And it's not because I'm against the young man playing. I am all for Jaxson Dart playing. Next year, I really want to give him an opportunity to take it all in. I don't want there to be, and this is the bigger thing. We touched on it before when Rahel was on the phone. I touched on it before. We threw away Sam Darnold and Daniel Jones, and we ate them up, swallowed them, spit them right out. We were done with them by their second or third season. And, Darnold stuck around for 4, and then Saleh and company, they moved on from him and brought in Zach Wilson. Daniel Jones hung around a little bit longer because John Mara really wanted to see, did we do wrong by Daniel Jones, or is Daniel Jones just not the guy that we thought he was? But I want to give him an opportunity. And it's weird because there were moments of Daniel Jones. I think the thing that hurt Daniel Jones more than anything else was his availability. I think he did have ability, and he showed it off here and there in small moments. But the availability was the harder thing to work around. Because if you're going to give somebody that much money, commit to that much money, you need to be able to be available. And he just wasn't. He wasn't always available. He felt like every season he was hurt for half the games. And then when he did play, he wasn't good enough. So they moved on. But I think Jaxson Dart, kind of like the Patrick Mahomes, would be successful from just sitting the entire first year. Now, it's not going to happen. He's getting forced in. Do I want to see success? Yeah. Do I expect it right away? No. And that's the problem, because I think that Giants fans, and you tell me if I'm wrong, Giants fans have been waiting for a good, explosive offense since Eli Manning left. It's been years now. It has been way too long for a good offense. And even when Eli Manning was here, there was still some issues with the offense. It wasn't as explosive as they wanted it to be. The last few years of Daniel Jones was not great. But you see the NFL, you see how certain guys step in, you see how Daniel Jones is performing in Indianapolis. You see how Sam Darnold's performing in Seattle, and you go, why can't our guys do that at least? Like, Kyler Murray didn't have a great game in Arizona, but he did okay. Why can't we have quarterbacks that at least do okay? It always feels like it's pulling teeth to get first downs, just to sustain a drive, to hold the ball. It's easy to get a field goal attempt, which, by the way, Young Waku? Is that what it is? Young Waku is now part of this team, and he's filling in for Graham Gano as Gano's out for a bit, and Koo has taken over, and we'll see how he does. But it always feels like the kicking game is the best part of the Giants' offense for most of the season, because he gets the most attempts. And that's something that's got to change. You got to get into the end zone. We've already seen it in the first 3 weeks that there's a lot of times that the Giants just are anemic in the red zone. And we saw, it's funny because I realized that I don't think people knew that Gallo was hurt that early in the game. Like, Gallo was hurt, I think, during the defensive introductions. So when the offense went out there that first drive and they went forward on 4th and 3, I don't think anybody really knew that they didn't have a kicker, which is why they went for 4th and 3, because I heard the crowd get excited. But on the other hand, I think they were confused because it didn't seem like it's the Chiefs. Put up points, right? Like, just put up points. And it's weird. Talk about that Dallas game. That was a mistake by Daboll. There's been a couple mistakes where they do need to get points. Just kick it. Just get something on the board. And you talk about bad coaching this year. I'm not saying that Daboll is having a rough go of it, but we see Mendoza having a rough go of it. Daboll has to, with this team, when they don't score points. I know that sometimes now you go for it on 4th down, you try to get a touchdown. You need the touchdown is more important than the field goal. But the way they score, it's not very. I can't rely upon it. Taking the field goal is almost. It almost feels like you just got to do it, because that's maybe the only opportunity for you to score. 888-808-1019. So Jaxson Dart's getting the start. I want to not kill the excitement, but it's more of like just like a chill. Like just enjoy it, see what he does. Don't get too excited. Don't get too low. Let's just evaluate the kid step by step, and let's have a long leash on him, please. If he's going to get in there, I don't want him pulled after a couple games because he can't handle it. Like, if you're going to give him the reins, give him the reins. And he seems like that kid that's going to be up for the challenge anyway. And you need time to experiment. You need time to see how he's going to do in the NFL. And it's not an easy schedule. You know it. I mean, the Chargers may be one of the best teams in the league this year. They're playing the Eagles next. That ain't going to be easy. Is it the Eagles next? Either way, it's not going to be easy. So give Dart some time. And whatever you think about Daboll, whatever you think about Shane, just push that aside. Let's just see if they can get this kid up and running. And this is very reminiscent of Tom Coughlin, right? Coughlin was getting crushed. People were trying to get rid of Coughlin. And then all of a sudden, things just clicked. Hopefully, Dart can click for Daboll and Shane. Because here's the thing. At the end of the day, we talked about this with Mendoza. I came on the air this morning when I jumped on at 2 and was basically like, fire everybody. And that was more of a vent, not reality. I know you're not going to fire everybody. They were in the playoffs last year. They went to the NLCS. This year is a complete and utter failure. That's for sure. They're going to miss the playoffs. That's for sure, the Mets. But you can't fire them after 2 years. Can't do that. Because that's how you begin. That's how you become a losing franchise. You need to build a level of success, and partly you do that by having, just a coaches and a staff that's around for more than 2 years. If you keep on changing and firing people every 2-3 years, there's not sustainability. And whatever you're building, you're basically just throwing it away every 3 years. You need to have that continuity. And now Daboll and Shane are on their 4th year here. You really want to see something happen special for those guys and the Giants. We clearly know that they're not going to be a top team in the league this year unless somehow Jaxson Dart turns out to be Peyton Manning or Lamar Jackson or Patrick Mahomes. But we expect the team to not look as great. We expect losing now. So it's not about wins or losses. It's about, can Jaxson Dart look like a real quarterback in the NFL? That's what it's going to be. And there's going to be some bad losses there, and you just have to accept it. And that may mean that Dable and Shane come back and are still here to continue this process, because maybe they've learned, maybe they've found something in Dart. And that's okay, because sustainability, continuity is actually a good thing. That's why I don't want Mendoza to go. That's why I don't want Stearns to go. However, I will torch Stearns and Mendoza for a terrible job they've done this year. It's been awful. 888-808-1019. Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan. Let's get back to these phone calls. You can always check us out on the Odyssey app. Steve is in Rockland. Steve, what's up, buddy?
Man, that was a lot, Pete. I'll tell you what. With the Giants, look, Daniel Jones was there for 6 years. And the Giants' inability to identify NFL, quality offensive linemen, that's scouting, that's management, is killing them. Andrew Thomas, it's like one guy in like 7 years or 8 years. All right? Because look what happened. Look, I haven't watched Daniel Jones play, not a down for the Colts. But I will say this. Look at what happened when you put Saquon behind an offensive line. He became a we knew he had talent. We knew he was talented. But it was unleashed in a way that it didn't surprise me, but I think it surprised a lot of people. All I kept saying was, if they could only get a block. Look, this guy Scatterbull, he looks like he could be a quality guy. But if you cannot block for an NFL running back that's got to protect the ball, all right, that's paramount. And if you can't open holes and block, you can't expect that much. So that's been a huge problem for them. All right?
Right.
And to ask Giant fans, all right, to continue, especially the ones who were in the stadium when they first flew the, 15 years of lousy football, plane, okay? I think it's asking a lot, all right? And that is going to allow me to segue to the Mets.
Oh, great, Steve. I'm excited about this one.
Okay, so.
Oh wait! Before you do that, hold on, Steve.
Okay.
You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long, kicking off with juicy Week 4 matchup between the LA Chargers and your New York Giants. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Continue.
Wow! I would if you would have texted me the copy, I would have read it anyway. So now, I still think that the Mets are going to be in the playoffs. All right.
What
I don't
makes
know why.
Yeah, I know. Seriously, explain that, Steve.
I'm not positive about anything. It's just the way I feel, because I just have no faith. I feel like the Brewers are going to spank the Reds. That's all. And I think that the Mets can. I can't believe they're not going to win 2 games. I just can't believe they're not going to do it, because here's my problem. All right. Not only do the Mets have 2 30-30 players, they have 2 guys with 30 home runs and a guy with 40 home runs. All right. And it just seems impossible to me that they would not make the playoffs. And if they do not, all right, and if they do not, you got to reevaluate the boy genius.
Well,
all right.
Yeah, I mean, you have to reevaluate them no matter what. Even if they make the playoffs, they don't. Like, this has been, listen, Steve, this has been an utter failure no matter what you want to say, whether it's
I'm not going to disagree with that.
Yeah. So, even if they make the playoffs. And by the way, here's the thing, is Steve, this is the biggest part of it. You say, well, I don't think, how is it possible the Mets aren't going to win, two of the next two games? Here's the problem is, they could win.
The Marlins are feisty.
They are. Plus, the fact is, even if they do win the next two games, the Reds have to lose at least one of them.
Right. So, which I think they will.
What makes you think that? The Brewers are basically locked in. I mean, I know the Brewers and the
because of that manager is old school. That's what makes me think that.
Well, what happened yesterday? They lost.
Yeah, but it wasn't like it wasn't a contested game. It was a 3-1 game.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't like they rolled over. It wasn't like that at all. Look, this is the deal, all right? For the first 70 games or whatever it was, 60 games, the starters were, they weren't going much more than 5 1/3. It's just that they weren't giving up anything. They weren't giving up very much when they did pitch. And, it wasn't sustainable. And, this has got to be Steve Cohen. And he's got to say, look, we have to figure out a way to bring in at least one front line, starting pitcher, because that's just the way that you're going to have to piece it together, and that's where you're going to have to start. It would, you know what? And I am a Yankee fan, but I don't root against the Mets. That's not how I look at it.
Yeah, you can't punch down, Steve. I get it.
I'm not going to. No, I don't even look at it like that. All right. I don't. I just. I enjoy the. You know what? I enjoy the game more now. Just with being a little bit less emotion. Just where it's not a life. It's less.
Well, Steve, can I tell you something? I hope I get to that point in my life where it's not as life-changing to me, because I do feel every loss. Like, if you are, and it's a shame because, sorry, Steve, I think I dropped it. I apologize. Not saying if you're around me, I'm a miserable person when the Mets are losing, but after a bad loss, it's best to give me like 5 minutes to just kind of chill out and let it all go. I'm not sitting there saying I'm going nuts at my house, but some of these games are just brutal. And when they lose, I really do feel it. It sucks. Because as a Met fan, a Yankee fan, a Giant Jet fan, a Knicks fan, it doesn't make a difference what fan you are. Sports are your first love. End of story. End of story. Mets, that's my first love. So I feel it. It hurts. And I love this team so much. And it bothers me how bad things got this year, especially because I knew it was going to be bad. I knew it was going to get to this point. Not saying that I knew it the whole way, because I was definitely trying to be optimistic. But 3 weeks ago, I basically called it and said, this is going to end poorly. It was the Philadelphia series in Philadelphia after they lost the first game 1-0. That was the only game they kept close that series. And I did one of those WFAN dailies, and I was like, I was just breaking down the end of the schedule because I just wanted to see what was going to happen and see if I can get a feel for it. And I just basically something took over my body, and I just felt like, oh my God, the Mets are going to blow this. They are going to miss the playoffs. I can't believe this is going to happen. And, my kid would say, oh, well, you put that in the universe, so it's your fault. No, it's not my fault. I'm not negative. I'm not trying to be negative. I've been watching this crap for 3.5 months. What's negative is putting on the TV and watching the Mets be terrible. That's negative. That puts me in a bad mood. It's not fun to watch the team that you care about the most get embarrassed on a daily basis because their president of baseball operations doesn't know how to build a pitching staff. Did a terrible job at the trade deadline. Brought in a center fielder who does absolutely nothing well. He's not an upgrade for anything. He was so bad, you had to move Brandon Nimmo to center field for a game. That's how bad Cedric Mullins has been. They didn't add a starting pitcher, though none of their starting pitchers could go 4 innings for a length of time, besides a young kid in Nolan McLean. We got 2 games left to the season. We're crossing our fingers. We're saying our prayers. We're, whatever you do to try to, change the juju of the New York Mets and your sports teams, we're doing. And yet, we got Dylan Ross being called up, a young prospect, to pitch in one of these next 2 games because that's what they got. They have nobody left. This roster is depleted. And not because of people being injured, not because of the Tyler McGills, not because of the Kodai Senga being sent down. Well, he's not hurt. He was sent down because he sucks. And that's kind of the reason why. They all suck. I hate to be so blunt. They're not good. It's not sustainable. What David Stearns tried to do was piece together a playoff series, basically, with, hey, let's just figure it out piece by piece, and we'll do it all season, though. We'll do it all season. We will be able to piece this together. You can't do that for 162. I'm sorry. David Stearns, mental note for next year, get starting pitchers who can go 6 to 7 innings on the regular. They gave a stat today that I wanted to punch the TV. I wanted to put my head through a wall. The Mets this year, in 160 games now, have pitched a total of 38 quality starts. Now, for Mets fans, you may not know what a quality start is. They've only had 38 of them. A quality start is when a pitcher goes 6+ innings and only allows 3 or less runs. 38 times. I think they were talking about the Phillies had the most with like 88 or something like that. Like 50 more than what the Mets put together. David Stearns, mental note. If there's a stat that you want to look at, if you want to go by analytics, analyze this. How often can they go 6 innings and allow less than 3 runs? I would analyze that before I start signing starting pitchers. 888-808-1019. Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan. Let's go to Paul in Buffalo. Paul, what's up, buddy?
Pete, if he analyzes that, he's going to find out that only 25 pitchers have thrown 175 innings this year. If you bump that number up to 200, only 12 pitchers have thrown 200 innings this year. There are no ace starting pitchers to get. Kodai, I'm a bum, I'm a fat toad Senga is supposed to be the Mets ace. And he totally
We're not
cowered away.
We're not talking about Hideki Arabu. Watch it here, bud.
We'll call him the skinny toad.
There you go.
So the skinny toad was supposed to be the eighth. Peterson was supposed to be the eighth. I mean, every player on the Mets pitching staff crapped out this year that isn't a rookie. I don't know. Now, giving Frankie Montas money, and every one of us said he was going to crap his pants on the mound. Everyone knew that was dumb. That was a desperation move, and I say that's dumb. The other dumb move was Cedric Small not getting a center fielder for this team. But I think the stupidest thing the Mets could do when they miss the playoffs, if they do, is go nuts and destroy this team. This is a talented team that has had the worst luck I have ever seen. They've done a lot of dumb things, but this year couldn't have gone worse for the Mets. And that doesn't mean next year is going to be as bad.
Paul, I think. Hold on. Explain to me the dumb luck. What part of it is dumb luck?
How can every single pitcher on a pitching staff either get hurt or have the worst year possible?
Oh, well, but hold on.
I mean, that's awful, man.
But Paul, think about this. Sean Manaea, yes, he got hurt. That sucked. But Kodai Senga has been a project ever since he was here. He's had some good moments. He's had some bad moments. Last year, he pitched, 5 2/3 innings, 5 2/3 innings, and then he went to the bullpen for the playoffs and got crushed. We really haven't seen Kodai Senga very much in the past few years. Plus, he's on that, needs the extra day rest. Then you got David Peterson. He had a great stretch at the end of last year, and he started well this year. But if you take away that, David Peterson has not been a great starting pitcher. End the story. Look at the numbers. Look at the stats. You want to go through Frankie Montas, or can we just skip over?
No, like I said, Montas was a stupid move. I agree with that. But
exactly.
There was no great. The only great pitcher on the market.
Clay Holmes, Paul.
That turned out to be a good move.
No, it didn't. Clay Holmes is not a good move.
You wouldn't even have a chance at the playoffs right now if you didn't have Clay Holmes.
Clay Holmes is a back of the end of the rotation pitcher. That shouldn't be your main goal, is to get guys in the back end of the rotation.
Who is he supposed to get? I mean, if you want to get an ace, you got to do like the Yankees did and pay Max Fried 8 years, and at least 1 year of that is going to be him on the shelf recovering from a surgery.
Okay, so what do I care? Look what happened with the Yankees with Garrett Cole. The ace of the staff is out all season
sitting on the shelf right now, doing nothing for him.
Right, and guess what? They still have Max Fried. They still have Carlos Rodon. They still have a couple young kids.
And I got to take a loss on that, because I've been the loudest and the longest voice on not paying starting pitchers. And what Brian Cashman did in his genius, he realized there's really only about 15 top-of-the-line starting pitchers in all of Major League Baseball. That's half per team. And he said, you know what? I'm going to pay 3 of them. Yeah. And that's what the Yankees have. They pay 3 of the 15 in all of baseball. And one of them's on the shelf, and the other 2 have given you 18 and 19 wins. And Brian Cashman's a genius.
And Paul, I know, which is crazy, because everyone else sat here, and thanks so much for the phone call, Paul, which everyone else sat here and basically all season long said, get rid of Cashman, get rid of Boone, blow up this team. They wanted the Yankees to tank and miss the playoffs so they could blow it all up. I want to hear from the Yankee fans now that said, I want to blow it all up. I want this team to lose. Do you still want them to lose? They're going to win the division. They're going to be the top team in the American League. You still want them to lose? You still want Cashman gone? You still want Boone gone? If that's the case, then you're an idiot. If that's the case, then you are just a spoiled brat that doesn't understand how baseball works. I'm not sitting there and saying that everything that Cashman and Boone has done is amazing, but they do what's needed to get to the playoffs. Someone's going to call the guy in Queens and tell him, hey, buddy, maybe you should get a starting pitcher. Maybe you should get somebody who can go deeper into games. Maybe you should call somebody up who, has shown consistency over the years. He came in with a project in Clay Holmes. If you're telling me that Clay Holmes was a great signing, was someone that was like, hey, if it wasn't for Clay Holmes, you wouldn't be in the playoffs, I'll go the other way. He taxed the freaking bullpen every game. He didn't go deep enough. He's a cause to all the problems. 888-808-1019. Gary, Richard, get to your phone calls after the break. We'll finish things up on the phones. Talk more Mets, talk Yankees, whatever you guys want, it's all there. 888-808-1019. Pete Hoffman with you on the Fan. He always hit me up at Hoff WFAN. It's officially Ryder Cup week at Bethpage Black and our friends over at Flag and Anthem. Hands down, have the best officially licensed Ryder Cup gear on the market. I love Flag and Anthem so much. Their clothes are comfortable. They fit well. They're just all amazing. From polos and vests to quarter zips and hoodies, every piece is built with premium performance fabrics for all-day comfort, but quantities are limited, so once they're gone, they're gone. Don't miss. You probably missed. Actually, we all missed because today's Saturday. Gio was at a Ryder Cup party yesterday at the Tap Room in Farmingdale where they had Flag and Anthem giving away tickets to today's golf matches. I don't know the winner, but I hope somebody was able to successfully get those tickets and are on their way to the Ryder Cup this morning. That should be fun. Again, thank you so much to Flag and Anthem for being so cool. Flag and Anthem, real clothes for real life.
Congratulations to the New York Yankees on clinching a playoff spot.
The victory for the New York Yankees.
For the 60th time in their storied history, the Bronx Bombers will be playing for a championship.
These guys really believe they have something to prove.
They were one step away from their 28th World Series a year ago.
Los Angeles is the new champion.
Will they get it done this season?
I think the attitude is that these guys are hell-bent to win a title.
Catch every pitch.
Swing and a miss, he struck him out.
Every hit.
3-2 here to Judge. Here's the pitch. Here's the drive we were looking for. Deep to left. Way out of here.
He was ready for it.
Here on your home for New York Yankees baseball. 1019 FM WFAN. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Connecticut, if you want name brand tires at the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services, then get to Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers on their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
At City Harvest, we're on the road every day rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for New Yorkers in need, transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-251-5642. 800-251-5642. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-251-5642.
When
it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Football is back, and it looks like we're going to get thrills from both teams this year, but thrills are nothing new at Bay Ridge Mazda. Tired of that clunker you've been driving? Just bring it in to Bay Ridge Mazda for up to $2,000 over book value all month long. The time is now to make a trade. Head over to the place where everybody wins, Bay Ridge Mazda, located on 4th Avenue and 90th Street, or buy your car direct at BayRidgeMazda.com and have it delivered to your door. That's Bay Ridge Mazda, 4th Avenue and 90th Street in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all types of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
This city lives and breathes sports. WFAN is where Yankees fans argue with Mets fans, and Giants fans debate Jets fans. Live, loud, and daily. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
888-808-1019. We'll finish up with these phone calls. Gary, Richard, David, hold on one second. I just wanted to... This is how bad the season has gotten for the Mets. Gary, Keith, Ron on SNY. If you love watching baseball games, if you love watching the Mets, you love Gary, Keith, and Ron. They're just amazing to have as your narrators throughout this season. But even they have gotten to a point where it's too much. This is a clip from earlier in the fifth inning, I believe this was, when things were going downhill.
And the Mets, a lack of attention to detail, which has cropped up repeatedly during this slow motion backwards march over the last 3.5 months, comes up to bite them again.
I mean, you might take your whole travel ball squad off the field if something like that happened. Here's a team that is fighting to get to October. What are you going to do in October with an inning like that?
And it's not the first time, too. They've made a lot of mental errors over the past, 9-10 games down the stretch.
And that was basically the final straw that led to that was Gregory Soto was pitching, and the runner on first base stole second base without him even looking, without him even trying to keep him on. So at second base, he tried to keep him on, and he actually picked him off. He actually had the runner as he was going from second to third. The only problem was Ronnie Mauricio, who came in to fill in for Brett Beatty, who's out now for the season, most likely with an oblique, which, whatever, the season's 2 games, but whatever. But Ronnie Mauricio came in rather than Mark Vientos. Mauricio comes in, he's sitting at third base and legitimately standing there. Gregory Soto had him picked off. He had no one to throw the ball to because Mauricio's just standing there. Now, I don't want to harp on Mauricio with this issue because the guy's barely played. He's had like 5 at-bats in September, or 6 now after yesterday, or maybe even 7 now. But regardless, like, he's barely played. But still, if you're going to put somebody out there, they got to be awake. They got to be alive. What are we doing? And Gary, Keith, and Ronnie are right. Like, come on. Pull them off the field. Get them off the field. Show some guts. It's embarrassing. But that's it. After a long, bad inning, it gets worse. That's the Mets season. 888-808-1019. Gary's in Brantford. Gary, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, what's up, Pete? Let me start off by asking you. You know, they say baseball playoffs is a crapshoot. Do you think if the Mets got in, do you think they have a chance to win the World Series?
No. Gary, if you told me, if you asked me in the beginning of the week and said, if this Met team got in, would you feel that they could win the World Series? I may have said something else because I want to give them the benefit of the doubt. If they got in the playoffs, they'd probably have to win a few games. The fact that they are losing this bad, playing terrible baseball, it's lifeless baseball. I don't think if they made the playoffs, they wouldn't win a game.
Well, this is what I needed. At the beginning of the week, I wanted to see one more time Tong and Sproat. And after I saw them both this week and Sproat tonight, I realized there is no chance this team would win the World Series. None. Because Sproat's not ready, Tong's not ready. They have no pitching. They would never get through the Dodgers, Phillies, and then the Brewers. No way. So here's what I'm trying to say. I don't want Stearns off the hook. I hated the offseason. I was telling everybody before the season, take the under on the Mets. Take the under on the Mets. I hated and if it wasn't due to Griffin Canning and Tyler McGill pitching way over their heads for the first couple months of the season, this team really would be 20 games under 500, and I do not want Stearns off the hook because the last thing, if we make the playoffs and say, the one guy I do trust is McClain, say he goes pitches a gem and we get by the Dodgers and lose to the Phillies, I don't want this to be forgotten. I need this team to hit rock bottom, and Steve Cohen could realize, wow. And then I'll let you go on this, Pete. Cohen could realize when we missed the playoffs in one of the most embarrassing things in sports with our payroll, he's going to realize we really had a bad off season. We really had a bad trade deadline. Like this team, he needs to talk to David Stearns and be like, you need a different philosophy, man.
No,
thanks, Pete.
Yeah, Gary, I appreciate it. And let me just remind everybody that the one thing That can't happen. The season's over in 2 days. Season is over in 2 days. And there's going to be a long off season. And we got to hold people accountable. But the one thing that's going to be a major distraction is Pete Alonso and Edwin Diaz. Are they going to return or are they not going to return? It should be simple. They are back. They should make those the first two moves right after the season's done. Bring them back. But if they linger, do not make that a distraction because there needs to be an overhaul of this entire team. Now, I want to bring in someone who I'm sure has had some coffee and has sipped on it already and is feeling bright and chipper this morning. Joe Benengo, how you feeling, bud?
Bright and chipper. First of all, hi, Pete. First of all, let me say that last call is dead on. David Stearns, this is all on him. He didn't get it done in the offseason. He thinks he's this freaking genius. He's brilliant. He's going to make, chicken salad, as they say, out of chicken what. Okay? He signs Frankie Montas to 2 years and $34 freaking million. He thinks he can turn Clay Holmes into a starting pitcher. Okay? All the moves he made at the deadline have been a disaster. Cedric Mullins is a freaking disaster.
Awful.
Jose Siri was a freaking disaster. He signed that guy.
Hey, Joe, I think I heard that they're going to bring Siri back tomorrow, and he's going to pitch out of the bullpen.
Oh, is that what he's doing? Why not? They've had 50 pitches or whatever the hell they've had all year. It's a freaking disgrace. And that inning last night, you're 100% right, Pete. It's unbelievable. This team is in big trouble. And I know that Mendoza's going to be the guy on the hot seat, okay? And he hasn't had a great year either, but a lot of it's because sometimes he's deer in the headlights because the pitching is a disaster. The pitching is a disaster. Senga killed him. Minaya killed him. Peterson's killed him. And I put it completely on David Stearns, the freaking genius who's never won a thing, okay? I don't give a damn that he, made the playoffs a couple times in Milwaukee. That's the guy. And you hit it on the head. And I don't care if they make it or not because there's no shot that they're beating the Dodgers if they get there. There's no way.
No chance.
Okay? It doesn't matter anymore whether they make the playoffs or not. And all I care about is what you said, Pete. Sign Pete Alonso, sign Edwin Diaz. And then after that, okay, obviously Lindor's going to be here. Soto's going to be here. I like Nimmo, okay? But after that, everybody to me is available. Everybody, including Alvarez. And I know he's hit, but he gets me. You could trade anybody on this team. It's unfortunate what happened to Beatty yesterday. He's done.
Yeah.
Okay? And Mauricio looks like his head's up in the freaking clouds, and that could be said for a lot of these guys. There's nothing else to say, bro. That's it. They have had they're like let's be honest. This team, like you said, like that caller said, Griffin Canning and Tyler McGill were pitching over their heads. They all were pitching over their heads early in the year. It wasn't just those two guys. Everybody was. And that's why they got to that, 21 games over 500. But that's not the team that this team is. The team that this team is the 37-54 they are since June 13th when they've been one of the worst teams in baseball. The Florida Marlins, Miami Marlins are a better team than the Mets right now. Let's be honest about it. It's unbelievable.
Joe, I heard the stat yesterday. I think it was the Mets have 38 quality starts. 38 quality starts.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, I don't think Mets fans even know what a quality start is. It's 6 innings. You got to pitch less than 3 runs. The fact that you can't do that, you got 38. Bro. It's embarrassing. It's unacceptable.
It's unacceptable.
For Steve Cohen to go in a locker room last year after they were celebrating in the playoffs saying the culture, we need to change the culture, and to have this flop, unacceptable.
And this is the worst. Look, I've been there since day one, bro, back in 1962, okay? All right? I've seen everything with this team. This is the worst collapse of all time. Worse than 07, worse than 08, and the reason is because it's been a slow bleed out for us this year, okay?
Yep.
We have slowly bled out watching this team. I hate to use that terminology, especially with the state of the world right now, but whatever. Yeah. That's basically been what it is. And we've watched this team play crap baseball. And the pitching is a disaster. Defensively, they're a disaster. If they don't score 7, 8, 9 runs, they don't win. That's it. Yeah. If they don't score like 9 runs in a game, like they scored the other day 8 runs, or how many they scored the first game they beat the Cubs, 9 runs in that game, they can't win. And last night they scored 2 runs right away, and then they have chances and they can't score. Oh, my Pete. Oh, the pain, Pete.
Joe, wait.
Hey, Pete, but listen, one thing. Don't worry, everybody. We got the Jets.
Oh, God. Joe, listen, Joe Beningo, 5 a.m. He's going to go at it even harder. Thanks so much, Joe. I appreciate the time. And
God bless, Pete.
Yeah, good luck. With 2 games left, it's not over. It's
wow.
Thanks to Nick Theodoro on this other glass. Marco Belletti, thank you to everyone who called in. I appreciate it. At Hoff WFAN. There will be a Rico Bronya 7th inning of the Reds game. We're going to do a live watch of the Reds game with Evan Roberts. We'll see what happens. Guys, enjoy the rest of the day. We'll talk to you later. Peace.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN, New York.
This is Alex Shulman. And this is J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you when you're injured at work. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. We'll always go the extra mile for you. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Stop dealing with your neck pain, backaches, and sciatica and go see my main man, Dr. Jay Shah at Samwell Institute for Pain Management, a migraine and nerve pain specialist who gets you back feeling like yourself again with minimally invasive and non-surgical treatments. There are thousands of 5-star reviews who trust Dr. J for pain-relieving solutions. Same day and next day appointments available in offices in Colonia, Livingston, and now Inglewood, New Jersey. Turn to Samwell Pain for effective pain-relieving solutions.